See so many folks here. For the record, my name is Gabriella Coletta. I'm the District 1 City Councilor and the Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Government Operations. Today is Friday, March 8th, 2024. This working session is being recorded. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.go@boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all councilors. We're doing things a little bit differently today. Usually in working sessions, we don't have public testimony, but public testimony will be taken at the beginning and end of this working session. Individuals will be called on in the order in which they signed up, and will have 2 minutes to testify. If you are interested in testifying in person, please add your name to the sign-up sheet near the entrance of the chamber. Today's working session is on docket 0257. Message in order for your approval an ordinance creating the planning department in the city of Boston. The matter was sponsored by the administration and was referred to the committee on January 31st, 2024. Today, I am joined by my colleagues in order of their arrival. Councilor Murphy, Councilor Weber, Councilor Durkin, Councilor Santana, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Louis Jean. Did I miss anybody? Okay. I also have a letter of absence from Councilor Flynn. I actually don't have that copy. So whenever I get that absence letter from Councilor Flynn, I will read it into the record. Just a summary of how things will go here for those who are unfamiliar with the working session process. I'll pass it over to my colleagues for opening remarks. Again, it's a different approach here. Working sessions usually take place in the Curley room or the Piemonte room, and they are not recorded. However, we're having it here in the Ionella chamber for transparency purposes. And again, we're having public testimony up front and at the end, given the fact that the hearing went very long last time and we didn't get a chance to really hear from the community on such a consequential docket. I will open it up for public testimony in the beginning for about 15 to 20 minutes. And then I'll pass it over to the administration for their opening remarks. And then we will conduct this just like any other working session. We'll go line by line through each section. We'll have a discussion with the administration and our colleagues. We'll make suggestions on the language. It's supposed to be conversational, and I do encourage a robust dialogue. And I'll ask my colleagues, since we are in this space in the chamber, to please put your light on. If I don't see you, please provide a verbal cue and know that it is not on purpose. I just haven't seen you yet. So please make sure to put your light on and then call out if I haven't called on you. And just like any other working sessions and ordinances, if anybody has specific language or amendments following our discussion, please submit them to me and Megan Kavanaugh by Wednesday to be considered for the report. I do want to call attention to the many documents that are in front of my colleagues here today. So thank you so much to the administration for following up and making good on your promise to provide responses to our RFI request and then responses to our 17F request ahead of schedule. You could have waited for next week on Wednesday, so I do appreciate the work that it took to make sure that we have these documents. We also have within this packet right here that has the ordinance on top, we do have a financial statement or independent auditor's report that was conducted last year for, I believe, FY23 by KPMG. Please let us know if you don't have those documents in front of you today. I will pass it over now to my colleagues for opening remarks and just want to let the record reflect that Councilor Mejia has joined us. Good morning, Councilor Mejia. I'll pass it over to Councilor Murphy for opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Happy to be here at this working session. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for joining us today. I'm looking forward to the public testimony. I know it's a different way of doing this, but the chair already explained, why. So going to keep my opening statements brief. My concern going into this, and continues to be, is just making sure that everyone who works upstairs on the 9th floor or wherever else they are across the city feels that we're really doing our due diligence, making sure we know exactly what changes will be made, and if this does go through, how it will impact them. And so here to learn more about that before I can make a decision that I feel confident about. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming in and for this working session, to all my colleagues. I think we have a lot of work to do, and so I'll just leave it to my colleagues to make their opening statements, and I look forward to going through this process, and certainly heard a lot about this from my constituents. It's a very important issue for everyone across the city, and I look forward to proceeding with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. Councilor Durkin, and then Santana.
Thank you, Chair. As we imagine the city that we want to live in, there couldn't be a more important issue than development. I think I'm really happy to see the administration here, really happy to take part in this conversation, and really excited to hear what my colleagues have to say about this proposal as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Councilor Santana.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the administration for being here. I'll also keep my remarks very short, but I'm really here to just listen to my colleagues and work in collaboration with you all. Appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you. I'm also looking forward to the public testimony and appreciate that that's happening at the very start. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. I'll go to Councilor Fitzgerald, and then Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Folks, thanks for coming. Really appreciate you guys coming down. Look forward to the following conversation, and let's get into it. Happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Excited to be here. Couldn't wait till this working session. My favorite part of the day. So obviously, I had a lot of questions last week, really interested, and digging into that and seeing if they have been answered. If not, what's the alternative? I think that the council collectively can come up with a solution, and we'd like to hear some of your opinion on that as well. This is what this is about. Hopefully, we can come to a resolution that we can feel will allow community voice, but also proper oversight. Not the implicit budget oversight response, but looking to engage in a conversation that we can actually create a mechanism by which we can do that and both feel comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I'll go to Councilor Louis-Jean, and then Councilor Mejia.
Good morning, everyone. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you to my colleagues for being here. Thank you to the administration for being here. And thank you, Councilor Coletta, Chair Coletta, for taking public testimony in this hearing. I know that is not typical, but it's important that we continue to hear from members of community. I want to thank my colleagues for all of your intentionality in your questions and the administration in your answers, especially around financial transparency and the role of the City Council in oversight. So looking forward to this working session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean. I'll go to Councilor Mejia, and then we've been joined by Councilors Liz Braden and Councilor Worrell.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Happy to see this space with community. I think it's really important for us to center community voice in these conversations, because at the end of the day, you are the one that pay the taxes, and you should have a really strong voice in how planning and development happens here in the city of Boston. I'm looking to listen and learn, and more importantly, making sure that whatever decisions that we make as we move through this process, that we look at intent versus impact, and how all of these things, like we might have really good intentions, but the impact of those intentions may leave us in a situation that we will need to reevaluate. So I'm here to participate actively. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia. I'll go to Councilor Braden and then Councilor Worrell.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll hold my comments for later, just in interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to the public for being here. and I'm just looking to dive into the language. Thank you.
Great, we have a full house here, I love to see it. Okay, I will now read the absence letter from Councilor Flynn into the record. Dear Councilor Coletta, please be advised that I am unable to attend today's working session on docket number 0257, Ordinance creating the City of Boston Planning Department. My staff will be taking notes of the working session, and I will review the recording when it becomes available. Thank you, Ed Flynn, Councilor of District 2. Okay, we will now, so I do just want to introduce members of the panel, but we will go to public testimony. So we have Devin Quirk, Deputy Chief from the BPDA. Chief Jemison is not attending this hearing today. Okay. We have Ashley Grofenberger, CFO in the City of Boston, Alex Lawrence, Chief People Officer in the City of Boston, and Teresa Polhemus. What's your title, Teresa? Executive Director. Say it again, I'm sorry.
Executive Director, Secretary.
Executive Director Secretary of the BPDA. Okay, thank you. Okay, we will now go to public testimony. I guess before we do that, I'll just say that I'm approaching this conversation with a couple of priorities that are top of mind. I'll bifurcate them into two different buckets, which is financial transparency. That's something that we heard from the community loud and clear and from colleagues, as well as council and community oversight. So I'm really looking forward to focusing in on the conversation as it relates to that and how we can make this document even better to truly democratize the BPDA and the planning function within the City of Boston. So with that, I will go to public testimony. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 folks signed up. We'll start with Martin Roeder, then go to Diane Valley, Ford Cavallari, Steve Hollinger, Elliot Laffer, and then Sue Prindle. You have 2 minutes for public testimony, and I do just want to call out the fact that if you are testifying, please state your name, neighborhood, and/or organization affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Martin Rutter. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay, which is where I live. I'm currently chair of that organization. I would like to address a couple of questions that struck me during the hearing just over a week ago. One that was put by Councillor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, the other by Councillor Ed Flynn. One of the questions was, where in the ordinance are the oversight provisions that we've been told will be in place for the planning department, in contrast to the rather feeble oversight that the city has had over the BRA, limited to reviewing urban renewal zones, which I think is not going to be, which will be removed and not replaced by an equivalent right in the ordinance. And the second question is, how does the ordinance ensure that the well-documented abuses committed against residents by the exercise of the BRA's extraordinary powers will be prevented in future? I've been brash, some people would say arrogant enough, to think that maybe I should offer a few suggestions for members of the City Council to consider to overcome some of these deficiencies and gaps in the ordinance. They are not expressed in the language that a lawyer would use, but I hope that the meaning gets across very clearly. The first suggestion is that any future land taking, for any reason whatsoever, must be approved by the City Council before it takes effect, and will not take effect if it is rejected or the Council has not taken a vote. The second is that all appointments of a Chief of Planning or a Chief of Development or someone to a post with comparable levels of authority must be approved by the City Council. The third is that any financial transfer or memorandum of agreement must also be approved by the City Council. I also think that in implementing the transition, all land disposition agreements must be made public and reviewed independently to determine what actions can be taken to protect affordable housing and open space without requiring the extension of one-to-one powers which have been a source of abuse and may in future be exercised based on a new rationale than urban blight. I would also recommend that achieving the goals of equity, affordability, and resiliency, which we all support, should be established as one of the core goals of planning and prohibited from being invoked as a rationale or basis for the taking of land. I also have some ideas about a commission, including community members, that should be established not only to oversee the transition, but also once the transition is accomplished. And there are a number of points about about who the members should be and whether or not they should be compensated. I also recommend that the operations of the planning department be funded by city revenues, not by some transfer of funds from the BRA. And finally, that the provisions of this ordinance should not take effect before passage of a home rule petition by the state legislature and signature by the government, which provides the City of Boston with the tools and powers prescribed in the ordinance, since it seems to me that the timing of this ordinance is kind of out of sync or out of schedule with consideration of the home rule petition. Those are my suggestions, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present them to you. And of course, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you again.
Thank you, Martin. Next, we have Diane Valley. You have 2 minutes, Diane.
Thank you very much. I'm Diane Valley. I'm from Charlestown. I'm engaged in a lot of different events there and committees. As a longtime Boston resident, I welcome this opportunity for this historic and transformative change to improve the development process in the City of Boston. Long ago, urban renewal and the unelected BRA were created, and recently, despite a McKinsey report, which clearly reported a need for comprehensive change, the BRA was renamed, retaining its powers and its self-funding, lacking transparency and lacking accountability to the City Council and the public. In 2024, it is time for transformative, transparent change to serve the people of Boston. While the intent of this ordinance, 0257, was at first considered to be noble, the actual execution is seriously flawed. The ordinance takes some steps to create a city planning agency, but as written down, does not introduce any community governance or transparency, and instead, it extends the status quo and opaque authority of the city's planning board, and that authority remains quasi-private and largely above the law. The ordinance requires amendments to accomplish 3 critical components. First, the ordinance must increase financial transparency. Today was the first I've ever seen of this report, and it's very extensive, and I look forward to reviewing it because we've never had the opportunity to really see the financials. And transparent financials are essential to this ordinance because currently there is no mechanism for the city planning or the community to have full access of the detailed information regarding the allocation and expenditures of public funds, which should be for the benefit of the city and the residents of the City of Boston.
Flagging, it's 2 minutes.
Second, it must also increase the City Council oversight because there's zero oversight in the actual wording. And we ask the City Council to please step up and assume this transformative opportunity to serve for the City of Boston. Third, it's absolutely necessary to have clear requirements of your authorship for a financial transfer and a memo of agreement. We do not want to see this created by the BRA. We'd like to have something truly transformative. And along with the accompanying home rule, as Martin said, we're out of step by approving this ordinance before the home rule gets done. So I would like you to really consider the gravity of this decision. It's the first in our lifetime to do something that will affect our children and our grandchildren, and I hope this City Council will make many amendments that the community is here to ask you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Next up, we have Ford Cavallari. I've been generous with the 2 minutes, but I understand that folks have a lot to say. Ford, my understanding is that you have a presentation.
I do.
Okay.
Counselor, thank you very much.
Ethan, who is our tech person, would you mind putting that up on the screen for us?
It's there.
And this presentation should be in everybody's inboxes as well and within the Google Drive for this respective docket.
Thank you very much. My name is Ford Cavallari. I chair the Alliance of Downtown Civic Organizations, ADCO, and many of the neighborhood organizations that have spoken and will speak are members of our group. I just wanted to start by shouting out the roadmap that candidate Michelle Wu gave us all to reform and indeed sunset the BRA. And that is this fixing Boston's broken development process piece that was written. And although we absolutely support that vision and we absolutely support full reform, as many of my colleagues have said, the current path we're on for planning and development transformation has some serious flaws. I want to explain, sort of, because I think it's important to put things in context, the 4 big initiatives that are on the table: the Home Rule petition, the planning ordinance, and also squares and streets and Article 80 reform, because sometimes people get confused as to how these all fit in. And it basically, there are 3 buckets they fit into: organizational reform, which Home Rule and planning ordinance, sort of a linked pair, do that. The zoning reform, squares and streets, is the first initiative. I'm sure there'll be many more. We have some issues with that, but that's off topic for today. Article 80 reform also is a decision process, approval process reform, very important. That's ongoing as well. But again, it's not what we're going to talk about today. But these things are linked together. So I want to, I somehow got a little thingy on.
Ford, can I make a request?
Sure.
So the last slide that you provided is very detailed.
Yes.
It provides specific recommendations
Yes.
for this docket. Can we skip to that?
Well, yeah, let me just do one before that. I'll skip this next slide, which talks about the Home Rule petition, because that's off topic. But the planning ordinance, I think it's really important to understand what we feel the specific failure points are. We are looking at things, the overall effect is, does it meet the Mayor Wu white paper? Is it hitting the status quo? Or is it actually underperforming the status quo? We think we're actually somewhere between meeting status quo and actually closer to underperforming, because the planning board isn't transferred to the city. That's been mentioned beforehand. You can't really have a city planning function without the planning board. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the Commonwealth that that's the case. There's a lack of full visibility into finances and financial transactions. This KPMG report was talked about. It's not the full picture, though, because it talks about the balance sheet of the BRA, not the balance sheet of the city, which is really important for us to consider. City council controls need to be created, and also there's a memo of agreement that needs to be fleshed out. So this is the slide that you wanted me to get to, and I'll go through it quickly. We have suggestions in 3 areas for how we can improve this ordinance, amendments in these 3 areas. First bucket is transparency. We really think that the BPD, all accounts need to show up in the city budget. All revenues need to come into the city. And frankly, we need to study this. This is the first I've seen it, but sadly, I'm trained to read these things quickly. And my eye went to the non-current liabilities of close to $200 million. And I wondered, do those include all of the tax abatements that have been put into the future? Because this year alone, 121A tax abatements, current year, total near $100 million. So you have to ask yourself, well, are those counted? And I couldn't find them, and I don't think they are. If you take a look at a normal tax abatement schedule that you might have in a 121A project and multiply that by the current year, you're talking about almost $500 million of non-current liabilities that are created on the city's balance sheet that are not included in the $200 million already on this balance sheet. That's part of my problem, is that financial visibility needs to be greatly improved so that we don't have close to $1 billion sort of drifting out of the city's coffers. And that's what's happening. That's why we need so much transparency. Oversight, and I won't repeat what my colleagues have said, but I think there are big ticket item things that ought to be voted on by this board, this city council. You are the elected representatives. And the elected representatives, not a star chamber, not a board, ought to be in charge of much of what goes on. We also probably need a transition committee and, as was pointed out, community panels. And the final bucket, transfers from the BPDA BRA to the city. Revenues, I've already talked about. There's a memo of agreement that stipulates this stuff. Should be written by you guys, city council. Should not be written by the BRA. And finally, there should be preparations made to transfer the planning board. It can't be done here. You would need to reverse a legislative acts of 1960, I think it's chapter 652, would need to be reversed probably in a rewritten home rule petition, but you can take steps to start it. The last thing I'm going to say as I leave is, a former director of the BRA in a private, conversation over a drink when I pushed about, why don't you guys reform? And he told me, candidly, a large bureaucracy can't reform itself and will never sunset itself. It's just never going to happen. I think we need to take heart. Right now, the BRA controls most of these initiatives that we're talking about, is doing most of the writing of the Home Rule petition and other things. We really need to not have the BRA reform itself, because honestly, it can't be done. The people are good, but organizations, as this previous executive director said, don't ever kill themselves. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ford. I appreciate your work on this.
Cheers.
Okay, next up we have Steve, Elliot, and Sue.
Hi, my name is Steve Hollinger. I'll try to be brief in the interest of time. First of all, with regard to steps that can be taken by City Council, I'll put full faith in Mayor Wu. Based on Mayor Wu's history at City Council, while Mayor Wu was City Councilor, BPDA was testifying to Mayor Wu and others that regarding climate change and other issues that BPDA was not managing responsibly, especially in my district, Fort Point and the Seaport. BPDA was telling Mayor Wu and others that the interests of developers was largely aligned with the interests of BPDA, and that mandatory resiliency guidelines were not really required because of that belief. That belies the fact that the timeline, the profit timeline of developers is significantly shorter than the timeline of what is needed by the City of Boston at this time. So when I hear why now from Councilor Fitzgerald, the answer again, I'm going to repeat, is climate change. BPDA didn't have mandatory resiliency guidelines until after Mayor Walsh left office, October 2021. And the draft of those guidelines that was released only weeks before BPDA approved the guidelines hadn't been seen by the public for 1 year. In those guidelines, 5 weeks before BPDA approved them, was a removal of a prohibition on parking garages below residential buildings. Why was that removed? My answer is developers pressured BPDA. And that's the kind of pressure that BPDA repeatedly caved to and has repeatedly trampled on. I presented in my testimony last time how BPDA trampled on the Parks Department in the Seaport. And we can go through the history of that again. I would point to Plan.av as my final point. Look at Plan.av. In 2015, Mayor Walsh announced Plan.av as a revolution in urban thinking about dense residential density in Boston, and thousands of residential units would be built. So he convened, his BPDA convened 1.5 years of meetings with Andrews Square stakeholders and residents and so on, and they came up with Plan.av, a plan, heavily residential with a large central park, which I believe those stakeholders believed was kind of like what they were getting out of this planning process. As soon as the plan, and this, if you look at Mayor Walsh's 2016 State of the City address, he brings up Plan.av as how BPDA will put a dent in the housing crisis that we have. As soon as the plan was approved, BPDA did nothing to get those large property owners together in a room. Let's build that park and let's get the residential zoning in place. Instead, should I wrap up? I'm going to wrap up with this last sentence.
Thank you.
BPDA allowed the developers to do whatever they wanted. So if you think we don't need a planning department at equal footing with Chief Dillon's department, with Parks Department, the Transit Department, look at the transit in the Seaport, look at the parks in the Seaport, look at the climate resilience now that will require billions of dollars of taxpayer investment, while one developer turned $400 million in profit in 5 years. Okay, so we're talking about profiteering off the wall. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. So we have Elliot.
Good morning. I'm Elliot Laffer. I live in Back Bay. I'm a director of the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay and have been involved in development issues for almost 50 years, starting at Copley Place. When the BRA was established, the basic design was for the City Council to have minimal oversight. The mayor, with appointment authority for 4 of the 5 board members, was given an indirect role that became more direct over time, although with still the ability to deflect some blame for any unpopular decisions. The council's primary authority was and is to periodically review and, if you so choose, extend the life of urban renewal districts where the BPDA, or BRA, has extraordinary powers, including the power to take property by eminent domain. Should the home rule petition now pending in the legislature pass unchanged, even that power is removed. Remarkably, the council will have even less oversight of the new BPDA. We suggest that the ordinance being reviewed today should require that all takings must be approved by the council, the elected body that's closest to our neighborhoods. We suggest as well that the council should have approval authority over all major expenditures above a determined amount. All of the financial transactions of the BPDA, as long as it exists, and the planning department should be subject to an audit that is automatically and promptly shared with the council. We believe that one or more community panels made up of neighborhood representatives appointed by the council should serve as advisors to the planning department as it works on the new plans for Boston. We believe as well that citizen panels, similar to community advisory committees, should be formed for large projects above a defined size. The citizens of our neighborhoods have a long and proven record of making projects work better for our neighborhoods, the city as a whole, and the proponent. Citizen input shouldn't be limited to arguing over community benefits when the projects themselves should be the main benefit.
That's 2 minutes.
To oversee, last paragraph, to oversee this important and challenging transition to a city planning department, we suggest the establishment of a transition commission, including representatives of neighborhoods, among others. It is critical that we get this right, and it is almost impossible for any institution to successfully implement this type of transition on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we have Sue, and then we'll go over to language review with my colleagues.
Okay, I will be very brief, and mainly addressing this to the BPDA.
Can you speak directly into the microphone?
I'm sorry.
Please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. I'm a 50-year-plus resident of the neighborhood of Back Bay. I moved in the late 60s. At the time, it was a very marginal neighborhood, very different from what it is now. Part of that was due to the state who wanted to put a flyway down Dartmouth Street. I don't know if any of you remember that. And to the I-95 issue, which was roiling around in all of the neighborhoods at that time. That was stopped mainly by strong opposition in the black community, and we helped a little bit. And it made such a difference to the neighborhood. At that point, they were talking about revitalizing it with high-rises. We managed to convince people to take a look at leaving the zoning as it was so that we could work in the neighborhood, and I've been doing that for quite a long time. Neighbors, the gist of it is that the neighbors know what works for the neighborhood. Certainly, I agree with the proposal that there needs to be revisions, that we need to deal with affordable housing and that kind of issue. That's tremendously important. But it needs to be done in conjunction with the neighbors, because that's the way it will work. It means that your timeline that you showed at the public meeting in Roxbury needs to be extended, as we asked at that time. And so I would appreciate consideration of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sue. Okay, I just want to thank everybody for their time, taking time out of their day to be here. It's clear that you have dedication and passion for advancing the city. So just want to express gratitude in that sense. My understanding is that Chief Grafenberger, as CFO of the city, you have a time constraint as you're in budget season here. And so I understand that your hard stop was 11. And so I'm respectfully asking you if you can stay a little bit over, but I'm going to just flag for my colleagues for that reason. We're going to go to the financial transfers section first, seeing that that takes a lot of, or it has to deal with the Treasury and with Chief Grafenberger in particular. And so that's in section 3 of the ordinance, and then we can go through it line by line, going to back to the beginning.
And I can probably stay until about 11:15, so
Okay.
that works.
Okay. Thank you. So everybody should have section 3 in front of them and the packet that was passed out. We'll start with the first sentence.
Okay.
Upon the effective date of this ordinance, as defined in section 5, and consistent with the city charter and state law, and from time to time thereafter, the BPDA shall transfer funds to the city to fulfill the purpose of the department and to fulfill its statutory duties, in parentheses, the financial transfers, period. So I have a couple questions that come from this, and again, if colleagues have questions, thoughts, suggestions, please put your light on and I will call on you. My first question has to do with the phrase consistent with the city charter and state law. I'm wondering what section of the city charter you're referring to, so we can simply reference it. And that might not be a question for you, but generally for the panel.
Excuse me. Happy to follow up with legal on that, just to make sure if there is a specific section that it's referencing. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Does anybody know?
I do not know, but I think the general point is that the City Council has financial oversight of all city department budgets, and we don't want to do anything different here. We want to ensure that the City Council has all its full powers over departmental oversight that exists today in this new department.
Okay, and was there a reason why the specific provision of the city charter wasn't referenced?
No.
Okay.
Happy to clear that up. It's just, I think we don't want to, if we called out specific sections of the charter, it could be interpreted that other sections of the charter did not apply. We want all sections, everything that every power that the City Council has should exist in the oversight of this new department.
Okay, so you're not being exclusive. You're
Right.
just broadly speaking and deploying brevity for that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and then moving on, and from time to time thereafter, can you just explain why this phrase was included in the sentence? What is the expected frequency of the financial transfers? How often can we anticipate appropriation orders if they are coming through appropriation orders? So can you just talk through what the financial transfer structure looks like and how we might have oversight over that?
Sure. So I don't think we've quite figured out the right cadence of transfer. I think one option to consider, and I think a lot of this would be spelled out in a memorandum of agreement with the BPDA, is the timing of those transfers. So one consideration could be quarterly, but again, it hasn't been decided. I think really just something we would include as part of the memorandum of agreement, but not wanting to commit us to any particular cadence in the ordinance, allowing us to have that flexibility.
And then the last part of the question, which was, what is the function of the financial transfer? Like, how will that come in front of the city council? Will it come through an accept and expend? Or?
Yeah. So the way the ordinance is written and sort of how we're envisioning it is that not to have every financial transfer to support the operating budget of the planning department, to have that not be an accept and expend, to have that be something that can happen, excuse me, without approval of every transfer. And so the theory there is that you all, as part of the budget process, when approving the overall budget for the planning department, will be basically giving your approval for the department to spend that much, and then throughout the year, at whatever cadence we decide makes sense, we will be taking revenue transfers from the BPDA to support the amount of expenditures that the council has approved through the budget process.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on this sentence before we move on? Oh, Councilor Louisiane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Grafenberger, for that answer. With respect to our current approval, that would mean then that the cadence would not come before the intervals, and the approval of or amendments to or changes to the cadence, city council wouldn't have any oversight over that. Or like, you know, I guess let me step back. Councilor Chair Coletta, you asked for you asked via 17F for the MOA. And
Yes.
is it for this MOA that you were asking for?
Correct, and my
And we
next
don't have
question was to ask whether or not we have that language. Was that included in the RFI?
The MOA is not drafted.
Okay, then I think it would be useful for us to, I mean, I had asked for that even before the hearing. And so I think that this is a huge portion of this ordinance. If we don't have it in front of us today, could you get very detailed of what is going to be included in the MOA, what conversations have already happened, just so we can make more informed decisions and ask informed questions?
Yeah, and just on the MOA, and we talked about this a little bit in the hearing last week, it's really meant to be a very simple document that talks about just the timing of those transactions. All of the decisions about how much the department spends and what they, you know, kind of spend it on is all will be part of the budget process. So the mayor will introduce a budget in April. It'll include an appropriation for the planning department. The planning department will come here. You will ask them questions. You will, you know, pick at their budget proposal. You will make suggestions, and then ultimately you will approve an amount for that department that reflects activities that you feel the department should be doing. And then all the MOA will really do is throughout the year just govern the timing of when we will take in revenue to support the expenditures that we'll be incurring on the city side. That's really all it is. Very straightforward, simple, kind of procedural of how we support the expenditures that you all will have reviewed, had discussions about, and ultimately approved.
And if I can just jump in, this is on page 5. If you have the request for information in front of you, it's on page 5, continues to page 6. That is what Chief Grafenberger spelled out is essentially the MOA. The only thing that I think we haven't quite figured out all the details of is the frequency of the financial transfer, whether it's monthly, quarterly, biannually, and to the extent that it says will be amended from time to time, that's probably the thing that we will change, because I think it's important to point out that basically all of the revenues that will support the Planning and Development Agency are real estate revenues from the BPDA, and they're either things like parking revenue or tenant rent payments. Our tenants in the BPDA pay, like any tenants pay their rent monthly in arrears. That means money comes into our bank account at the beginning of every month. Some people are late, we'll clean it up, check it, get it all in, and then there's cash in the bank account to push over. So we're not holding a ton of cash on hand at any given point. And our stated intention here is...
Sorry, who's we?
We the BPDA.
Okay.
We the BPDA are not holding a lot of cash in our bank account because we're using it to then cover our expenses. It's very revolving because of the way rent revenues work. And the goal is to move property over to the city. That becomes general fund revenue at that point, subject to all the oversight and power of the city council. The MOA is not relevant anymore at that point once the property moves over, but that's going to take us some time to do. And you could imagine a situation where at the beginning we set this up to be transferred every 3 months, but as we have less property on the city side, it's like we may want to build up that bank account a little bit before we move the money over. So those are the things we're going to figure out as we go. It's going to be changed in the years ahead. I think some of we're really trying to lean into financial transparency here. So I think there's this, I get the sense that there are those that might think we're hiding the ball in some way by not having the MOA drafted, but it's just like, this is basically all it is. It is not that complex of a thing, and as the BPDA becomes smaller, all these revenues just become city revenues.
Do you have another question? Just a quick follow-up. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Chief Grafenberger will follow up, and maybe Devin, you too, in terms of, does that mean, is there going to be a percentage of allocation moving from the BPDA to the planning department that would be outlined in the MOA, or will you not need a percentage because you're saying BPDA is going to continue its practice of not holding on to a lot of cash, and all of the cash that the BPDA receives will be for the planning department, and the only cash that the BPDA is holding on to is for its own operations?
So I don't think that MOA would spell out a particular percentage. We've sort of envisioned this as being a budget neutral transaction in the first, couple of years at least, until property changes hands and the BPDA gets smaller. So I think when the MOA is drafted, we would intentionally not include an amount, because the idea is that it would be dictated by whatever budget is set by the council and the mayor. And that it would be the amount that they would send over to meet the expenditures that are approved in the budget.
So it would be set by, so it's the MOA, right, is the governing document. It's going to set the frequency. But the amount of money that occurs within that frequency is already established through the budget process.
Correct.
Exactly. And can you just go through the budget, that whole process where the BPDA is going to have to allocate money based on the estimates of what payroll, contracted services, all the debt liabilities, whatever is included in that.
Yep.
And then it has to come to us.
Yep.
We approve it, and then it goes back up to the BPDA board. Is that correct? Or you feel free to add.
Yeah, so basically what you outlined. So right now, we're working really closely with the BPDA to figure out what expenses this planning department is going to incur on the city side for FY25. So it's all of that. It's the payroll, contracted services, and all of the kind of central expenses that the city incurs, benefits, pension, all of that. So we're figuring out. So in the budget that we're going to introduce in about a month, you'll see those costs reflected. And then, sorry, getting over a cold, so I forget your last part of your sentence. So then, yes, the budget you approve will govern that amount, and that will be sort of like the upper limit of what can come to the city from the BPDA to meet those expenses.
Great. And one last question, I would love to go to Councilman here, who's being very patient. Will we see within these financial transfers, I guess, where will we see where we're pulling this revenue from individual line items? So are we pulling from ground leases? Are we pulling from gifts, grants? I know that we don't really have too much, but within each financial transfer, will we see the individual buckets of money that we're pulling from?
So you'd be able to see that through the BPDA's financial statements. It would just come over to the city as a check, but it's already very easy to answer. It's real estate revenue. All of our operating expenses and basically all of our capital expenses, unless we get a big grant from somewhere else, are paid for through the real estate revenues of the BPDA. I think it's really important to articulate we receive no developer funds, no mitigation payments, no community benefits payments that fund the operations of the BPDA. So it's really one source. There's some specific sub-sources, whether it's parking, ground leases, tenant suite leases, sale of real estate, but whatever it is, it's real estate.
Thank you. I have questions about community mitigation and developer funds
Sure
later,
you
but
do.
I would love to go to Councilor Mejia.
Chair, I always ask myself, who is overseeing the overseers, right? And I think that there was some push here to have some sort of community oversight and some engagement. And I'm curious, as we move through this process, what opportunities, if any, exist around, the transfers, and if there's opportunities for folks to be engaged in overseeing us and what that would look like. And then I'm also curious here, the last sentence under section 8-14.5 states, and I'll just read what I'm curious about here. It says, without further authorization. Can you explain that to me so that I understand what we're signing up for here? What does that mean?
Yeah, let me take the first question. I can start and I'll pass it over to Chief Grafenberger.
And if I can just add on to that, can you just reference what approval process this part of the ordinance is looking to override?
Yeah. So, okay, a couple different questions there. So let's make sure we cover them all. On I think staying within the financial component, because I'm sure your question is larger than financial, but for the moment, staying within the financial area.
Yeah, in regards to oversight.
Yes.
Like, I am curious about what oversight looks like in the financial space for community.
Excellent. So the answer to that is this city council. The city council currently has no financial oversight over the BPDA's budget, no authority over it, and there are no requirements for any transparency. We willingly participate in the budget process. We come down and provide an overview, but that's new and not something we're required to do. There are no legal authorities for that. So the oversight is the budget process. There will be, like any other department in the city, it's the same community oversight in all the parts of the budget process that involve community members. Right now, this is completely and utterly not community involved. It is set upstairs. We try to be really transparent because the new administration we care a lot about that, and previous administrations have moved the ball forward on that quite a bit, but there are no legal requirements for it. We're trying to end that opaque era and start a new city planning department that is just like any other department in the city and has the same community oversight empowered by the elected representatives of Boston, the city council.
So before you go on, just want to stay there real quick. I know that through the Boston Jobs Residency, there are ordinances where there's reviews on a regular basis. What would that look like in terms of oversight for more public oversight and input in regards to the financials?
So outside of the financials, I think there's a lot we can talk about in oversight. In my understanding of financial oversight and reporting, and I invite my colleagues who know a lot about this to jump in, the budget process is the primary process, although there's also the city's requirements for audits, which would also be subject to this department. The city council is empowered to call us down and talk about any department's performance, and whether that's financial performance or otherwise. I think I'm putting a lot of emphasis on the council itself, but if there are other mechanisms, we're open to talking about it.
Okay, so I think that what I really want to put a pin on right here is we've heard a lot from community around the role that they play in the decision-making process, and I think that with so much at stake in terms of so many dollars being moved from here to there, that it's just a consideration in terms of having some sort of formal process in which community, besides the city council, yes, I understand that we're a part of that, but if there was a mechanism, Chair, for us to consider an additional layer where there is like a public hearing or some sort of conversation that happens where community has an opportunity to review the financials and to have some input, then I think because the goal here is to get to the middle where everyone feels like they've lost and everyone feels like they've won, right? Like the goal is to do this in a way that everyone feels affirmed. And so if there's a way for us within the context of this particular section, come up with some language that allows for some sort of community process or input or audit or hearing, then maybe this is an opportunity for us to unpack that. And that's really like where I'm trying to get to as it relates to the financials conversation. And I don't know if that's helpful, Chair.
It is, and thank you so much, Council Mejia. We were, it could be as easy as adding in a line that says with City Council approval. I have issues with the phrase may be amended from time to time in the next sentence. I think the goal here with the financial transfer MOA is to really bake in that transparency and that oversight that you're talking about. So that's why this MOA is so important, where we will be able to mandate the financial transparency that we're asking for, where we mandate the document review that we're all asking for as well too. So it could be as easy as adding in different language like that. That's actually one of my recommendations, is adding with City Council approval. I do have a question about maybe amended from time to time.
Could I add one more thing?
Sure, and then I'll go to Councilor Durkin, who's been very
I just want to just follow that thread real quick. Is that I think as we create policies and protocols and procedures, that it is important for us to get really clear that the mandate comes with an action, whereas we're going to host 2 hearings biannually. I want specifics. Like this is like entering a long-term relationship. I want a commitment that you're going to do your part, and I want that commitment in writing. And so that's what I'm looking for in this particular section, is that, yes, the language is mandate, but I want to be laser focused on what that would look like. And maybe it's 2 hearings a year, maybe whatever that looks like. I just feel like it would make me feel more comfortable if I knew we were getting to a place that feels more commitment from your part of the aisle.
Thank you for those suggestions. Bruce, was it Bruce Bowling who did the BRJP in his infinite wisdom? Chuck Turner, excuse me, who did the 2 biannual hearings, which I think is great. We could certainly consider it as part of the suggestions and amendment process. I do want to go to Councilor Durkin now.
Thank you. I guess I wanted to hear a little more from Chief Grafensberger about, I know you mentioned in the last hearing about how the city does a lot of MOAs already, and so would this look in line with what already exists in terms of what MOAs that the city usually puts together?
So I don't think there's sort of like a one-size-fits-all MOA. I think they can look and feel very differently depending on the topic. And so I don't want to say that this would look like all of the others because they range so widely. But, you know, to kind of reiterate the point I was making earlier, really the intention behind this would be for it to be really just governing the transaction that will be set by the budget reviewed and approved by the council.
Thank you. And I think the context that I got from last hearing was that the BPDA becoming the planning department will be a city department, which will be governed by, we will be able to pull in the BPDA or the planning department at any time, given that we have the power to create hearings. And obviously the BPDA right now appears before us through hearings. So I think that, and that you will take part in the budget process like all other city departments. But I'm wondering if that like is properly codified in this language. I think that it is because it's a city department, and I think because of the way that it's cushioned within it's underneath in this ordinance is amending the city departments that exist. So I believe that this is just governed by every other, you know, what we expect of every other city department. But just putting that question out there more broadly, if you feel that this ordinance does everything it can to properly position the BPDA as the planning department, and that we have all the powers that we would have with any other city department.
Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent, I think this ordinance is suffering from its own simplicity, right? We didn't spell out every power the city council has over this new department because it's a new department that the city council has all the powers it normally has over, right? Think of it, the regulation oversight you have over BTD or parks or the mayor's office of housing. That's what you're gaining. And that's what doesn't exist today. So, and I think that was a major theme of the testimony from earlier, that there is no oversight and control, and we're particularly in the financial space over the BPDA. That's true. We want to end that era, and that's the intent of this ordinance. And so I think we could itemize all the powers the city council has, but that would be redundant to the charter because that's where the council derives its power.
And I just would be remiss if I didn't mention the, financial director for the BPDA has left recently. So I'm just curious who's doing the majority of the work in terms of, is that you, Chief Grafensberger? Or is there someone else
so I think go ahead, Teresa, you can explain what's happening on your side and I can explain our side.
Sure. So Michelle Goldberger, longtime finance director, left a couple of months ago. We have an interim finance director, Tim Mathis, who is serving as the deputy finance director, who will continue in that role for the time being.
So for me, I think my concerns over the financial transfers are less the cadence of those financial transfers and more that those financial transfers match in totality in the fiscal year what we've approved through the city council. And so I just want to state that. I think it's pretty clearly written here, but I just wanted to state that. And then alternatively, wanted to mention, obviously, if in the case that the home rule petition is not passed, and I know that a little over 50 employees are staying at the BPDA, I'm wondering about the financial transparency of what's happening at the BPDA outside of what's happening at the city, and whether the BPDA will be willing to speak in hearings to what the financial side of the BPDA is in addition to the planning department.
I do just want to add on that too, that I think that's a great point, Councilor Durkin. I think my goal with the MOA and or any other mechanism is to be able to review all BPDA documents and through its totality for, or whatever successor entity it is, so that during budget cycle, we know exactly what we're negotiating with. It's not a black box of funds that lives separately, right? And so as part of the MOA, I would love to get that transparency, at least when it comes to finances, to that point. But it does, if anybody wants to respond to that. And then we have Councilor Braden as well.
And I just want to explain that too, that there are two sides of the coin here, because the BPDA has been a place that funds very important projects through the city that we have not always had funds to be able to deliver on through the city. So it's both creating that transparency, but also the flexibility that is needed to deliver for our neighborhoods. So go ahead.
This is working. There we go. Thank you, Councilor. Great question. I think, so I guess the basic answer is yes. Like, we're very open. The goal is financial transparency. The goal is to move the cost centers from the city, from the BPDA to the city over time. In year one, there will still be cost centers on the BPDA side. We're very, very open and very mission and values aligned to sharing that information. As more of the cost centers shift to the city city council's control and oversight is very clear and very enumerated. But we are keeping a small planning and development agency for that flexibility you mentioned. So yes.
Thank you. So we are beyond to the second sentence here today, so I'll just read it out loud for those who are listening in. So the city and the BPDA shall execute a memorandum of agreement, the financial transfer MOA, which financial transfer MOAs may be amended from time to time. And my suggestion here is to put with city council approval to memorialize the process by which the financial transfers will be effectuated for any financial transfers completed after the effective date of the MOA of this ordinance. I do just want to flag that the specific phrase may be amended from time to time is extremely vague. And it sets the stage for the BPDA to amend this very important document that dictates financial oversight whenever they want. So I guess you just explain to me the reasoning behind adding this particular phrase. And is there precedent set where any other department does this?
Okay.
So I think the thinking behind including language from time to time is MOAs tend to be sort of living documents, right? That can, we're going to write something that makes sense for this upcoming year that will spell out a cadence of transfers that makes sense for this fiscal year, and perhaps over time as more of the revenue generating assets move to the city, we have different needs for when money comes to the city. So I think that's really all it is just giving us the flexibility to change timing of transfers more than anything.
And I'm not aware of, I think many MOAs are amended, and I'm not aware of MOAs off the top of my head, maybe they exist, maybe they don't, where those MOAs need to go back to a full council hearing for the purposes of changing small things like the frequency of payment. Honestly, I appreciate all the questions about this, because we really want to be as transparent as possible, but this is really about paying the bills, right? We want to make sure that the money, that the bills are going to be on the city's side now, because we're moving as much money as possible and much staff and costs and control as possible to the city's side. Over time, we'll move the revenue too, but at the initial period of time, there's going to be money coming on the BPDA side. We just got to get that money to the city so the city can pay the planning bills. We don't want the bills going unpaid or the city floating the money.
Exactly. I mean, it's really protecting the general fund. We're going to be incurring these costs on the city side. We have a revenue source that's going to cover those costs. And to the extent that we create delays in getting those funds over to the city, it's just going to put strain on the rest of the general fund and all of our other revenue and needs.
Yeah, you can understand why we're asking so many questions. We don't have language in front of us, which is why I think that you're hearing from us, so that we just want to be as thorough as we can, which is why I think before this even goes to a vote or whatever the next sequence of events is, that we just take a look at something and that we're able to fully get a full grasp of what this MOA will encompass. So thank you. I will go to Councilor Braden. She's been waiting, and then I'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot to unpack here. It would be really helpful if, we're sort of talking about the concept, vague idea that we will write a budget, a planning budget, a planning department budget, and we'll send it to, it'll be approved by the City Council. We'll send it to the BRA board, or the BPDA board, BRA board, which still continues to exist, and that they'll be the golden goose, and they'll pay for our expenses. But it's very unclear, like looking at the expenses reported for the annual report for previous presentations to the City Council by the BPDA. The numbers are all over the place. Like contractual services for 2023 was 32 million. Administrative expenses, personnel, property management, blah, blah. We're trying to get our heads around something that's sort of it's sort of nebulous. We can't really figure out like exactly how much. And in our conversations with the BPDA over the past several years was, why are you not doing a district-wide plan for here or for there or that? And they always said they didn't have money for planning. And now we're asked to sort of take it on good faith that they will cough up enough money to support a robust planning department for the first time since the 1960s. That we will have an in-house, substantial, highly functioning planning department in the city. In 1960 there was a special act. Massachusetts legislature abolished our planning board and transferred the staff to the BRA at the time, and the functions, duties and responsibilities of the general city planning were assumed by the BRA. We want to claw that all back in-house now and take it back and have it funded adequately. But I'm worried, we need to know, well, exactly how much is that projected cost? Like, we have to have some idea what we're talking about here. What is the projected cost, ballpark figure? The planning department, I have a number here, planning department financial year 2020 was 8.5 million. But then there's contractual services for 2023 for 32 million. What are we talking about here? And we need to have some clear idea, really re-establishing a planning function in the city of Boston in reversing history is a moment in history. We have to get this right, and we have to ensure that we are funding it appropriately. And I also have concerns, like one of our speakers this morning talked about resiliency and concerns about climate impacts. The vestiges of the BRA that are going to be left behind are going to be responsible for property management in a time of incredible climate stress and rising sea levels. So, I'm imagining that their need for money is going to increase over time. So I'm really wondering, how's this all going to balance out? They've been telling us that they haven't been able to do citywide planning because they haven't had the money, and then all of a sudden there's money, so it doesn't add up.
Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly why the City Council needs to have control of this entity, so that can be transparent and a discussion that the City Council is empowered to have. They be able to ask us, be able to see the financials, be able to talk about where the money's being spent, if it's being spent, and we're spending enough in resiliency, or we're spending enough in planning. And today, the BPDA's revenue to support planning functions is constrained by real estate. we're proposing a budget neutral transaction. But should the city council decide, or in the future, the mayor or the administration decide to spend more money on planning services or resiliency services, we will now be empowered to do so. So I completely agree.
But I really worry about that statement. The ability to do planning is constrained by real estate. Like, I think our constraints are going to increase going forward. So that means it's not a budget neutral question here, I don't think, going forward. Like, I would love to see a proposed like skeleton budget of what a request, what our budget's going to look like this year, maybe projected forward, just to get an idea of like how much will the general fund, how much will the city's revenue be needed to supplement what can come in from the BRA to support our in-house planning department.
Are we worried about our property tax revenue at all?
Well,
or our leases or anything like that? Can you just elaborate on?
Today, no property taxes. There's no public dollars. There's no money from the general fund. The city is not supporting the BPDA. It is a totally separate revenue source.
Excuse me, and ground leases.
The ground leases.
What you own.
Yeah, and I think we talked about a little bit of this last hearing. And their ground leases are the majority of our revenue. They're very stable. They're multiple. They're generally 70 to 99-year leases. They are usually backstopped. They usually have investors with mortgages on the lease. So in the event that there's some sort of trouble with the actual business, oftentimes, this has not happened in my knowledge, but if a business were to hit dire straits, we did a lot of work on this during COVID. It would be likely that the bank would then step in and start paying the rent payments because they wouldn't want to lose the leveraged asset. So there is no short-term risk to the BPDA's revenue stream, but there isn't any oversight of it and by this council, and that's the intent of this ordinance, to bring the planning department in. So they're all exceptionally great questions. Happy to provide our existing budget, because that would be essentially the budget and revenue forecasts for the new department. There is no forecast for the need for tax dollars to support the planning department. That's not an issue that we foresee.
Yeah, but again, I'm going back to that constrained by revenue. And they've been telling us for years that there isn't enough money to do more planning. Right. So it doesn't add up.
And I think that underscores the point that I made earlier, that we need to be able to build in, and Council Mejia's point as well too, we need to build in a mechanism to see all BPDA accounts, revenue, expenses, accounting transactions, so that there is at least some stability and understanding of the council before we go into the budget, to understand what is exactly happening financially in both the BPDA, the successor entity, and the planning department. I'm going to shift to Councilor Durkin, and then you have to go.
Do you have a question for me?
Yeah. If anybody has questions for Councilor, or excuse me, I just gave you a word. Chief Rothenberger.
Oh, I think you can go. I think that's
Or does anybody else have questions for the chief before she goes? I did publicly notice this.
I know.
2 weeks ago.
I know. I apologize. We're in budget meetings with the mayor, so I apologize.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Councilor
never mind.
Worrell.
That's
And
fine.
then
That's fine.
just really quick, just for clarity, Councilor Durkin did have a question. Then I'm going to go to Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Worrell, and then Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. But please ask your question.
Just quickly, I keep on hearing that we'll have the same powers as any department, but just for clarity, we don't have amendment powers for the new planning department, correct?
So you would have the ability to amend the overall, amount. But what I think would maybe feel different is because the operations of that department are being supported by a external revenue source, the BPDA. That will be kind of, they're buying planning services from the city. So unless the city and the BPDA agree to buy something other than planning services, you wouldn't really be able to take that revenue and put it into a different purpose that is not agreed upon. So I think that's initially sort of how that would work. But to Devin's point, as those revenue generating assets come over to the city and that becomes general fund, you'd sort of have that same flexibility like you do otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Councilor Durkin?
So my question actually dovetails a little bit on that one, but it was following up on, obviously a lot of money moves between the BPDA and our city departments. I think about some of the mitigation that's moved between the BPDA and BTD. Currently, if the planning ordinance, the planning department ordinance passes, and we have control over the budget, would it be possible that those would be part of the MOA, or do you think that those would continue to be separate in the city council agenda, the way that we move currently? Money moves between the BPDA and BTD and the BPDA and other. Would that be part of the planning department, and then that money would move internally, or would we do it separately like we do now for mitigation?
I'll start.
And actually, would the city continue to take that money in for would the city take that money in for mitigation now, or would the BPDA continue to take in mitigation money for the?
So the BPDA would continue to take in the mitigation money and would likely continue to go through the accept and expend process. A reminder that the term mitigation refers to the money we take in that goes to the city departments that come out of the Article 80 process.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And you answered that more eloquently than I asked it, so thank you. Okay, that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Councilor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, piggybacking on Councilor Braden and what she asked about real estate restricting the ability to fund planning. I'm thinking about the Office of Workforce Development, because that's kind of been the litmus test so far, right, of moving it over to the city and seeing how that is operated and currently stands. That is typically funded through pilot programs, right, through the folks at, whether it's the Innovation Design Building, things like that. And so those are sort of economic indicators in a way that that can fluctuate. When things are good, and we can fund more. And when things turn bad, like in 2008, when people had to take pay reductions and we had to do layoffs, things go bad, and the budget is not there to fund many things, right? Is that in any way a potential risk for this planning department of if we ever hit an economic downturn, to say, well, we have to stop funding planning, or we don't have money for that anymore, or that's going to have to take a cut, and potentially plans are put on hold or shelved permanently?
So, of course, no one has a crystal ball, but I think in terms of the way our real estate revenue works, actually, maybe I should start with the Office of Workforce Development, since you mentioned it. So the Office of Workforce Development, largely funded through federal grants. I think their budget this year is around $60 million. I think $58 million of that or so comes from federal grants. And there is, as you know better than anyone, one pilot payment that generally supports the Office of Workforce Development. So we're trying to figure out the right way to make sure that pilot payment continues to support them, but it's a very small part of their overall budget. They're very stably externally funded. As the way they operate, they don't really get a lot of support from our planning and development real estate side. As you look to the future, again, it's the real estate revenues that support the planning and development activities of the BPDA. As you know better than most, their big chunks of those are parking and then our lease revenue. Our lease revenue, pretty darn stable. We can forecast it out for the next 70 years, according to our lease agreements. We've got a couple of developments in the pipeline in the Marine Park, a couple have just come online that have dramatically increased that revenue because there needs new life science developments that will help make sure we're very well funded into the future. So I'd say we're in a very, very strong position at the moment, and in a way that is sort of insulated from market fluctuation because of the nature of a ground lease. Of course, parking's a little bit different, right? We've all seen this when people stopped coming to the office in 2020. That took a big hit, but then it came back. And I think over time, we don't want to be in the parking business anyways. We'd like to be in the community development business. So I think as we find other sources of revenue, we can get out of that business entirely.
Thank you. So kind of the same question, there's a capital budget as well, right? And we have some non-revenue generating property, the harbor walks, the jetties, Long Wharf, the piers we own, et cetera, at the moment. Those need maintenance as well, right? And so do we know what the number is for our capital budget at the moment? Or is it currently or capital needs in the future?
Yeah. The outstanding capital needs of the BPDA is upwards of $400 million. That includes about $150 million of resiliency needs on Long Wharf and the Marine Park as being like the two largest cost centers for capital needs improvement. It's just part of the same challenge we're facing as a city, thinking about all of our coastal property and the need for climate, coastal sea level rise mitigation. And then we've got places like Pier 5 in the Marine Park, Pier 4 in the Marine Park, we're doing a major capital improvement, as you well know, where we need to continue to make improvements, make improvements to our leased buildings. To the extent that those stay on the BPDA side of the ledger, there needs to be revenue sources that keep continuing to fund those capital improvements. If those move to the city side of the ledger, then they have the revenue associated with them, and then the city's broader sources of funding could support the capital improvements. But the way I think we are approaching this in the initial years is probably many of those more expensive capital intensive projects are probably going to remain on the BPDA side, funded through BPDA revenues. But again, all the costs shifted to the city will be covered. It's meant to be a budget neutral transition.
I only bring it up, and I ask these as potential risks, right? I'm not saying this is a given. But I think we talk about the climate change and the need for the resiliency infrastructure and the amount that we will have to put into that. I wonder, saying, okay, if that 400, north of 400 number doubles, right, or whatever it might be that comes in the future, does that in any way hinder, okay, well, listen, city, we can't cut you that check this time to time, right, for the money, because we need to invest elsewhere, or is that money separate and we're not worried about taking from Peter to pay Paul?
I mean, the BPDA is going to have to cover its expenses, including the expenses that it's incurring by transferring staff to the city. I think, again, long-term revenue forecast looks really great, and we've done some, work together on this. A good opportunity to plug our efforts to ensure that private parties, particularly in the Marine Park, are responsible for funding coastal mitigation. So there's a lot of new revenue sources that are out there. These are great questions, but I don't think take away from the foundational point, which is the city does not have any financial oversight over the BPDA today. We have a mechanism to create a planning department without incurring new costs.
Okay.
So I'll just end with saying, in general, I do have a fear of the more money moves, sometimes the less transparent it can be. So I know we're doing this for the sake of transparency, but it seems to be a lot of money moving around. It's harder to follow. My hope is that it does not result in less transparency in the future. But again, just stating these to put it out there in the universe. I'm not saying that that's what will occur. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concerns are less about the monies. Obviously, it's to me at least, it's straightforward. You have to, by law, you have to comply with certain guidelines in terms of the employees, and in terms of the budget for this office or department. But I do, just for out of curiosity, I do have some questions about just your revenue and what does it look like in terms of the hit that you're going to take. Where does BPDA, pretend I know nothing, where does BPDA get their money?
So $60 million is the Office of Workforce Development, sort of a separate thing, right? So last year we had about 100, this year we have about $120 million budget. Take that $60 million out, then we're left with another $60 million. That $60 million, and I wish I had brought the pie chart, we can get it for you after this. And Teresa may know this better, so start, no, you have it. Do you want to take this since it's in front of you? Or I can do it.
No, I have it, it's okay. Right here. So for FY23, the parking revenue was a little over 16 million. Rental and lease payments were about 41 million, and the sale of real estate equaled about 3 million.
Sorry, parking 60?
Parking, 16.
16?
Yep, rental is 41, and sale of real estate is 3.5 essentially. Equity participation is about 1.3 million. And I think the rest of the revenue.
And that's
And
it. That gets you
just
to
calling
basically
out
that
that this
60.
is on page 2 of our RFI.
And what is the percentage that you anticipate for the department?
Sorry, can you say that again?
What is the percentage that you anticipate for this department?
We're still in year one. We're still finalizing this. And for the April budget, we'll have a firm proposal. But right now, it's shaping up to be about $25 million.
What's that percentage?
It's about half, a little less than half of the 60.
So when this department takes about a little less than half of your revenue, what will BPDA be doing outside of this department? What else?
What
what's left?
costs will remain on the
What
BPDA
costs
side?
will remain?
Yeah, so, first, staff. So staff, personnel is our largest expenditure. So,
What do they do?
The staff that will remain at the BPDA, they're only remaining for one reason. This is the thing and one of the reasons why Alex is here, the thing we were talking about in the first hearing. There are a certain number of staff that have been with the agency been with the EDIC for a very long time. The EDIC does not have a pension program, does not participate in the pension program. They're not allowed to offer it. Those staff, if they joined the city tomorrow, would have to enter the pension program. And for a staff member that's been with the agency for 30 years, is nearing retirement, there's no value proposition for them paying their last couple of years into a pension that they'll never get to see. So we're allowing staff that are over 5 years of service or over the age of 50 to choose if they would want to remain on the quasi-governmental BPDA side for one reason only, which is to continue to participate in the 401A, which is like a 401K for government. So that's what they'll do. They will do their new job in the city planning department, but they'll get paid by the quasi-governmental so they can keep that retirement benefit.
Sorry, so there's non-municipal use properties that are still going to live in the BBDA for a time being. Is there going to be an expense, an anticipated expense for that for the next fiscal year?
Yeah, that was
It's a little bit more than half.
Yeah, so we got so what will remain, going back to your question about what will remain. So people is a big chunk of it, and then basically the remainder of it is property expenses and those seawalls and capital projects and property maintenance expenses.
Are there any restrictions as to where you can take revenue from to the city or not?
I don't know if I totally understand the question.
For example, could I take money specifically from parking and send it to the city for this department? Could I take it from rental? Could I take it from sales, real estate? Could I take it from equity participation? Are there restrictions, or have you determined where the revenue will come from?
It's all sort of blended into our general fund. We don't have a lot of restricted revenue because it's real estate revenue.
It's all revenue. You'll take a chunk.
Dollars.
You'll send it to the city.
It doesn't matter where the dollar
No
comes
restrictions.
from. No.
Okay. And so once the department is created, this MOU, to my understanding, pretty straightforward. This is the amount. Send it. Can you break down for what use would this department use contractual funds for?
Yeah. There's really two big categories for contracted services. Some of it is property management contracted services, but since the real estate's going to move over more slowly than the people in other activities, the other major contracted service is consultants and planning studies, architectural services, engineering, data services. Like, these are the things that when we go to do a planning study in a neighborhood and are asked to really look into the numbers, look into the transportation impacts, all that, we hire out experts, and that's where that money usually goes.
Can you explain to me the cab that used to exist? What is it? What purpose did it serve?
I don't know if I'm
Community
familiar.
Advisory Board?
No, I'm not know if I don't know if I'm familiar with the Community Advisory Board that used to exist.
Oh, okay. It was a thing, and then it got taken away through BPDA?
What year, Councilor Fernandez?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Counselor, I don't know what you're.
I'd have to go back. I don't have the year off the top of on my notes, but I'd have to. Somewhat 20 years ago. Were you around 20 years ago?
No, sorry.
Oh, all right.
2010.
All right. Tell me about what you think is not working through what is it, IAGs?
Happy to. I think it goes not a little bit, it goes dramatically outside the scope of this ordinance, because that's really about how we do the business of planning.
It does, but it doesn't. It's kind of like the reason why we're all saying that the budget is not a real oversight, because if the budget is already decided, no one is going to lay off people. We can only decrease it, increase it. No one's laying off people, right? So the budget will be approved, so it's not really an oversight. And that's what I know.
I'm happy to answer the question.
So we think that there's a lack of community voice through this department.
Mm-hmm.
And so tell me, or with what's existing right now, IAGs, tell me what's the problem with it.
Yeah.
You've said it on the floor that you think it's flawed and it needs help.
Yeah, and I think you're probably intimately aware of this yourself as well. So impact advisory groups are formed through Article 80 to advise on the expenditure of community benefits funds. And we, through our Article 80 reform effort, did a lot of analysis of who has participated in IAGs in the past, and we also surveyed we gave the opportunity for every IAG member who has served in the past to give us their feedback on what we can improve. On the demographic side, IAG participation skews predominantly wealthier, predominantly whiter, and predominantly more homeownership than the actual demographics of Boston by a wide margin. And we don't believe that the participation in IAGs today is particularly equitable, and we would like to significantly change that. Whether that means, I think this is an open question that we would have a dialogue we're having with communities now around what should that reform look like. We do not have a specific solution articulated yet. We'd like to form that with community members.
I think my time is up. Just to finalize my round.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask you this? How does the proposed Article 80 reform then change that?
Exactly that way, right? We want to hear from community how should we do away with IAGs and create a new structure, or should we reform the IAG structure in X, Y, or Z way to increase authentic community participation?
How?
Increase by both who participates, how they participate, how we reach people, and maybe how IAGs are
But
formed.
IAGs with better intentions, or IAGs just warmer IAGs?
Or with more diverse, more authentic, more reflective of the city of Boston's demography, that the participation in the IAG itself, or maybe we need to supplement that with other forms of feedback so that we're actually hearing from people who don't have the time to serve on IAGs, but we're hearing from people in other ways in order to impact the results of projects. So we're very open to prescriptive solutions on this.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I do just want to call out that if folks have ideas, thoughts, comments about a community advisory board, council, whatever it is, if we can put it in a parking lot, I do want to circle back to it. It is still my goal to go line by line, and so if we can anchor ourselves in that purpose, I would definitely appreciate it, but I understand that people have a lot of questions that will influence their potential suggestions, amendments, and their thoughts. So, but being respectful of my colleagues, Councilor Santana and then Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. I have just two questions. And thank you again for being here. I just want to follow up on an earlier question from one of my colleagues about any concern about revenue decreases based on current market conditions. You know, the BRA, BPDA has been self-funded for decades. And economic conditions have changed a lot over that time. The BPDA has seemingly weathered those changes. Are there any tools or decisions that the BPDA has used historically to ensure stable revenue or to like manage expenses that might be different in this new proposed arrangement?
I'm ready to jump in, Teresa. I'm not sure if there's anything that is particularly different. I mean, we employ 32 staff members in our finance department that are financial professionals because the BPDA's work is financially very complex. We will continue to employ them. I think while we've had many years of stable performance, and I think that is a credit to Teresa and our finance department and everyone who does the financial work of the agency. I think Councilor Fitzgerald was right. There were times where the agency had some financial hardship. My understanding is that had perhaps more to do with overspending of the agency's resources beyond its future revenues, and the move of the BPDA into the city would provide the CFO's office and this council the opportunity to look into those revenues, forecast them, oversee them, make sure we're being financially rational, reasonable, and responsible.
Great, thank you. And I touched on this, and I know you've all kind of touched on it multiple times, including last hearing. But I understand that there will be a transition period to transfer real estate holdings to the city of Boston. That obviously won't happen overnight, and I kind of want to understand, that once those transfers can take place, revenue from the transfer properties will become available to the city's general funds. I also understand that this plan, as proposed, a new version of the BPDA would also be necessary to continue holding some properties and revenue sources that wouldn't be also transferred. And I know you talked about it in that last hearing. Like, what are those specific properties or revenue sources that would not be able to be transferred? And can you confirm that under this plan, the BPDA would also would still have the ability to acquire new properties or revenue sources in the future that might expand to that portfolio of BPDA holdings that would not be allowed to be transferred over to the city?
So we would take the second part first. Yes, the BPDA will retain its property acquisition ability, but for entirely new reasons. The BPDA, in order to acquire a property, the BPDA would have to make a finding that this is from our home rule petition. That would have to make a finding that the acquisition of that property served a affordability goal, a climate resilience goal, or a community development social equity goal, and then we could move forward with acquiring the property. So yes to that. In terms of what property will not be transferred over, I think I used the example last time of parking being very easy, right? Like city already has parking lots. That seems like there's no real reason why we couldn't start moving on transferring those parking lots forthwith. And then I just want to hold up that ship repair business as a good example of probably what will never come over. And, it's New England's only dry dock ship repair business. There's really two questions that need to get answered. Is that a municipal use? I think the answer is no, but even if the answer could become yes, the other issue is the BPDA is exempt from Chapter 30B for real estate, and that means it can directly negotiate with its tenants to amend leases. And if the city was holding that lease and then something happened in the dry dock business and the tenant came to us and said, like, I really need to make this change to our lease to help our business thrive, it is entirely possible that depending on what that change was, that the city would need to put out an RFP for that change. Someone else might get the rights to it. It would become very complicated and potentially untenable for that really valuable, hardworking ship repair business to remain as viable and competitive as it is under a more restrictive property ownership model.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. Councilor Mejia?
Thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate you all breaking things down. There's a lot to unpack here. And so for me, I'm always more concerned about the process than I am just the outcome. And I think that how we get there is just equally as important. And so the whole idea, the vision was to abolish the BPDA, right? That was the goal. But it seems like we are morphing into having the BPDA now just live within, right? Are we abolishing it, or are we just changing the where they're going to be living?
I would say we're abolishing it. I mean, we're creating a new city planning department under city council's oversight as prescribed by the mayor's report. And the remaining entity that through our home rule petition would be much smaller and would only be able to take actions for a much smaller set of reasons.
I don't know, I still feel a little bit like, I'm still figuring that out. I don't see it in that way, and I'm sure,
Yeah.
And I'm also curious, and this is to the chair, it seems like for where we're at with this, I'm not sure what the timeline looks like, but I think in the spirit of really having a transparent process, I think that I don't feel comfortable in being in a space where we're gonna come back on Wednesday and put this up for a vote.
Oh, no.
Okay, no, I just wanna make sure that we're not gonna steamroll the process just because there's still a lot of things that have been, there still seems to be up in the air. So I'm gonna ask you this question, because we're talking about money and we're talking about the construct of this. I'm curious about when you're thinking about the community engagement process and the staffing, what does that look like under this in terms of language access, in terms of community processes? What does the budget look like to ensure that there is a robust mechanism in place for accountability and transparency? What does that look like?
Yeah, it's an awesome question and something we're really proud to be continuing to invest in. So we have created a community engagement division at the BPDA. We've been growing it over time. We're currently hiring for a Spanish language and Spanish population community engagement manager who can do our outreach primarily in Spanish. And then we do interpretive service. We're really leaned into our language access policies. We were at a community meeting last week that had simultaneous interpretation in 7 different languages, which was pretty impressive to see. It was a citywide meeting, and we wanted. I don't want to say that we're perfect at this, but this is something we spend a lot of time thinking about. We have a permanent person on staff full time. Her only job is language access. We have a diversity, equity, inclusion team with 3 people who they spend a lot of time thinking about
And I
this.
do appreciate that as the office that established the language access ordinance where information is. So I'm really excited to see that. I guess I'm still stuck on the accountability piece around community engagement. Like, how are we reconciling with what we hear from the community and the decisions that get ultimately made? What does that look like within the process of this? Like, where are the benchmarks? What are the goals? How are you gonna hold yourselves accountable to that process? Where does that look like here in like the property transfers? Like, what role?
Yeah, I guess there's really 2 answers to that. In scope of the ordinance, there's this hearing, there's this council, there's this council's oversight. That's why we're leaning into this. We're trying to democratize what the BPDA does and stop it's just one board over here outside of the city that makes all the decisions and bring it into the city like every other city department. And then of course there's the work of the agency, and the work of the agency is inherently controversial. And there is a lot of engagement we need to do, and we're going to keep doing better at it. There's always going to be making development decisions and planning decisions. There's always going to be trade-offs. There's always going to be people who felt like we didn't do enough, or we didn't go, or did too much, and that's we just need to keep getting better at having that type of dialogue.
I appreciate it, and I know that we have other colleagues that need to speak. The whole idea is for these working sessions is for us to really unpack things that are top of mind for us, and I'm not sure, what this looks like moving forward under this construct that I am in, but I recognize that other people have their lights on, and I want to be respectful of my time, and I appreciate all of the opportunities that I had to engage with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mahir. And then just to your point, again, there's going to be a part of this working session, if we do ever get to that point, where we're talking about community input and advisory council, advisory board. And so again, just parking lot that, and hopeful to talk through what that might look like. Again, it is my goal to go line by line. We've made it 2 sentences. So I do want to just make this a little bit more airtight and look at the specific language. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson has her light on, but following that, I will summarize kind of what I heard, some potential changes. And again, if anybody has specific language, please send it to me, Megan Kavanaugh, and my Chief of Staff, Ellie Sanchez, before Wednesday of next week. Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Oh, excuse me, and then Councilor Weber.
was for.
Okay, Councilor Weber. My apologies.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Following up on Councilor Worrell's conversation with Chief Grafenberger, and I think Councilor Santana alluded to this, the financial transfers in the property transfer section, I think, are interrelated. So we have municipal use property and non-municipal use property, and the municipal use property can be transferred to the city. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. And as those transfers are made, the revenue generated from those properties will go to the general fund and not to the BPDA.
Exactly.
Or whatever's left over there. Okay, and so the need for financial transfers, sorry, just to back up, the first sentence, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it provides for one-way transfers. These are transfers, the BPDA shall transfer funds to the city, so we're not.
Right, exactly, not going the other way. We're not trying to subsidize the BPDA.
This is not authorized.
Right.
Do you think the MOA will make that clear?
I think that I think we want to make sure the ordinance makes that clear. The MOA should not be empowered to do anything other than what the ordinance says.
Okay. But if there's anything in the MOA, it'll just reinforce this.
Yes, exactly. The MOA can't go beyond the authority it's given in the ordinance.
Okay. And so over time, as we transfer, or BPDA transfers the municipal use property to the city, there'll be will that lessen the need for financial transfers?
Exactly.
And maybe you address this in response to someone else's question. Based on the property now in the BPDA's possession, how much are we talking about in terms of the revenue?
Sorry, how much revenue would go to the city? I guess maybe the answer to the first year budget is that we think about, it would be about roughly $25 million would be the first year budget of the planning department. Does that answer your question?
No, yeah, I think.
I think what you're asking is what is the revenue from the municipal the municipal use property that we might transfer to that we will transfer?
Correct. When all the transfers are done, what?
Oh, got it. Yeah.
So at first blush, it's the parking revenue, right? That is what we've identified first. And for the last fiscal year, it was about $16 million.
Okay.
And then when you get into the other use types, we got to do a lot of analysis, right? So there's some property that is like leased suite buildings that maybe that I think other cities do that. We could decide to do it, but it might have some downside consequences. There's just a lot of like property by property analysis that would need to happen and that is between that bright line of parking and the bright line of ship repair that we need to figure out in between what should go and what should not. I think the ground lease property is the hardest property to transfer.
Okay, so it's definitely the parking and maybe something else?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just, in the, I do think that some of these issues, again, will be in the MOA and will be, we don't have to get into the I don't know, nitty gritty of how these financial transfers are going to work in the ordinance. But I do think, it would help to have city council approval of the MOA. And one proposal would be to have some periodic annual review. So not every amendment has to be approved, but what do you think of that?
My reaction would be the periodic annual review is absolutely the budget process for sure, right? And can it be beyond that as well? We're open to at discretion of the council what you'd like to do. In terms of the MOA, what I would suggest is a more efficient way to manage this is to the extent that you have concerns, and I've heard lots of concerns today around what the MOA can and cannot do, let's write those into the ordinance, because the standard business practice of the city is to amend MOAs and to make changes. And like you heard from Ashley, and I mean, we don't want to like create unnecessary roadblocks where if we need to move money more or less frequently because of cost issues on the BPDA or city side, and then we should just, the city's financial team should be empowered to just do the financial business of the city and the BPDA. All of that should be under city council oversight, but the sort of what the MOA is allowed to do and not allowed to do, I think if we expand, if there's anything you're worried about us doing or not doing, that could be expanded into this ordinance. I think that would take care of it more directly and transparently than, and efficiently, really, more than anything else, than coming back to this council every time we needed to make a text change around the way the money goes back and forth when you get to see both this side of the money and that side of the money.
Yeah, I'm just, sorry, last thing, I apologize to my colleagues. So I just, with that in mind, and I agree that we don't want to have to, you know, we want to have oversight, but, you know, we don't necessarily need to get in the way of paying workers every week. You know, the paragraph starts, you know, by saying this is consistent with the city charter, and, you know, I think you've said correctly that it's not, you know, it's not abrogating the rights of the council, you know, that are existing in the city charter. And so the last sentence in the, you know, the financial transfer, and Councilor Mejia alluded to the last sentence, which ends with without further authorization in this paragraph. Yeah. The financial transfer MOA in conjunction with this section shall permit the execution of the financial transfers without further authorization. I would say, like, we can resolve that in the MOA, or it should, you know, and it's already, this is consistent with the city charter. I'm not sure that we need that sentence.
Right. I think a lot of this is standard,
yeah,
boilerplate ordinance language that the city would use. I mean, I would refer to the city and their council on this, but these are the things that they would, from time to time and without further authorization, are things that are just making it clear that once the city council votes on this, the MOA can be amended without further votes. I'm just concerned. Financial transparency is what we're trying to achieve, so all the questions here are excellent. I think I'm concerned that every time that we need to make an MOA change for just like accounting reasons, essentially, that we have to come back here, that would be a bottleneck to getting money moved around, paying the bills effectively. I think it also, you know, given this council is busy, given everything on its schedule, I think that might be a hard thing to take up if there are more important pressing matters. Like, it just, I think what we're proposing here is, my understanding, is very standard, and I hear the concerns, and I think they come from trust, and why would this council trust the transparency of the BPDA if you've never had it? And so I totally get where the concerns are coming from, but I think there are probably ways to resolve it that fully empower the council, fully empower the people of Boston, and don't create efficiency problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. How often do you think that the MOA would be amended?
My guess is that in the first couple years, often, and then probably very little after that.
Okay. What is your reaction to potentially putting in with city council approval within 30 days? Or it goes into effect, which is also pretty standard.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not sure that's standard for MOAs, but I don't know. I'm like, not I'm not ultimately the expert on the legal documents and the way money moves back and forth. Maybe that's okay, maybe it isn't. I'd love to talk to people who actually know better.
Okay. I would love to get legal here as well for a potential, well, probably definite working session. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and then we really have to.
Sorry,
oh, I apologize.
I think Liz has hers on before, actually.
Okay, Councilor Burden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the financial year 20 2020, the planning department page 28 in this department BPDA report that was presented to us in the budget hearings. And it said that the planning department, the planning budget in the BPDA was $8,588,000. It was 13% of the whole departmental budget. And then the other important piece is the research piece is to another $1.25 million, sort of. So we're talking about $10 million. And I still, you know, I'm trying to get my head around the function of how all of this, because the focus of the BPDA and the BRA has always been development, and now we're asking them to change their focus. And I'm just trying to see how this is all going to migrate into a new entity that is going to be doing really robust planning for the city, which we haven't had. You know, the planning board for the city, you know, goes way back to 1914 when the council passed an ordinance establishing a city planning board. In 1940, there was an amendment to the original ordinance that was passed enlarging the city planning board from 5 to 9 members. In 1952, there was an amendment passed by the city council concerning the organisation and enlargement of the powers and duties of the city planning board. And then in section 28 of the chapter 2 of the ordinances of 1954, placed the Board of Zoning adjustment into the planning department, but not under the supervision and control of the planning board. And then we come into the era of urban renewal. The Boston Redevelopment Authority was established in accordance with the general laws, chapter 121B, has the sole responsibility for urban renewal activities in the city of Boston. And the authority was established in September of 1957 and received its certificate of organisation from the Secretary of the Commonwealth in 1957, October. So the planning board then, in chapter 652 of the Acts of 1960, the city planning board was abolished and the staff were transferred to the Boston Redevelopment Authority, and the functions, duties and responsibilities of the general city planning were assumed by the authority. And we all know how that went. And the functions, duties and responsibilities of the general planning and development were merged into one agency. And in 1993, Mayor Menino merged the Boston Redevelopment Authority with the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation into a single citywide development agency. You know, I'm wondering, like, when you see how the municipal state general code, general laws applies to municipalities outside of Boston. We've carved out an exception because of the urban renewal era, but how other municipalities address planning and development is very, very different to what we've been doing. And my concern is that we're just going to change the name on the door, and that we're still going to keep doing the same old, and that we're not going to have a level of really thorough master planning processes that will give us what we need in terms of planning for the future. And I'm wondering, like, what are there any merits in examining, you know, remaining exempt from the state oversight and adopting more of that general laws, municipal, so that we actually really do what municipal planning authorities do. You know what I'm getting at? Because yes. I keep thinking about the breakdown of the city, the BPDA budget tells a lot about where the priorities have been, and we're asking for a complete shift in culture that's going to focus on planning, and I'm really, really skeptical about how we're going to get there.
Councillor Braden, and then I would love to pass it over for a response. Are you asking basically why we have not shifted the BPDA to a planning board or planning commission, which is the true function?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that lives in state law where we cannot establish, we're the only ones that cannot establish.
They created an exemption for Boston,
exactly.
Because of the urban renewal framework that we, you know, and on the demolition of we basically wiped out huge sections of our communities across the city, and that was in the context of urban renewal. But we're trying to get back to a different framework of inclusion and equity and sustainability going forward. And the goals and policies of a municipality, just thinking about future growth, the need of our communities. And the other piece of it is the whole thing about research, demography, forward planning, just really getting into the weeds, because the focus has been on development and sort of the built environment. And we have a vision, a community vision for looking at the needs of the community, growing city in terms of green space, climate resiliency, roads, all of it, transit, roads, green space, schools, healthcare, all of the things, and access to food, etc. Urban agriculture, how it all comes together, and how this new city department is going to engage and interact with our other city departments that are sort of at the focus, the sharp end of trying to deliver these services and get there, bringing it all together, and how it will all work together to have a holistic and synergistic approach to planning and development of the city going forward.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for the administration of the BPDA, but my understanding is that the Planning Advisory Council is the internal planning arm. Okay, why don't you explain it instead of me?
Councillor, deeply agree with you. You're asking all the questions that are like the motivation for this change. So I think might have some precise questions in there, but in terms of the overall narrative arc of where we are, where we were, where we are now, and where we're going, I think it just completely aligns with our intent here. To answer your point about Planning Advisory Council, so we're moving into the city. There's lots of planning functions that exist not on the 9th floor of City Hall. They exist in Mayor's Office, Housing, Environment, Energy, and Transportation, and we need to keep aligning all those to deliver better comprehensive planning for the city, and that is part of the Mayor's vision. That's why I want to put it all in one organization and not have it in disparate organizations. I want to keep growing, and we have kept growing our investment in planning. I think you referenced, you were looking at a 2020 budget document.
Yeah.
And I think the planning expenses were probably roughly like 8 or 9 million or something like that in that time. Happy to report that we're well over 14 million today. We've grown the staff of the BPDA under Mayor Wu and Chief Jemison's leadership from 180 planning development professionals to now over 220. So, yes, but I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Yeah. And the other thing that we have to do, ultimately, no matter what you do as a city department, you're still going to have to go up to the BPDA board, which is not part of the city, and get approval for, going back to get approval for a budget. They have to release the funds, they have to sign off on developments. That's again that seems like, why is it not more unitary?
Right. So the BPDA board is the planning board for the city of Boston. There are some cities and towns where the city council serves as the planning board. We're not proposing that. We're proposing to have keep an independent appointed by the mayor, approved by the city council planning decision body. And it's sort of bifurcated. It does the initial review of any planning decisions, and then goes to the zoning commission to ratify zoning changes if zoning changes are necessary. I would say there definitely are differences in how that planning board operates versus other municipalities, but in its planning and development votes, it's not wildly different. What's wildly different is the fact that it employs all these people. It's not has all these other expenses, are not under city council control or oversight. These are the things we're really trying to change. We can only change so much at once. We can get much better at the way we zone the city and plan the city for more predictable growth. But we're not today suggesting that we change the makeup or body of that board.
And I go back to the funding thing again. The current financial year 24 BPDA operating budget approved last June. The revenue is 25,719,000 and expenses were 29,359,000. Personnel costs were like 9.98 million, contractual was 9.8 million, and then out of that, contractual was 3.35 million for planning. Like, I just keep going, like, how is this actually going to function? Like, it seems like planning has not been the focus, like it's not been a big priority in the BPDA, and there's going to have to be a huge shift in terms of financing the operation going forward if we're really going to beef up and have a genuine, robust planning department in the city of Boston.
So just a point of clarification, the majority of the planning staff are actually on the EDIC line, so the expenses for staff is more than what you see on the BRA line in terms of spending.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. I'm going to have to...
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm really appreciative of you giving me more time, and I will rest my case right now. I think we've still got so many unanswered questions of how this is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Councillor Fernandez-Anderson? And then I'll go to Councillor Mejia, and then we really have to move on from financial transfers.
Thank you. How, I guess my question, sorry, I have so many notes. How will grants be handled? There are certain grants that come from the state, particularly for personnel, and especially with the workforce. How will that be handled? Will this now become city grants, or what will happen?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, the way it works today is a lot of the grants come to the city and then are sent to the BPDA for the Office of Workforce Development. So we'll just stop that second step. It'll just stay at the city.
Thank you. BPDA is transferring, and I don't know if this was answered, but BPDA is transferring property. The BPDA spends a whole lot of money on maintenance and insurance. Will you just be transferring property, and then the city is then assuming responsibility on insurance and maintenance?
So, well, the intent would be to transfer to make it budget neutral, so that the maintenance costs, then revenue would come to support that. The existing revenue from the BPA would be transferred to support that. Insurance, there might be some efficiencies there. The city's self-insured, so there wouldn't be the need to purchase insurance if property is transferred. There'd be a savings.
Thank you so much for the revenue projections and its properties. Do you have an inventory, projected inventory of the properties that will be transferred?
Not yet, no.
That's a big deal, right? Like that's...
Yeah, it's hard work, that's why. I mean, we already talked about the parking lots and some initial transfers, but that's a deed by deed level analysis.
That also drives revenue, right? So we'll be taking property and now increasing in revenue somehow, and some expenses, maintenance and insurance and et cetera. But also but that's separate from this contractor services that you guys will be contracting through the city with the new department.
Maybe a easier way to answer it is, when it comes right down to what the BPDA is, it has three things. It has people, it has money, and it has land. We've proposed a way to quickly transfer the vast majority of the people and most of the money, and then we'll work through, and then the costs that remain are a small number of people and a lot of the land, and we need to work through the land more slowly because of a lot of the details associated with that.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for making it easy. You know I'm ESL. English is like my fifth language, so sorry. Madam Chair, do you just want to stick to the money? I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to control. I'm not going to do that all the time, but right now, you want me to stop at finance and then come back?
Yes, please.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I really appreciate that. Councilor Mejia.
So I have two questions with regards to the section that
Oh, I apologize, Megan is taking a quick break.
Oh, thank you, thank you. No, just for the interest of this exercise, I still have two questions that I really want to make sure, or at least we put a button on, right? So the first one was, I'm still unclear around without further authorization, and I really do appreciate my colleague, Councilor Weber, for uplifting that here and helping us to go back to it, but I still feel uncertain about how we're ending with that. So the goal of this is to have a working session, and we go back and forth and we find some language that we feel comfortable with. So I still think that without authorization language needs to be massaged a little bit further, Chair. So I'd like to end with a button on where we're landing with that. And then in regards to the effective date, the provision of this ordinance shall take effect upon passage. I would also like to advocate and for consideration to add some language around evaluation. Maybe within a year of review, we look at how things are working, what amendments need to be had. I think that if the goal of this exercise is to massage language, these are two things that I'd like to present for consideration.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. So to address your last point, open to that suggestion. We're jumping ahead a little bit. We can come to that and we could discuss it as a council once we get to that. But I think to your point with the phrase "without further authorization," that was also something that I had flagged, and grateful to my vice chair here. I think we were thinking of resolving that in the MOA, and I also have in my notes here just making it consistent with the city charter. I don't have anything further than that, but we can always massage
I didn't hear that.
language.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing what everyone else is hearing. I didn't hear that in terms of like agreement. You went back and forth. You said, well, I don't know. It depends on the legal counsel. I just didn't feel like that was resolved, and I just
I didn't agree.
Excuse me?
I did not agree.
Right. So that's what I'm looking. This is what working sessions are supposed. It would be helpful for me to have some understanding of what you are willing to agree to.
I would suggest that I've heard a lot of really great points around making sure that the MOA doesn't overstep its intent, which I think is the reason why you're asking for every time an MOA is changed to come back
and have a hearing,
review it.
Yeah.
I would suggest why not resolve that through whatever concerns that exist within the council, solve that within the language of the ordinance to make it very clear what the MOA can and cannot do. Because I think that would assist with the just normal financial functioning of the city if the MOA can be quickly adapted, but to not overstep the bounds of the agreement and the ordinance. So if there's something that you don't want us to do, let's write it in, we'll make sure we don't do it.
I'll defer to the leadership of the chair, but I think that at the end of the day, the bottom line is that you're absolutely right. We don't trust government. I'm in government, and I don't even trust government, right? And so I think that if we can get this right now, then we can help and start the process of restoring trust.
Yeah, agree.
And I think that language is important. So when I hear without authorization or there's like no checks and balances, it makes it really uncomfortable to support.
I mean, my only suggestion was to strike that without further authorization. And I think we need to huddle with our legal team, your legal team, and figure out how we build that out. Because my main suggestion is to just strike that from the language. Vice Chair Weber.
Yeah, sorry, and one thing, I don't know if you agree with this, would be, I think in the middle of I'm getting confused on what the current edition of, or the language of the ordinance, I think it says, from time to time, comma, to memorialize the process by which the financial transfers shall be effectuated for any financial transfers completed, for any financial transfers completed after the effective date of, and I think it says this ordinance, is that what, but I think what we want is of the MOA, effective date of the MOA. So when the MOA is controlling, it's not, not like good luck after the ordinance, so we don't have any control. But just to, maybe we slightly disagree about how to do that, but.
Right, again, the intent of the entire ordinance is to give the city council all of its, all of the control over, and that is given to it under the city charter. So would love to maybe see that written. Some of this is just like let's write it out and send it to the folks who know contracts and administration better than we do.
And perhaps that last sentence, we would explain a little bit more detail about the MOA.
Yeah.
I think removing without authorization, because we're not allowing anything without authorization. When maybe, as the MOA might allow certain things to happen without, it says further authorization.
Yeah.
That does raise the concerns that I think Councilor
Yeah,
has
no, I
highlighted.
totally understand.
Thanks.
Great, and so I'm just going to summarize, and then I would love to take a brief break. But in general, Section 3 financial transfers, reading it all the way through, upon the effective date of this ordinance as defined by Section 5 and consistent with the city charter and state law. I think there was a question there about what you are referencing within the city charter and state law, and potentially making that clear and putting it in the ordinance. From time to time thereafter, the BPDA shall transfer funds to the city to fulfill the purpose of the department and to fulfill its statutory duties, the financial transfers. The city and the BPDA shall execute an MOA, the financial transfer MOA. I mean, we heard a lot about this. We want to see the language of the MOA. We want to be able to build that with you in partnership with you. There was a lot of talk about being able to, as part of this MOA, building in mechanisms for financial transparency, being able to see all BPDA and/or successor entity accounts, including operating revenues, expenses, full balance sheets, and all accounting transactions. This would also include whatever surplus is available and the sum of community mitigation funds. I didn't even get to my question of mitigation funds, but I think Councilor Durkin had asked it. And then also as part of this ordinance and or within the MOA, excuse me, no, that was already repeated. Okay, so I think for next working session, we definitely need to have something to review for the MOA language. And then moving on to the next sentence, which financial transfer MOA may be amended from time to time. In addition, here would be with City Council approval to memorialize the process by which the financial transfer shall be effectuated for any financial transfers completed after the effective date, and there's another change here, from this ordinance to the MOA. The city shall expend any funds subject to the financial transfers in the manner in which they are required to be expended. And that was established as the budget process.
Yes.
Okay. The annual budget filed by the mayor may be based on the amount of the financial transfers estimated to be received by the city in the upcoming fiscal year. The financial transfer MOA, in conjunction with this section 3.1, shall permit the execution of the financial transfers, and then our suggestion is to strike without further authorization. Okay.
It'd be great to get a copy and have people look at it.
And I know
sounds like it's very much in line with the intent.
Okay. And I know you disagree with the last point, so we're going to have to iron that out. Okay. Can we take a brief recess? And then we'll come back in, what do we want to say, 10 minutes? We'll say 10 minutes. Working session back in order. I'll allow for more time for my colleagues to join the chamber. Just as a reminder, we are going line by line through this ordinance. I would appreciate my colleagues prioritizing brevity and/or any comments or questions specifically around language. We're going back up to the top for section 1, all the way up to the purpose of the planning department. I'm grateful that we got a chance to review the financial transfer part of it. That was the bulk of the legwork and still has a lot of the questions surrounding it, although I know that I certainly have some ideas and questions around the remaining language, focusing in on the powers and duties of the department. Scrolling down, I know my colleagues have questions with BPDA personnel. Alex Lawrence had to leave for a time, although I'm hopeful by the time we get to the BPDA personnel section that she will be able to come back. So going back up to the top, the purpose of the planning department, there shall be in the city of Boston a department known as the planning department, in parentheses the department, which shall be the city's primary land use agency charged with planning and designing the city's built environment and evaluating and managing urban development, otherwise known as the purpose. And so thinking about this particular section and this sentence, my question is, because they would also be charged with writing and recommending zoning changes based on planning initiatives, why was zoning also not included in this top section?
It does say. There we go. In the draft I'm looking at, it does say technical support for planning and zoning efforts, but open to any amendment. That is the purpose.
Okay. Would you be opposed to saying, because this is going to be a huge function of this department and a huge part of the purpose. So after planning and designing the city's built environment, proposed recommendations to the zoning code, adding that in there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great.
It's accurate.
Before we move on from the sentence, do my colleagues have any other thoughts, comments, suggestions? Okay. In achieving its purpose, the department shall develop plans and create strategies aimed at addressing the city's growth and infrastructural needs. Included among the department's duties are to provide staff and technical support for planning or zoning efforts and to review all large-scale private development proposals within Boston. I have one other question, and it's around property management. So employees would be managing municipal use buildings in the near future. Why was that not included in the purpose as well?
No. There's no, currently the real estate team oversees the property they oversee. They're not going to start overseeing City Hall or things like that. So I wouldn't add that to the purpose. So, over time, as we bring the staff into the city, we can coordinate our real estate efforts better, but public facilities, property management will continue to be the primary overseer and property manager of public facilities like City Hall or the bowling building.
Okay. I do have questions about public facilities, but I'm going to reserve that and model behavior for the property transfer section of this ordinance. Vice Chair Weber.
Thank you, Chair. I just, for the purpose of the planning department, to what extent, if any, is this reliant on the home rule petition?
None, it's not.
Okay, so if it does, there's no conflict here if the home rule petition doesn't pass.
The only place where there is any conjunction between the two efforts is when it comes to the personnel aspect, and for if the home rule petition passes, staff moving to the city would be able to purchase time in the pension program. And that's the only real link between these two efforts.
Thanks.
My colleagues have any thoughts, comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we will move on. The appointment, powers, and duties of the department's chief of planning, subsection A, the appointment. The department shall be managed and directed by a chief of planning, otherwise known as the chief of planning, period. The chief of planning shall be appointed by the mayor and shall remain in the position pursuant to Boston City Code 5-5.1. The chief of planning shall be a resident of Boston for the duration of their appointment, subject to Boston City Code 5-5.2. That looks pretty standard to me. I don't have any suggestions on that. Okay. Subsection B, powers and duties to manage the department. The chief of planning shall have the powers and duties to manage the department and its employees, including hiring employees. The chief of planning and the department's employees shall be municipal employees of the City of Boston, subject to Mass General Law, Chapter 268A, and all rules, regulations, laws, ordinances, and statutes applicable to such employees. And this also includes the conflict of interest laws that we had discussed. Has there been any answer to whether or not they would be eligible, and this is tangential to this, but whether or not they would be eligible for affordable housing lotteries and other special privileges of city employees?
No, we need to get a ruling from the Ethics Commission. I'm not sure that's going to happen quickly, but we're working on it.
Okay, is there a timeline that they've given us on when that ruling would be?
No.
Okay. That was to Councilor Santana's question in the hearing. Councilor Lujan?
Coletta, just a question with respect, I think it was Devin, you highlighted previously that certain employees of EDIC, is it just EDIC?
EDIC usually.
EDIC, that certain employees of EDIC who have been there for more than 5 years are going to be given the option of staying with EDIC permanently, which ensures that there will always be, until like that last employee is phased out, which could take a very long time.
Yeah.
EDIC will still exist.
Yes.
Does that need to be clarified here?
Or the successor entity, if the home rule petition passes. Sorry, Tracy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's,
Just wondering if that clarification needs to be made here in this subsection B.
I don't think it necessarily does.
Okay, just
But
because
I'm happy to if you think it's important, but I don't think it's a major distinction.
Okay. I know that we're going to have another session on this, so I'll think a little bit more about whether or not that needs to be sort of.
Happy to review any text amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
And just please remember to send that to us before Wednesday so that we can coordinate with Megan and legal counsel. Okay, subsection C, so Chief of Planning as Director of the BPDA. The Chief of Planning may serve in a dual capacity as Director of each of the Boston Redevelopment Authority, or the BRA, and the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, or the EDIC, which entities together do business as the BPDA, in parentheses, the BRA and EDIC, together with any successor agency to the BRA and/or the EDIC, are referred to herein as the BPDA, and who shall coordinate and integrate the work of the department and the BPDA or any successor entities in a manner consistent with this ordinance and the BPDA's statutory authority. And so this is a very unique position where a chief of planning will also oversee and be the director of quasi-governmental agency. Are there any comparisons to any other chiefs that have this sort of authority? Is there any precedent set here? Is there any legal issues? I know that this is currently in existence, but just wanted to put that question out there because we've gotten emails of folks asking for us to separate these authorities, these two separate authorities.
So before Arthur was hired, we did have
Oh, one second. Go ahead.
Before Chief Jemison was hired, we did have a formal legal review about his dual role as director of the agency and chief of planning, and there were no legal issues related to it.
Okay. Is that ruling made publicly available? Is it
It's a public document.
Okay.
Sure.
Is that located on the BPDA website?
I doubt it, but I can check.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? We're on the second section of appointment powers and duties of the Department Chief of Planning. We're in subsection C. We're moving on to subsection D, to specific powers and duties of the Chief of Planning. So within this section, the Chief of Planning shall have the following powers and perform the following duties to further the purpose of the department. coordinating and directing all planning efforts by the department, all city land use directives, and all related policies and procedures on behalf of the department, and leading the city's coordination with ongoing planning, design, zoning, and development review efforts. I have one question just related to our policies and procedures. What are some of these examples, and do we need to spell them out here in this section?
I mean, really, it's, the intention is to highlight everything that the planning department has become, everything the BPDA does as it becomes the planning department is the chief of planning is empowered to do so. I mean, they're kind of spelled out in the next section.
Okay. Can you just give any examples of what these related policies and procedures would be? Or is it all within the divisions of the planning?
Yeah, I mean, creating a zoning code and doing citywide planning and managing a portfolio of real estate. The big macro functions of the BPDA are becoming the planning department. So I think it's just meant to be expressive of the fact that those are not remaining in the BPDA, those are coming to the planning department.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Any questions or comments? Okay, with that, we will move to section 3, powers and duties of the department. This is where a bulk of my recommendations are, to be more explicit about some of the roles and duties of these various divisions. So in the first section here, the department shall, as the technical planning lead for the city of Boston, the department shall serve as the technical planning lead for the city of Boston and shall organize and make recommendations to the BPDA board or any successor entities containing matters within its responsibility as may be necessary and appropriate. The department shall have the following divisions with the respective powers and duties below to further its purpose, which may be amended at the discretion of the chief of planning to ensure the effective functioning of the department. And so something stuck out to me in this particular section, and the question that I have is, does this mean that the chief may change anything listed here below on their own authority without going through the legislative process? Or could it mean that they will have the sole discretion in determining if this ordinance can or should be amended in the future?
So I think the answer is basically no. So if the ordinance needed to be amended, then it would need to go through the city council process and get the council's support for the amendment. And I think the purpose of this section when we were drafting it was to be abundantly clear that the major 4 business lines of the BPDA and its associated administrative functions are moving into the planning department. They're not remaining at the BPDA. I think that was a point of confusion. I think that there was, earlier when we were discussing these changes, some thought that maybe some functions would remain at the BPDA and some would go to the planning department, and that's not the case. They're all going to the planning department. To the extent that if a business line were to be removed from the planning department or added to the planning department, that would be ultimately a budgetary function, which would mean the city council would need to review it and approve it through its budgetary powers.
Okay. So given that, I mean, if we were to add in subject to city council approval after the chief of planning, what would your response?
I think for clarity, I would say subject to city council's
Existing
due powers of budgetary fiscal oversight, and find the right wording for the powers that exist in the charter and the city council.
Okay, but you're okay with adding that in there?
Yeah, that is the intent, and we're trying to empower the council.
Any comments on that from anybody? Go ahead, Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Just one, make such recommendations to the BPDA board or any successor entities. Could you just describe what those successor entities may be?
Yeah.
I should know this, but.
No, it's really just a call out to our home rule petition, which is consolidating and abolishing the BRA and EDIC, consolidating them into a new successor entity. And to the extent that there are future successor entities for future home rule petitions or anything like that were to happen, that quasi-governmental function is what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Vice Chair Weber?
Sorry, I mean, based on your understanding of the approval powers, however they may be, of the council, do we need at the discretion of the chief? That may not be for you, but just may be amended by the chief? Or I guess
I'm
why?
not, yeah, I guess, to me, it doesn't seem like it matters that much. I don't know. We'd ask the lawyers if they think it matters, but again, we're just trying to articulate the fact that the chief's in charge and he's overseeing the things that exist at the BPDA.
Yeah, I think I would ask if we inserted subject to the city council's budgetary approval powers, then I don't, it might conflict with the discretionary.
Again, I guess what we're really trying to do here is trying to make this as normal as possible as compared to every other peer department in the city, right? Whatever Chief Franklin Hodges' powers are in streets, or Chief Dillon's powers are in MOH should be, and what the city council's powers are respective to MOH and streets should be the same in this department. So that's our intent. That's really what we want to achieve. Open to any language that gets us there.
Okay, but yeah, just for just to clarify for me, this is different than those other chiefs in that somebody is straddling to governmental and a quasi-governmental body. Is that?
I mean, I wish I had thought. It was a great question earlier. I don't think we responded to about other chiefs and what they do. I don't have a good answer off the top of my head, but I suspect there are examples of the other boards and commissions that other chiefs serve on. So I'm not sure it's that unusual. It is obviously a very big change that we're creating this planning department, but I don't think, I think our intent was more to make clear that someone can do both of these things, because both of these things are really one thing that's over here that is currently quasi-governmental that's going to become one thing that's over on another place that is now under the city council's oversight, and that those should be one person generally. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm learning. Thank you.
Yeah. No, of course. Happy to answer any question.
And just to quickly clarify on that, so you're trying to draw comparisons to, for example, the parks. I don't know what his exact title is, but then he also serves as commissioner of, I think, some sort of park fund.
Yeah.
So you're saying because that already exists, that this could potentially allow or create an avenue for the chief of planning to also be the director.
Yeah. I suspect, it's too bad Ashley's not here anymore. I suspect Ashley has probably like 5 or 6 or 7 different appointments for different fiduciary bodies across the city in her role as the chief financial officer for the city.
Thank you. Okay, so going into, sorry, Councilor Durkin.
But he does currently serve in 2 roles right now.
That's accurate, correct.
So I think there is the precedent that currently exists of the current state. Okay,
Which is the first time that's existed, and we're trying to enshrine that and say that this is the way we'd like to see this operated.
And do you envision that his salary will be moved over to the city? Because
He's already a city employee today.
He's a city employee today that makes his full salary from the city?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Okay, so in the next section, we're going to the planning division to create comprehensive plans and zoning. And so what we are reading out right now gets into the stipulations of what each division will do for those that are listening in. And so we'll start with the planning division, go to the design division, the development review division, and then the real estate division. So starting with the planning division, to create comprehensive plans and zoning regulations to guide urban development citywide, including by maintaining an accurate and updated version of the city zoning code and accompanying zoning maps which shall be available to the public through a publicly accessible database, and providing staff with technical supports for citywide planning and zoning efforts, including staffing for Boston's zoning commission activities. A couple of things from me, and then happy to pass it to my colleagues. So we have a lot of references of planning in this ordinance, not really about zoning, even though it really is a core function of what this particular division will do. And so my question is to you, if we could rename this as the planning and zoning division, just to be more representative of what this division will do. Because they will essentially, right, they'll be driving the citywide planning initiatives in the same way that they did with Plan East Boston. but then now they're charged with writing that zoning and bringing it to the zoning commission.
Yeah, and it really leans into the importance of zoning as the predictable rule-making body by which we, guide the city's future. So yes, that seems very reasonable.
Okay. Another question that I had too is that they're currently, the way it's structured right now, so we just went through East Boston, Plan East Boston, Plan Charlestown, and what we're seeing with individual development projects that are going through Article 80. We have, or even smaller developments, but it's going to be harder to capture those projects that are just going to the Zoning Board of Appeals. But within Article 80, we have a lot of developers trying to poke holes in the zoning that we just approved. We just spent 5 years building this up, trying. It was a lot of work, and now folks want to seek exemptions from those rules. And it's extremely frustrating. And my understanding is that current BPDA employees write non-binding recommendations both to the board, but then also the Zoning Board of Appeals, almost as like a yellow light saying, hey, just so you know, this is not in line with the work that we just did. And so I feel like it's really important moving forward, especially because it's going to be my job, it's going to be all of our jobs to enforce these new rules. I feel like it's really important to make that explicitly clear that that is something that they are going to continue to do and that they are required to do moving forward.
Yeah, I completely agree. Zoning's an imperfect tool. There will always be exceptions and there's a reason why we have the ZBA. But today it's a tool we really overly rely on. So yes. Okay.
And then just some thoughts on language. Happy to workshop this with folks in attendance. So I was thinking that it could say work with the Development Review Division, because they are also very integral to that process, to provide written, non-binding recommendations on development projects subject to Article 80 and under review at the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Yeah. I think that's completely accurate. One thought, one of my colleagues suggested that, so we wrote this, we wanted to make it clear that all the people and teams were moving over, but I think what we're really talking about are functions rather than divisions. We might want to amend this to say that these are the functions of what we're doing here. And of course, the planning and zoning function needs to work very closely with the Article 80 design review function, development review function.
Okay. So for each section, for the four, changing it from division to function. Okay, yeah. I'll just make a note of that. Any thoughts on this section? Councilor Fitzgerald?
Very quick, this is the planning department, yet it still has all, as we just go through the divisions, or if we call them functions in the future.
Yeah.
It does a lot more than just the planning.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, it does the zoning, for sure.
And so, I know when we changed the name in 2016, it was to put planning first, right? Boston Planning and Development Agency, that was the whole point of putting an emphasis on planning. I believe that this does as well, creating a new planning department. But just looking at all it does, I don't know, does it give it its proper due of what people can understand that a planning department does, right?
So I have a thought on this. I think that's totally accurate, and we had a big old workshop on the naming of the thing, and we could have called it all the things we do. It's the planning and development review and urban design and real estate department, but that's going to get it to be quite a mouthful. What I really like about the name that we ultimately landed on is I think we're a big alphabet soup of, and acronyms are everywhere. And I'm not sure the average constituent knows what BTD or BPDA or MOH actually stand for. I think our hope is with this name, when we introduce ourselves in the next public meeting, I will say, hi, I'm Devin Quirk, I'm here from planning, and you will know what we do in the name.
Gotcha, understood, that's all, thank you.
Thank you. If it's all right, we'll move on to the next, the design division. Councilor Durkin?
I just wanted to say, whatever we decide within the confines of this document, I hope that we'll get feedback from the folks that work in that department, because it is very hard to, when you're out in community and you are then stuck with a name that maybe doesn't fully encompass what, so you're like, oh, I'm here from this division. And, the more that we workshop within this body, I just want to make sure that the folks that are at the BPDA have the ability to weigh in before we finalize any of what we call anything, because it is so complicated when you're out in the community and you want to be like, I'm here from the planning department. and I'm also here from the planning division, like, you know, just making sure that like that all aligns with how, you know, the folks that are community facing, that their jobs align with how they have to present themselves.
Deeply appreciate that. And I appreciate the council's continued reinforcement of the importance of working with our staff and protecting our staff and their interests. It's a very good point. And you know, I think we've talked a lot about this. There's a lot of people feel different ways about it. There's no like one consensus. But I do think your point around like planning division versus planning department it's confusing. So it's a good edit.
Yeah.
And maybe another reason to call these functions, because we might change the names of teams over time, because we're always evolving as an agency and as a city.
Yeah, and I guess a more simplified version of that question, which I appreciate, Councilor Durkin, is like, what will the business card say?
Yes. Planning. I think it's the answer.
And then nothing that says planning and zoning function.
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think so.
I mean,
We
that's
don't
a
do that today,
hyper-specific
right?
question, but it gets to your point.
We do department and title. So.
Okay. And I'm breaking my own rule here, but I'm curious to know, because I didn't ask this the last time, but what was the process in which you solicited feedback from employees? Were there focus groups?
Yes, so
Can
we
you
did
talk
a
about
lot
that?
in this category, and I want to big thank you to Caroline, who's here, who led a lot of that effort. So we had we've had lots of all-staff meetings. We've had lots of, obviously, one-on-one conversations. We've had sign-up sessions for when you come and just ask questions to leadership. We had two different change advisory. We had a change advisory group and a group of change champions who helped build up and submit a lot of this work. So, and it's been now over a 2-year process to get to where we are today. Of course, a lot of this change is hard, and there's lots of feelings in every which way about the direction we're headed. But I'm proud to report that we've done as much as we possibly can to include people and make sure we're at least being as transparent and honest and open as possible as we've been going through what is, of course, a difficult transition for staff.
Thank you. And I recognize that it has been 2 years of those efforts. I will just call out the fact that there is still a lot of confusion of folks that are coming to us and letting us know that there is uncertainty with their health benefits, their life insurance, their long and short-term disability. And I would love to understand, just because we're on this topic, what the proactive communication has been for people in terms of the changes, if that's happened, or are you waiting for this to pass?
So we have been communicating regularly with staff. We have created an intranet site that contains information related to benefits, to the health benefits, to retirement. It has an FAQ, and we are constantly updating it as we have more information or there are more decisions made about benefits. But it's been an ongoing iterative process.
Thank you, Teresa. And I do just want to, again, call out to current BPDA employees that they should feel empowered to also come to us and let us know about their lived experience when it comes to this ordinance and their perspective. And would love to hear from you all. I don't know if this is live streamed, but when you are watching this, please feel empowered to go directly to your counselors and your at-large counselors. Yep, Counselor Fitzgerald.
Just one thing, just on staff, because I know we want to stay with the actual sentences, and you guys have been very generous with your time as well. Has staff been allowed to talk to the BPDA board themselves at all?
There's nothing that stops staff from reaching out to board members directly.
Okay.
Thank you. Board members have participated in some of our big staff events as well.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Councilor Durkin?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just in this weird sight line, so I wanted to make sure you could see me.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful for you doing that.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just want to make sure, and I know, we're getting into questions about like business cards and like things that maybe like that are really important and really important to employees, but also just wanted to acknowledge, I know there's 50 employees that may be staying back, and I want to make sure that they have a clear role of like their structure, and within the 4 divisions that they are clear like who is giving them their marching orders. And then in addition to that, and so, because I imagine that those 50 employees are spread between the 4 divisions. Yeah. And then also making sure that there's not a culture of, you work over here and you work over here, because obviously those folks are going to have to work in coordination with each other in the meantime. And I actually do want to uplift some, given the chair's comment, I do want to uplift something that I have heard from BPDA employees is that how great it's been that Chief Jemison has actually led a lot of those conversations and been part of a lot of the conversations into the nitty-gritty with help from support staff. So just wanted to uplift that because that's something I had heard was a real positive, that the chief was really on a lot of these calls and very actively messaging that, which I think is really appreciated.
Yeah, thank you very much for saying that. You know, again, change is hard. Maybe not everyone agrees with every single decision, but I think one thing we've really tried to lean into is transparency, honesty, openness, availability, and we're going to keep on doing that. And that's been the chief's direction from the very top. So everyone should know who their manager is and should be able to talk, ask questions, and be able to get to our team. We have people on board like Caroline and Sam Vidal, whose full job it is to help us manage this transition. So this is very well staffed on both the BPDA and city side. Your question was about the remaining staff, and I just want to clarify that for all intents and purposes, they will be part of this new planning department. Their business card will say planning department.
Including sitting within the same physical office.
They'll sit and do the same tasks they're doing today. Behind the scenes, they'll get their paycheck from a different place than the staff that are on the city side, but they'll be fully integrated into the teams. They won't be treated in any different way. It should be invisible to basically everyone which corporation you're getting your paycheck from. The only reason to have these staff remain on the quasi side is to protect their to protect their retirement benefits.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. We'll move on to the design division. To set standards and guidelines for urban design citywide and to evaluate architectural, public realm, and site design of proposed developments and policies, including by ensuring that projects and policies meet aesthetic, functional, and community standards for urban design, with coordination and input from the Boston Civic Design Commission and other public processes, evaluating aspects of building appearance, landscape design, signage, lighting, and their integration into the surrounding environment, and enhancing the quality, character, and compatibility of development within neighborhoods across the city to promote and protect the city's cultural heritage and unique sense of place. I have no suggestions on this. The design team.
Everyone loves our design department.
Yeah, we love development review and planning team as well, but the design team, I don't have any issues with this. Vice Chair. Oh, Councilor Durkin.
Thank you. I just wanted to flag, I asked a prior question at the first hearing about landmarks coordination, and it sounds like the design division will be involved with that, but I don't know if it makes sense for it to be actually like codified in here. I think it says public processes, but I know I would just love to get some follow-up maybe after this or from the chief or whoever would be making that call, just about sort of how the court, and I imagine that the design division will be involved with coordination.
Yeah, they already are. And in fact, we have several staff people who come from historic preservation landmarks, and that's their expertise. And they often weigh in and work with landmarks on historic preservation. The historic preservation team is a separately budgeted function in city government with its own staff and leadership, and it's in the environment and energy and open space.
It requires its own conversation about whether it should be in that department, but I'll leave that to another day.
And I would not take the bait on that, but just say that by moving to the city, we are now empowered to have conversations like that in the future. Like that's part of the intent of this ordinance, to be able to talk about that type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Durkin, is your recommendation to place in Boston Landmarks Commission in here and make it explicit?
I think it might actually be helpful for it to be Boston Civic Design Commission, Landmarks Commission, and other public processes. But I don't know if that, I want to get feedback on whether that would be helpful.
I would love to just check in with my colleagues on that. It sounds fine, but I just want to make sure I'm not overstepping something.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll leave that as an open question and circle back for the next working session. Councilor Fitzgerald?
Just a quick plug, just better architecture in the city overall. The design team does a great job, and this is more on the developers, right? I remember asking when I first started at the BPDA years ago, and I had just come back from my first visit from Chicago, and I came back, I said, why don't we look like that? Why don't we have that stuff? I had the director of planning at the time. And I understand this, and that's one place where I am willing to push back and say this is what we need better from our developers, knowing that there's a cost associated with it as well, and where I'm sensitive to the cost to make sure development can go forward. Just a plug for better architecture overall.
I think I can hear the staff on the 9th floor cheering right now.
Yeah.
Co-sign that. Thank you so much, Councilor Fitzgerald, for uplifting that. We're good? Okay. All right, so we're moving on to, I keep saying the division, but with the understanding that it might be labeled as the function, so the development review function, to evaluate proposed development projects to ensure coordination with zoning, land use planning, and other relevant policies related to the built environment, included by assessing the community impact of projects related to affordability, resilience, equity, and other important factors in order to shape project details, mitigation, and community benefits. Managing application submission, public notifications, public hearings, review by various city departments, and final decision-making and approval for proposed development projects, and ensuring transparency and predictability in development review processes. My main question here, and it's almost like the elephant in the room, but why was Article 80 not explicitly referenced here?
No reason. They can put it in if you want.
Okay.
It's not intentional. Article 8, these are the things Article 80 does.
Okay, so can we put pursuant to Article 80 of the zoning code at the end? Okay, great. So I have two other suggestions. So similar to planning and zoning, rewriting non-binding opinions to enforce, not necessarily enforce, because we know that that's the zoning commission, correct? And then the zoning board of appeals grants the exemptions, but to basically align projects and let folks know that it is within new zoning. So I would love to add the provision that I talked about in the planning and zoning division here as well for development review, but just switch it and say the development review division will work with planning and zoning division to write non-binding recommendations on development review projects on development projects subject to Article 80 and under review of the zoning board of appeals.
Yeah, excellent.
Great, okay. And then the other one was centered around, and I don't know if it lives here or if it should be within its own reporting section, because it seems like from the conversations that we had earlier about financial transparency and asking for a lot of documents, which I think you already provide, but something that I've heard from the community and something that I have come across as my time as counselor and even as a staff member is just that there are so many moving, I wouldn't necessarily call it moving, but there's so many different agreements that happen under Article 80. So there's cooperation agreements, there's the board memo, there's a lot of other things, community benefit agreements. Having a central place where all of these documents live, I feel like would really help with the transparency aspect of it. And then on the oversight part of it, I often find out what has been negotiated for my community at the tail end of right before a project is supposed to go to the board. And so I would like to have some sort of notification process for district city councilors before a cooperation agreement is made and or a community benefit agreement is made, because it is impacting the respective district councilors' district. What are your thoughts on that?
So the first part of your question, we do have a central location on our website that contains all of the development documents, from an LOI to a project notification form to cooperation agreement to a board memo. And we've made a lot of updates to our website in the last couple of years. As far as the notification to district councilors on what is part of a board memo in terms of benefits, I think it's something we could talk about. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, we'd like to be, if we're not already fulfilling that, it's something we'd love to be fulfilling.
Exactly.
It's definitely our intent and goal. I think I don't know, it's worth quibbling about, does it belong in the ordinance, does it belong in the zoning code? I don't know, but in terms of what we want to be doing, yes, that's what we want to be doing.
Vice Chair Weber?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. I mean, I think reviewing the history, it seems like BPDA has made a lot of progress in putting things online. But to the extent they weren't there before and now they're there, we'd like to just, make sure that keeps happening. So, so you would be okay with language in there, just kind of the kinds of reports that are up now, just to make sure, that future administrations keep them up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, we're already doing it. I would be hesitant about going back in time too far. We did go back to maybe 2014. It would be pretty time-consuming and expensive to go back sort of further than that, but certainly prospectively.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
I mean, I think what you're really saying is the reforms we've made should live on beyond the people that live here or work here now. And we love that. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, I commend you. You read a report from 2015 and you were like, oh, there are all these holes, and then you go to the website now and a lot of those have been filled. So just, sort of cement the good work that's happened, in the last few years.
Thank you very much. It's been a lot of work, so I deeply appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Weber. Before we move from this section, does anybody have any thoughts, comments, suggestions? Councilor Durkin?
Thank you. Yeah, and I did get an email from some community members, and one of the questions was about LDAs, and sort of a lot of that stuff has been moved online. So I just wanted to add, I know, sorry, this isn't exactly germane to this section, but I think it's germane in the sense that we're having this conversation about what is online, is that there is so much online and people don't always realize how much work has been put into getting everything online. But I do think the BPDA and now the planning department, if this is to pass, should highlight some of the work that has been done, because there's a lot of data and historical data and agreements online, and a lot of work that's been done, but people don't always know how to access it or know that it exists.
Thank you, Councilor, and we'll take the opportunity to highlight that as well. Every land disposition agreement has been digitized. It's online in a map-based format and accessible for the public to download and read and review. A lot of work went into that one too, but we were able to accomplish it.
It was an ask on behalf of the community in an email today, and I was like, happy to tell you it actually already exists. It's there, so that's great.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Okay, I think we're ready to go to the real estate function/division. To manage the planning process for acquisition and disposition of real estate that's my edit, so I'll go back. To manage the planning process for acquisition and disposition of real estate, to oversee public-private partnerships to create public value on public land, and to direct construction, maintenance, coastal protection, leasing, and licensing of public assets with municipal or non-municipal uses, including properties owned by the BPDA or successor entities. We've gone through this already. I do think that it would be useful for the purposes of this conversation and this section, just again to describe in full detail the full and entire acquisition and disposition of real estate process that will take place under this new structure, and the role of the Public Facilities Commission, what its function will be and how it will work in partnership with this particular function or division.
Yeah, so yes, happy to add that. Briefly, the Public Facilities Commission is the oversight board for any disposition or acquisition of non-municipal or surplus real estate that the city owns. As deeds move from the BPDA to the city, they would become the body overseeing the real estate functions and the votes necessary to move forward with real estate decisions. So this team will be working with both the BPDA board and the Public Facilities Commission on real estate activities.
Okay. And because of that, I do have, I can assume that the Public Facilities Commission is going to need additional staffing, or it already has sufficient staffing, given that there's going to be a lot, there's going to be a lot more work for them to do.
I mean, they may have to take more votes, but the staffing is usually provided by the staff of the agency. So the staff we're talking about here are the staff members currently of the real estate division, which we are growing. Just are excited to be adding 2 new real estate development officers in April. The Public Facilities Commission does have a staff that administers the votes before that body. I think they're in good shape, but that's something we should look at as this evolves.
Okay, how many staff members are there? Is it
They're
2?
in the public facilities department, but they share duties with the with MOH. I think there's a secretary and an attorney that provide a lot of daily support to that board.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I do have a suggestion. So after acquisition and disposition of real estate, just putting in simply in coordination with the Public Facilities Commission and the BBDA board.
Yeah, great.
Okay. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that you did lose one employee from the real estate division that I feel is irreplaceable. I just want to make note of that.
I just sort of feel
It's
like
gonna be
we're functioning pretty well right now.
Probably better.
Okay, any other thoughts, comments on this particular section? Okay. Councilor Worrell, did you have any comments on the Development Review Division at all that you wanted to uplift in this moment, or I can always come back to you?
Development Review Commission. Yes.
Or Development Review Division.
Yes. I wanted to offer up some language to be added to this section, just to keep our city and planning department consistent with other cities, and also to make sure that we're continuing to offer predictability to our developers. So the Development Review Division may, through the design impact review process, add reasonable conditions to individual projects, but may not be more restrictive than zoning, and should be obligated to follow the processes and procedures set forth in the city's zoning code. And I can offer this language
Please,
to the
yeah.
chair to be reviewed.
Can you just repeat that as well, too? I'm so sorry.
Okay. The Development Review Division may, through the design impact review process, add reasonable conditions to individual projects, but may not be more restrictive than zoning, and shall be obligated to follow the processes and procedures set forth in the city's zoning code.
Thank you.
I think that's generally great. I think we want to take a quick legal review of that and wouldn't want unintentionally to like hamstring our ability to negotiate for affordable housing or things like that. But in general, what you just said is generally how we operate. So it sounds great, but we should take a quick look at it.
Okay. Can I hand it to you?
Do you have copies?
All right. Can you make some copies? Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Were there other?
No, that was all for that
Okay.
section. Thank you.
Can I, just a quick question on that, I guess, like, what is the purpose of that amendment? What are you hoping to achieve through it that it isn't already included in here?
Yeah, so what I hope to do with this is just make sure that we follow the city zoning code, and that is the processes in the law that we're following. Like, it's not like the design doesn't take away from the laws outlined in the zoning code. There will always, that the planning and the design review process, they don't supersede the zoning code.
Okay. Sure, Councilor Durkin.
Thank you so much. Obviously, right now, we're in a process where every single project is, we're looking for variances on, every because of our outdated zoning code. So I wouldn't want to put us in a place where if our zoning code isn't properly updated, that we put ourselves in a place where and it's because I haven't fully read what you're saying, so maybe it accounts for that, but I wouldn't want design review to have to stick to zoning if zoning continues to not be fully updated. And I know we're going through that process right now, but I just wanted to flag that. I have a concern there, but I'm not exactly sure if that is addressed within the.
And I'm happy to kind of put a timeline on it after the Article 80 process review is done, and we'll all have a new updated and modernized zoning code to kind of put a timeline on it.
Sorry, and I guess through the chair, we are obviously engaged in multiple versions of zoning reform at the city right now. There's zoning reform, there's squares and streets, there's there's a couple different proposals on the table right now, and at least for if I was just to take squares and streets, if those are smaller term, 6 to 9 month intervals of planning for specific transit-rich corridors. And we're only taking a couple of those a year, and it may take us 5 to 10 years to get through all of that. And I don't know for sure please correct me if I'm wrong, Devin, but I would worry about, I think the part of the reason why the language here is so simple is because we want to provide some flexibility. I have one area of my district where one precinct, which actually used to be the chair's precinct, where every single building is capped at 100 feet. That doesn't really allow for the type of creation of different, sometimes we actually like to see in planning and design, like different types of heights. So that being said, while I'm not proposing anything different for that, I'm not a planning expert. It may take time for them to get to the Bullfinch Triangle and to have that conversation about the Bullfinch Triangle. So I wouldn't want our ordinance, if it were to pass in 1 week or a month or whenever we pass it, to ever create an environment where we are not allowing for that type of conversation that we are right now trying to have at the city level. So, sorry, I'll leave it to Devin to answer that.
Go ahead, Devin.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the intent of the councilor's suggestion to make it clear what the team is doing and their allegiance to the zoning code, which is what we're trying to achieve over time. And then to your point, councilor, that the zoning code is imperfect, and it's really imperfect right now, and hopefully it'll be coming.
It's not imperfect in East Boston and Charlestown.
Yeah, totally perfect there.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we're getting there, right? And I don't think we ever want our team, when they're advocating on behalf of communities, to have one hand tied behind their back. I think there are times where we need to push for really important community benefits, but in terms of like transparency and predictability, that's what we're aiming for.
Right, and I think that's what's going to ensure that we streamline and get more housing and development inside the city of Boston. So that's what I'm looking for in terms of this intent, is just create more predictability, not only for developers, but for our residents as well.
Yeah, and I'll encourage, so once we get that language, if we could have another conversation about it and then work out something that I think works for you and you, and what will make sense here, and then we'll include it in the next working session.
Perfect.
Councilor Durkin?
So sorry to take so much time on this. I think the predictability in zoning comes from not needing a variance from CBA. And so essentially, if you're trying to plan something at under 100 feet in an area that's zoned for under 100 feet, you don't have to go for a variance at ZBA. And that's where the predictability comes from. So as we are able to rezone different places in order to meet the current needs of housing, I think the ease and predictability actually comes from not needing a variance and actually not being able to be sued, by neighbors or by others who may have interest for it to be. So I would say that predictability is built into the current process that we have.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Evan?
Yeah, that is the goal. And I'm just thinking about Councilor Wall's language a little bit more. Like, there might be a time I can imagine in that 100-foot district where someone proposes a project that is 100 feet, so it's in line with 99 feet, so it's in line with zoning. But our design team looks at it and says, you know what, actually, this would be better if it was 90 feet and for X, Y, and Z reasons, and we think it would work. And that's actually more restrictive than zoning. So I don't think we would want them to not be able to say that if that was the guidance of the professionals on our team. But again, we'd probably want to limit debates like that through better zoning as much as possible.
Okay?
Take a look at it once we get the language, to kind of go through the language to see what could be added and what be revised.
I did hear reasonable conditions, and it seems like there's even some flexibility within the language that you propose. So, but because I don't have it in front of me and because I typed it very quickly, I don't have
Yep,
exactly
we'll get you a
what it is.
copy.
But once we get it, we can come back. Okay, so we were in the real estate division/function section. We agreed that after it says the acquisition and disposition of real estate, we'll say in coordination with the Public Facilities Commission and the BPDA Board. And I didn't hear any other thoughts or suggestions from my colleagues on this particular section. Is that correct? Okay, moving forward, section E. The department may also include support services to ensure the smooth functioning of human resources, financial, legal, technological, communications, and other functions. I don't have any thoughts or comments on this. I think my only question would be the legal aspect of it. So is it par for the course and consistent with other departments that they have their own legal counsel? Or would you be under corporation counsel, under Adam's shop?
That is a very legally technical, specific question. So I think the answer to your question is yes, there are lawyers and other assigned to departments. Depending on the type of law they do and the type of legal decisions, they report through corporation counsel. And so that's something that Lisa Harrington, our general counsel, and Adam Senior-Baum are working out. Lisa will remain the lead attorney, and her team will remain the lead legal team for real estate activities in the city. Mm-hmm. But there's certain functions that we currently rely on outside counsel for that in the future we'll probably rely on corporation counsel in the city for.
Okay, so we can expect that your employees may transition to the law department?
No, you can expect that our employees will remain planning employees.
Okay. And what, as they're reviewing projects, are they, for projects that are currently in the pipeline, are they looking at the BPDA sort of regulatory schemes? Like I think I've heard from other folks that they don't really know which law they're looking at, whether or not it should be under the BPDA or if it should be under city law. I'm not articulating this question right because I had a very passing conversation with somebody, but just calling out that there's some confusion around that in projects in the pipeline. And hopefully by the end of this hearing, I'll be able to get the question a little bit more solid.
As a result of these changes, while we're doing lots of changes to the zoning code itself and the Article 8 process, which will change how projects perform, the way we are proceeding with this ordinance and the home rule petition should not change how projects are proceeding through the pipeline.
Okay, thank you. Councilman here?
Sorry, I had to step out and jump right back in. Just curious, just for the process, what section are we in? And I did have a quick question as it relates to the conversation that I walked into in regards to zoning and the code. And I'm just curious about, like, and I may have missed this, but how are we going to prioritize equitable development and mitigate existing inequities? Did anyone unpack that?
I'll defer that question to the panel.
Yeah, obviously that's a giant important question and something that is hard to sum up shortly. I want to thank Councilor Fernandez Anderson, who asked a number of questions about this, and then in the 17F response that I don't want to just read through, but I think every action that we're taking has an equity lens to it, whether that's this ordinance that we're talking about today, or to democratize planning and empower the City Council and the duly represented, this body, the represented members of Boston, to farther than the spectrum, advancing affirmatively fair housing in our zoning code and advancing language access in the way we do our work every day, the newly passed inclusionary zoning to make Boston a more affordable city. So it's such a big question that it's hard to sum up shortly, but that's at the end of the day, people choose to come work for our team, and a lot of the reasons why the people that we have today working so hard on the things they're working so hard every day is that they believe that they can make Boston a more equitable city.
Yeah, so I'll just say two things to that. One is when I think about equitable and I think about, fairness. I think the process in terms of stakeholder engagement is really important. And I'd love to see some definitive commitments. I always go back to whatever we put on paper is usually what we tend to hold ourselves accountable to. So the more, specifics we can get to in terms of benchmark goals would be helpful for me. And then you were talking about lawyers and kind of the role and who would decide what. I worry about like corporation counsel versus city council lawyers versus like, I think that if we're gonna get this right, there needs to be some sort of independent counsel, frame in which the people who are overseeing this or who are litigating are folks who don't feel like they have a personal interest or a vested interest in one group over the other. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to say something without being disrespectful, but I'm going to be just a little bit out of character right now. I just think that having gone through 4 years of public hearings and passing ordinances, it's always like the city the administration's council versus the city council's council, and I just feel like there is not a real framework, if you will, in the way you're laying things out, that the lawyers that are going to be making these decisions, is there a possibility for it to be more independent?
So the lawyers that work for the BPDA today will be the lawyers that work for the planning department. And they do have a distinct and separate mission than the lawyers that work on the 6th floor for the city's corporation council, if that's answering your question.
I don't know. Is it?
I do believe that they have independence in that they have a separate function to perform, and we spend a lot of time talking with the different lawyers, and I think, and it's, I guess, one thing that I'm not sure this is answering your question, but I think we are lucky to have some very pro-social, very thoughtful attorneys working for both the city and the BPDA, and they choose to do this even though they could probably make a lot more money in private practice somewhere else, and they could choose to come here to work every day, moving this work forward. And so much of the work that we do in real estate development has a strong legal bent because there's a lot of money at stake and a lot of issues at stake, and I think our legal team, they take their job very seriously to protect the public's interest and enforce the laws of the city through the zoning code, et cetera. So they write good zoning. So they are empowered to do so. Want to keep getting better at it. Would welcome any recommendations.
Do you see, or if there's any examples that you can point to across the country where there is oversight of, I keep going back to who oversees the overseers, right? Like, is there an example outside of the city of Boston or something that we can point to where there is, some sort of framework or some sort of group or oversight committee that oversees the decisions that the lawyers are making?
I guess the answer to that question probably gets to the specific of what decisions we're talking about. I mean, because we are here today proposing the ordinance we're proposing today, I'm very sorry to be a broken record, but I think that, again, City Council does not have oversight today, and we want to give you oversight. That is the intent of this ordinance, and that was what the mayor told us to do, because she believes in the democratic power of this body and wants to end the non-oversight regime that we have today.
That's your statement, and you're sticking to it, huh?
Yeah, sorry. Happy for other
That is your statement, and you're sticking to it.
I will, thank you for that, Councilman Mahir. I will just remind everybody here that it is within our power to produce legislative fixes to some of these things. I'm thinking back to then Councilor Andrea Campbell submitting a proposal for an Inspector General that is beholden to no one, that is independent. So that is also something that we could do as a body that is within our power to develop language and introduce here and collaborate with councilors to get it passed and working with the mayor. Okay. Councilor Durkin.
Hi, I just wanted to, I think some of the legal expertise we have at the BPDA currently, I think it's so important that we be able to keep those folks and keep them happy, because the amount of legal work that comes out of the BPDA, I think about just in my short months, 7, 8 months on the city council, the amount of times I've realized that the reason why very complicated mitigation is possible is because of their legal expertise. I specifically want to shout out Lisa Harrington, Matt Donovan, and Mallory Shea, who have all worked on stuff in my district. And I think I've witnessed Corporation Council working in partnership side by side with the BPDA's lawyers on multiple things that, so I think that coordination already exists, it's already happening. And obviously, I mean, one of the hardest mitigation things that you can imagine is delivering a library to, as part of a development project, which is happening in the Fenway in my district right now. And I want to highlight, I think, as I said, that corporation and coordination with Corporation Council is already happening. So I want to advocate for as much flexibility as possible within this language to have them continue to accomplish the jobs that they are doing a really great job at, with very, very complicated state and local laws that they're having to follow. And so thank you.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank you and agree with you. We have such a talented team, and that they all choose to do this knowing that they can make more money and do other things very easily, because they're up against everyday developers who are spending millions of dollars on their legal teams to negotiate against the city, and we're holding our own. And it's because of the hard work of our staff.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin and Devin. I think we are good with this particular section. We can move to section 2, although Alex Lawrence had to leave and was going to be back for this particular section, seeing that it has to do with BPDA personnel. Although I want to commend my colleagues, we got through 3 pages in an hour, which I'm very grateful for. But appreciate the robust discussion. We had amendments, folks had questions about them, and we'll continue to keep that spirit of collaboration going forward. I'm wondering, can we move forward? Are you?
I think we'll do our best here, but Teresa knows a lot about HR and personnel, and I think please proceed, and if we need to pull Alex in for a question, we'll try our best.
Okay. So we'll move to section 2. This is the residency exemption for former BPDA personnel. Individuals employed by the department shall be residents of the City of Boston in accordance with the City of Boston's residency ordinance, and it's referenced here as Ordinance 1976, Chapter 9, as amended here and thereafter, known as the Residency Ordinance. Individuals employed by the BPDA as of June 30th, 2024, who are subsequently hired by any city department, known as the former BPDA personnel, with no break in service between BPDA employment and employment with a city department, shall be exempt from the residency ordinance if such former BPDA personnel have already served 10 consecutive years with the BPDA, as calculated by the BPDA as one of the dates of such former BPDA personnel's date of transition to a city department. That is a lot. Or such former BPDA personnel served 10 consecutive years with the BPDA, as calculated by the BPDA as of the date of such former BPDA personnel's date of transition to a city department, combined with their service time with the city department post date of transition to the city, or such former BPDA personnel has already become exempt as of June 30th, 2024, during employment with the BPDA pursuant to the provisions of a collective bargaining agreement between former BPDA employees bargaining unit and the BPDA. Can you explain all of that in plain English for those listening and here today in the chamber?
Written one of those by those aforementioned great attorneys. Basic point is that the City of Boston has a residency policy. There's exemptions to that policy, which most union staff enjoy, where after 10 years they may, they are exempted from the policy, no longer have to live in the city. That is the same policy that exists on the 9th floor in VPDA's offices. And we have staff that have taken advantage of that after 10 years, decided to move. We have plenty of staff that have decided to stay, which is great. But as a result of this transition, they are all technically getting new jobs with the city of Boston. And without this amendment, would be viewed as a first day on the job BPDA, City of Boston employee subject to the residency policy of the city, which means they would need to establish residency in the city. No one should have to, if they've been working for the city, or working for the BPDA for 15 years, they shouldn't have to sell their home or find a new home just to maintain their employment. We're just trying to continue the rules which they were hired under.
Okay, and so you're saying without this provision, this wouldn't be the true transition as touted by you and the mayor?
Yeah.
And so this leads the way for that? That's
Exactly.
simply what it is?
It protects our employees in the rights that they were hired under.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Are there any questions? Councilor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Chair. It's related to residency, but I just wonder, we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but it's just something that I thought about. BPDA employees cannot apply for affordable housing when thinking about residency, right? Coming into the city employees can apply for affordable housing. Who wins out with the merge?
We need to get a ruling from the Ethics Commission, and Councilor Santana had also asked about that. It's a great point. We're really hopeful that with the move to the city, that employees who are not involved with the compliance and creation of affordable housing units, of course, if someone is overseeing a program, ethics laws will prevent them from participating in that program. But with, aside from those specific employees, it would be wonderful for the staff that are income qualified to participate in the inclusionary housing policies of the city.
Great, thank you. No further question on residency in itself might be an issue that people want to bring up, but as it's laid out here for the transfer, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Mejia?
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious, how many individuals do you know fall under this?
I don't know. Do you know, Teresa? We can get you that.
We can find out.
Just because I know it's already difficult to live here in the city of Boston, right? The rents are incredibly high for folks. But I'm curious, I just want to make sure that we're, again, intent versus impact, that we're not preventing people who actually want to work within this department and could have opportunities as well. So I'm just kind of curious, like, how you guys are going to reconcile with that. Like just future opportunity, employment opportunities for Boston residents who are.
Oh, go ahead.
So any new employee will still need to be a resident of the city? And that's the same case with the city of Boston. So all new employees will need to.
It would be helpful to know how many are existing that don't live in the city of Boston that are going to get grandfathered in, I guess. That's what you guys are going to grandfather.
It's a pretty small number. It's a very small number.
20 or 30 maybe?
I think it's less than that, but we'll get you the specific number out at 220.
Okay.
I think the larger intent of this policy is to make sure that people who are been working for the city for the BPDA for 7 years, as they approach their 10th year, are get to continue the rules that they were hired under.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Moving on to Section C. Oh, Councilor Durkin, thank you for calling out.
I just wanted to ask if the intent of this section was really to encourage folks at the BPDA who are eligible to stay there to move over, because it just seems like they might be the same group of people. Like, is this to encourage that they, or because I think the folks that are staying over, is it over 5 years?
And so
at the BPDA?
It's a good question, thank you. I think the intent of this is really just to keep things the same for people. So if you stay with the BPDA because you're eligible to stay, nothing changes with you for residency because you're not changing employers. As the majority of staff, as they become city employees, we're just trying to continue the rights that they were hired under. No other changes other than that.
And I do believe we need to have a conversation, obviously, about our lowest paid workers and those requirements within the city, but that's not germane to the hearing today, so I'll follow up with Chief Lawrence about that.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, they're doing afterwards. Thank you for joining us again, Chief People Officer Alex Lawrence. And for folks wondering about public testimony, so in the beginning of this hearing, I mentioned that we will have public testimony, and we did have it for about 15 to 20 minutes before, and then we're going to have public testimony after we go through all of the language, which is typical. Vice Chair Weber.
Thank you. So I apologize, this has already been covered. I just had a question about the retirement benefits. The home rule petition refers to buying years of service. I don't know who is.
You go for it.
Will you be able to buy years of service? So let's just say somebody's been in EDIC for 30 years. Could they move over, buy 30 years of service, and retire under Boston's retirement system? Or do they have to serve time?
So it's my understanding that if the home rule petition passes with the language that we've proposed, an EDIC employee who served for 30 years can buy back those 30 years of service, but they must work for the city for 2 years before they can retire into the system. So they can't buy back their time and retire immediately. They need to be a City of Boston employee for 2 years after.
Okay, and just, can they use the money in the 401A to buy the years of service without suffering, tax issues?
They can use money in a qualified retirement account, which would be a 401A, correct, with no penalties.
Okay, so just to wrap this up, so you could have all the years of service that you have in the IDEC count toward a Boston retirement, as long as you make it 2 years.
Correct.
If the home rule, yeah, okay.
That's correct.
Thank you, that answers my question.
Jump back in, and I guess I have the answer now to Councilor Mejia's question. It's 28 employees out of 220, it's out of 270, because it also includes Office of Workforce Development employees that live outside the city today.
You know what their salary range looks like?
No, but I could get that for you.
Yeah, I think that'd be important information. Thank you.
Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. One question, and I know this is it might be very specific to OWD, and I apologize, I do not know if it applies to all BPDA employees, but for instance, grants that come in that typically OWD or potentially another department would use, sometimes let's just for the sake of argument, you get a $100,000 grant. You'll take $10,000 of that to pay for administrative costs for the actual employee. In the retirement system now, if they were to move, you would have to then take a larger percentage of said grant to cover their retirement contribution as well. So, instead of taking the 10,000 out of 100, you might have to take 12,000 now or 13,000, so that it supplements the retirement part of that. I just wonder.
I'm not sure, and it would only apply to OWD employees, but I don't believe, Alex, you might know this question, I don't believe that the employer actually contributes to the pension to the pension payments.
Yeah, I'd have to.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was an example brought up to me. That's why I will fully admit that I have not experienced this myself, but it's what it was described to me, and just wondered if there was a response where some of the money taken from the grant goes to pay for the person that would then, and then the rest of it goes to the use of what it was intended for, but there was a percentage taken for administrative, and if the retirement piece is now part of that, is it added on? Or is it taken out of that, the grant fund?
I'm pretty confident Teresa is correct that the way that the way you're describing is accurate. There's a portion of administration that goes to salary, and then a portion of an employee's salary in their own salary goes to retirement. But it's what is paid to employees that is reflected in the grants. It's the salary amount.
It wouldn't increase what is taken out of the grant to move to the salary to make sure that is then covered under in the salary.
It actually might reduce it because the employees in a 401A get a match from the employer. And so if our thinking is right and there is no employer contribution to the retirement system, it could potentially reduce the administrative costs.
The only reason I bring it up is because, using grant dollars that were intended to be for a specific use and then having more of that used instead for administrative and retirement costs rather than go to the use, I would just suggest we dive further into that to make sure that that's not the case.
We will confirm, but I would be pretty confident as of right now that that is not the case. That will not happen.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. I have a general question about life insurance. My understanding is that current BRA, EDIC employees, potentially BPDA successor entity employees have group insurance. The GIC under Mass State law, and they're going to be losing this, and it's extremely devastating for them. And so, is there any city of Boston proper effort to explore life insurance for employees? Like, what does that look like? What conversations have been had?
Yeah, so I can say that we have an optional life insurance plan that can be purchased through the city of Boston, and we have a subset. I could get you the exact numbers of the city employees who choose to purchase that option. I think as the folks are pointing out, it is not as generous as the BPDA package, and I think that just goes back to the earlier point on all kinds of insurance that I made, which are just it's a really complex thing. There are a lot of different trade-offs that the city makes when we offer the set of benefits that we do offer. Certainly, especially as folks become our employees, should they advocate for us pursuing additional forms of insurance of any kind that they feel that they are lacking, we will consider those proposals and take them seriously. And as I've mentioned, for sort of all of our benefits packages, we have a large group represent the Public Employment Commission, which is many different collective bargaining units that sort of come to the table with proposals about what they'd like to see in their benefits packages, and that's a very robust process that we could certainly investigate. It's just a different series of choices that we've made in terms of what we offer for our employees. But specifically in life insurance, we have an optional package that they could choose to purchase.
Okay, and I guess, could you put a number of, financially, what these folks are losing?
I don't have the specifics.
So, as an employee who is also losing this, I think it's important to validate that this is a real concern and something, there are pluses and minuses to every change. And I congratulate the team for working their hardest to make sure that every benefit is as balanced and as peered and is sustained as much as possible. But this is certainly one where the city just doesn't have the same program that is as beneficial as the GIC program that the BPDA participates in. I think it's hard to put an exact dollar value on it because it depends on how much insurance you want to purchase. And you can, as Alex just pointed out, you can purchase insurance through the city. It's just going to be more expensive, and it's not going to cover you as high of a premium, and it's more complicated to enroll in. So it's a worse benefit. I'm personally disappointed about it, and I'm sure many of our employees are. And all I can say to those employees who I'm sure are listening is that we tried our hardest to match every benefit as best as possible, and this is just not a benefit the city offers today and is able to spin up as quickly as our employees are transitioning. And there was no way to keep them enrolled because with your changing employers, we're no longer going to be state employees. We're going to be city employees, and so we're no longer eligible for the GIC.
Will there be an ombudsperson, or who is going to be walking through employees during the transition in the event that they want to sign on to the city's life insurance?
Yeah, so we've done a bunch of things sort of to that effect. We held multiple benefits fairs where folks could come and see. We had every single kind of benefit represented, folks from all of the city's health insurance plans, where everybody was invited. We will continue to have those offerings. And we are gonna, we have the BPDA HR folks will also become experts in the offerings that we have in the city, and so they will functionally be those ombuds people to deeply understand all of the offerings that we have. We're meeting with them very regularly. The director of human resources for the BPDA worked in city HR for a very long time, so he might be as deeply familiar with the city benefits packages as pretty much anyone there is. So I feel very confident in his ability to explain and walk people through that, but we're available should anyone have any questions about what is an option to them, and also should they desire to advocate for us to look into other kinds of benefits that we don't currently offer.
Okay. And then for those who are unfortunately going through any distressing medical situations in their families, whether it's them or their family, are there any discrepancies in terms of health benefits where if the decisions you make today could potentially impact your health in the next few months or in the year, are there different health benefits that are provided from the BPDA and the city, and have we accounted for that, and what can we tell those folks?
Yeah, so again, they are different plans. The state's GIC plan and the city's health insurance are different plans. We have 3 options. They make slightly different trade-offs. It really just depends on your individual situation, but our director of health benefits is truly excellent, and I feel incredibly strongly in the richness of benefits that we provide. This is probably not important for a hearing, but just as a personal anecdote, I have had both insurance plans. My husband worked for the MBTA, and so there was a while where I was on the state's GIC plan. I was covered for far less benefits than I'm covered at the city. Again, it completely depends on your individual health insurance needs. But like for the purposes of, for many people's individual healthcare benefits, I think they will see an impact for the positive. It's not a blanket statement because the health insurance industry is really, really complicated. And so individuals are going to have some things that are, trade-offs between deductibles, co-pays, et cetera. And yeah, I can't speak to every single individual and say that it will be advantageous for them. But I feel at a whole, our plans are very, very comprehensive.
Mm-hmm. And for any employees that are going through this very specific situation, what would be your advice if they have to make medical decisions today, either in one plan or the other? Could they go to the city's HR right now? And okay.
100%. Yep. There's a health benefits office there on the 8th floor. There is an office physically there. They are staffed 100% of the time. They can come. That the office is open. They can come at any point.
Okay. Thank you.
Reach out to the BPDA HR staff who's working very, very closely with the city staff, so they can choose whomever they want to reach out to, and BPDA staff will help them get any answers they need.
Okay. I'm sorry, one last question. FMLA, are there any discrepancies with that? No, right? Because that's a state.
It's a federal protection.
Federal, and then so for example, family leave and pregnancy leave, is that consistent? I know in the city of Boston, we have a wonderful policy where both parents can take leave. Is that consistent as well?
So the overall plan for parental leave is consistent. I will just say there is a subset of BPD employees that use a short-term disability option that we don't provide for everyone across the city, which is where you might have heard folks say that there are some discrepancies. Again, we have a leaves and absence management team should there be folks who have any concerns about how they might use their leave benefits for the purposes of having a child with the city. I feel like we have 17,000 people who are under our policy and feel strongly that it is a good one.
Okay. Councilor Durkin?
Thank you. And, my own experience of joining off-cycle, I'm still not on the city council's health insurance. Legitimately, when people are done as one-off transitions, a lot falls through the cracks, and that has always been the case for, I think this whole scale transition and being able to offer those resources and being able to, talk to every single employee at the same time is really important. But as you decide, this person's going to transition at another time, I thank Chair Coletta for her focus on this, because I think it's so important that nobody fall through the cracks and that there be proactive outreach, because I know that, in my own experience, I had a medical procedure scheduled for a certain date, and so I didn't feel comfortable shifting health insurances. And a lot of people may have that same experience of, I have this scheduled, what do I do? And so I think Chair Coletta for uplifting that, but also just acknowledging that any one-off people may need their own private consultation. So just making sure that we have enough staff and we have enough focus on that side of it is so important. And not just the benefits that are offered, but also making sure that, hey, we need this form, this is the date. Because it has been, for myself, just using myself as an example, sometimes you get 3 different answers, and then at the end of the day. So hopefully May 1, I'll be on the city of Boston's health insurance, but I'm hoping that it's a way swifter transition for all of these employees. And I thank you, Chief Lawrence, for your focus on that.
Okay. Councilor Mejia, then Councilor Weber.
Thank you. And this may not be the space to ask, but I'm just curious now that we've opened up a can of worms here. But I'm curious about unemployment. Like if people, like say for instance, they're transitioning from one entity and now they're moving over to the city, if there is any gap in terms of they'll be covered, right? They'll be all set. We're not worried about. Okay. I just wanted to, because I know sometimes when you switch jobs, you have to be in some place for 6 months in order for you to, there's some, I just want to make sure that we're good. Or maybe I don't have to worry about that.
But for the employees who are moving from the BPDA to the city, their date of service is going to carry with them.
Okay.
So they're not starting as new employees.
Okay, great.
So they won't have any issues.
Okay, great. That's kind of, I wanted to get that clarification because I know that sometimes impacts.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so anything that's just to like put a pin on anything that's calculated by their service date, which includes a ton
It's not
of benefits,
resetting.
is not resetting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Chair. So I think in the information we were provided this morning, it talked about vacancies. There's something like 23, 26 vacancies.
26, I think.
So what's going to happen to those?
So those vacancies will carry over to the city, and we'll begin to hire on the city side.
Okay, so you'll in terms of the staffing numbers, it'll include, trying to fill the vacancies.
Yep.
And not just.
Yeah, we're trying to fill them now, of course.
Okay,
Right.
thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. We've been joined by Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Okay, the last section with this is Section C. So reading through it, Section 2(1)B's exemption shall remain in effect during the entirety of the former BPDA personnel service with the city unless, and until, personnel service with the city unless and until the former BPDA's personnel employment with the city ends, or unless and until the former BPDA's personnel subsequently becomes covered by any labor or collective bargaining agreement. At the time of either of these events, the exemption set forth herein ceases to apply to that former BPDA personnel. Could you provide a brief overview of just the purpose of this provision and why that's in there?
Sure. It's just saying that if an employee moves over to the city and they then leave city employment and come back, the residency clock needs to start again. Okay. So the benefit that they're getting in terms of continuing the BPDA residency policy ends when their employment ends. And it also says that if they join a collective bargaining unit, they will be bound by the rules, by the terms of that agreement.
So it's just if I may, clarifying that we have already, in the purposes of the residency ordinance, determined, I'm getting over my legal capabilities here, but it has already been determined that collective bargaining supersedes the provisions of the residency ordinance, and therefore like a collective bargaining contract can provide an exemption to residency within it already. So it is not needed if they join a union because there is already an exemption within the collective bargaining unit for residency for specific unions.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but Councillor Fitzgerald and anybody else that has questions on this?
It was alluding just to that statement. I just want to make sure, so if anyone comes over and then they decide to unionize for any reason, and then, so that is, they are now, that exemption, if they've been there for 10 years and then they've moved out of the city, they decide to unionize as a now city employee, that exemption is taken away?
It would be part of the process of collective bargaining, because we've already determined that residency should be a subject of bargaining and therefore should happen in the collective bargaining process.
So is there a case, a possibility to have someone come over that is already exempt from residency, unionize within the new planning department, lose their residency exemption, and then it is not bargained for collectively, and therefore they've sort of just fired themselves?
So I think we have just discovered that we do need to make an amendment to cover those employees who come over with the residency exemption, join a collective bargaining agreement, and lose the protections of the ordinance, and then leave that collective bargaining unit, but still are an employee of the city.
So the intent there, I will explain, and then we can have the lawyers decide whether or not we have done this. The intent here was basically not to trample on collective bargaining rights, given the fact that residency is something that can be altered within collective bargaining. So if we have inadvertently limited, like our goal is not to take this away if people join a union, it is just to comply with the collective bargaining law. We can revisit that section and make sure that it does that, because that is not our intent is not to
punish people
or say, but by the way, there's a trick, and if you join a union, we're taking this away from you. It is just to acknowledge the separate confines of collective bargaining law.
That's all I was really trying to get at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. I understand that we have some time constraints for some of the panelists, so we'll be moving pretty quickly. If we're okay with moving past residency exemption, seeing and hearing no objection to that, since we just did the financial transfers for a majority of this hearing, we'll go to section 4, which is property transfers. We'll just take both sentences as one. The city may transfer to and acquire from the BPDA real property according to existing statutory processes as they may apply to certain parcels. The city and the BPDA may execute one or more memorandum of agreement to memorialize the process by which certain real property transfers shall be effectuated. To the extent required, this section shall constitute any requisite city council approval of real property acquisitions and transfers by the city pursuant to the city charter or other applicable Massachusetts state laws. Councilor Weber, I don't know if we discussed this as, especially the last sentence, to the extent required, and then any requisite city council approval. That language is a little wonky. I don't know if you want to provide comment.
Okay, yeah, I just, reading that last sentence, it makes it seem like to the extent that the city charter requires approval of a property transfer, passing this section will function as that approval, which I don't think is what you intended. Is that?
Well, I think what we intended to do is make very clear, as we have throughout this hearing, that we're going to be moving property to the city, and that we're asking the council's help with making that expedient. We aren't aware of any city council approval needed over the movement of any of those deeds from the BPDA to the city, but should we find one, we wouldn't want to have to come back to the council to do it. We'd like you to sign off now that that's our intent. You'd like us to proceed forthwith. So that was why we wrote that the way we wrote it. I can understand that we could probably improve that language, which we would be very open to doing.
Well, does this language have anything, is it for currently acquired property, not future acquired property? So this, I think we had talked about changes to this to sort of clarify that it was for already applied, not sort of future, things that would require approvals of appropriations and.
Yeah, we'd welcome that amendment. That was not our intent. We were just trying to get on with the thing we told you we want to do, so we welcome that change.
Okay, so I think our idea, the chair can take it back if it was just, instead of to the extent required, it would be to facilitate transfers of already acquired property. This section shall constitute any requisite city council approval of real property acquisitions. So that's, I'm sorry, just give me a second. I have it in my notes. So, yeah, okay, to effectuate or to facilitate transfers of already acquired property, this section shall constitute requisite city council approval of real property acquisitions and transfers by the city. I would say subject to the city charter. It's not like pursuant to, just to make it governable by the city charter, not, again, try to short circuit the whatever processes are needed.
I'm open to that change because I don't think this is like the most important part of this ordinance. The most important part was to tell you that we wanted to move property, but the effect of that change is if we find out we need to, for whatever reason, unforeseen circumstance, under the city charter, need to get a city council vote to move the property that exists today, that we would need to come get your vote, which would slow that down. So if that is what you want, we're happy to make that change.
Okay, and I guess I had a couple questions just about property transfers in general, and I don't know if you know the answers to these. If we're acquiring property from the BPD, if the city is from the BPDA,
yeah.
Does there need to be consideration paid for that property?
I don't know, actually, and sometimes, but there often is, but I'm not sure that there needs to be.
Okay, and then the other, the flip side of that is, does that implicate any tax obligations?
No. With the exception of, in some rare instances, there are unpaid taxes associated with vacant property that the BPDA came to own, in which case there are tax implications, but our vacant property is tax exempt. Our leased property is paying taxes, and we monitor that closely with the assessing department. So the basic answer to your question is no.
Okay, and I guess going back to the first sentence, what is contemplated by, the city may transfer to the BPDA, what proper, or, it says transfer to and acquire from. So I think acquire from, I understand, but transfer to, what would that involve? Or is that just boilerplate?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the most important part of the ordinance. If that needs to, there have been times in the past where the PFC votes to transfer property to the BPDA in order to use its 30B exemption for community development purposes, and that's great, and the appropriate votes are taken. If a surplus vote is needed, the city council will vote on the surplus. Most property owned by mayor's office housing is already surplus, so we're not trying to short circuit any surplus authority that the city council currently has.
Okay, and last thing, so if after the ordinance is passed, BPDA, if they acquired property in the future, would they be able to acquire property in the future? If they did, would they transfer it to the city? But it's not
Ordinance versus home rule petition, right? So the ordinance, the city council cannot, and the city of Boston cannot change anything about the BPDA. And that is, you don't have that power because the powers of the BPDA were created in state law. So the home rule petition changes the powers by which the BPDA could acquire property. Does that make sense?
I think so. No, yeah, very little about this makes complete sense to me. But,
fair.
I know, in some degree, yes, it makes sense. I'd like to hear my colleagues.
For sure. I have one quick question. So the last sentence, subject to city charter, what are you referencing there? Which provision?
So, again, with all due respect to the amazing attorneys that wrote this, I think what we were trying to do is just say, this is the same as all city departments. The city charter is, in effect, we're not taking anything away from the city charter. We're not adding anything new to the city charter.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about eminent domain, but I will go to Councilor Durkin first. I don't know who was first, actually. I'm sorry. Either.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just have a question. Obviously, property sales do go through the Development Committee for approval, correct?
Sorry, can you say that again? The property sales go through?
Sorry,
I know your question.
Yes.
It's not property sales, it's property surplus.
Yes, okay. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so that and I think this is the answer to your city charter question. The charter gives the authority to the city. We should get one of the lawyers who knows and understands this a little better to confirm, but my understanding is the city charter provides the power to the city council to declare whether a property is surplus, meaning it is no longer needed for municipal uses. And then once you take a vote on that, it becomes the care and custody of the Public Facilities Department. MOH is part of the Public Facilities Department in the charter. For the most part, Mayor's Office of Housing conducts the disposition of a surplus property, and the votes of the Public Facilities Commission confirm and ratify those activities. So that is the usual sequence. So I can see, and Councilor Weber, I think, pointed this out pretty clearly, how this could be interpreted to undo some of those authorities, which was not our intent. So we're happy to make amendments to make sure that isn't the case.
Well, I think what I want to make sure, personally, as someone who has a lot of projects happening in my district that are transformational, like the West End Library revitalization, that all the powers that we've had access to build affordable housing on public land are both still possible, and that we know who will do them and how we can be part of either. I'm not suggesting an amendment here, but I just want to, get some folks smarter than me to make sure that, and with more legal expertise, that all of the things that we want to accomplish as a city are still possible.
That is such a great question. And so I can safely say that there is no risk in this ordinance of losing those powers, because that's really not changing anything about what the city can and cannot do. However, there's a major risk of that in the home rule petition. If urban rule were to end without any replacement authorities with a 30B exemption, the city would have no tool, no quasi-governmental authority by which it could purchase and sell land for the purpose of affordable housing, because that affordable housing is not a municipal use.
Exactly, like the West End Library is in an urban rural zone, which is part of what made the West End Library revitalization project possible. And obviously it will require a minor modification, and it'll require some things, but I just want to make sure. I don't know everything. I've been in this job for 7 months, but I just want to make sure that we're dreaming of some really big things, and we're trying to do things at the city level that other cities haven't had the chance to do. And I just want to make sure, with the movement of the planning department underneath the city, we're maintaining some of those real estate powers that can be used for good.
Yeah, and that is why we're trying to have a very small, very limited, with very explicit limitations to affordability, climate resilience, and community development, social equity, why we're keeping a quasi-governmental rather than having none at all. That it is largely to do with that issue. and the protection of existing land disposition agreements that protect community issues, community development goals.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Councilor Mejia?
I guess there's two things that I am struggling with. One is, this whole idea that you want to give the council more, oversight and more participation, but yet when it comes to property transfers, having a hearing may not be something, or at least that's what I heard, you may not be open to?
No, I think that was, I think Councilor Weber astutely pointed out that this could, the way we wrote this could be amended so that we aren't trying to take away any power from the city council.
So you're not going to bypass,
Yeah, we don't want to take away the city council's surplus authority.
Okay.
So but to maybe more explicitly to your question, I did point out that the intent of the language was to say, hey, we want you to sign off that you want us to move this property quickly, which would mean that we don't believe there's a need for the city council to take a vote if a property moved from the BPDA to the city, but we're asking you for your permission to move that property to the city if we find out that's the case, because we want to move it quickly. If you don't want us to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, I personally don't feel comfortable with anything that's going to bypass or just move things along just for the sake of just trying to rush. So I think that if we're really trying to restore trust, then I think that whatever mechanisms are in place for us to have a public hearing, for us to be able to unpack things, I think in the spirit of really trying to create space for people to feel like they're a participant, I think that I would advocate strongly to ensure that there is some sort of formal mechanism in place for us to be able to deliberate around these property transfers.
And I think that's fine with us. We respect that. And if that's what the council would like, we're happy to make that amendment. I just want to point out that what we're trying to do is to quickly achieve what I think we've heard from communities they want us to do. They don't want the BPDA to move moving land. They want us to move it as quickly as possible.
And I have no problem
So we're trying to do that as fast as possible.
I just want to be clear for the record. I'm not trying to, what I am advocating for is for there to be a formal process in which the city council participates in that process. That's
open to the council's determination on this.
I want to make sure that we don't bypass that. And then, as a citywide councilor, right, I can't talk about being a district councilor, but I know there are certain districts that seem to just be under attack when it comes to property takeover, if you will. And so I'm just curious, as we're talking about these property transfers, what racial equity lens are we looking at in terms of what your game plan looks like for certain districts? I'm just curious.
Well, I think we know pretty clearly from the legacy of urban renewal that urban renewal has an extremely negative social justice, racial justice legacy. So we're trying to move property from the urban renewal entity to the city of Boston as effectively and expediently as we possibly can, while also ensuring that there are no harms to the if any of that property is tenanted, to make sure that it does not occur. So I'd like to do that quickly. Happy to.
So I'll just be a little bit more explicit. Establishing the reparations task force, all issues around land. I think that there's an opportunity for us to repair some of that harm. Especially if we're talking about transferring any property, there should be some sort of explicit language about what that's going to look like in ways that don't further harm folks. And then the last piece that I will just add in regards to property transfers, which is the section that we're talking about right now, I think with civic associations and community input, I would advocate for some sort of community engagement process here in this space. I'm not sure what, if any, what that would look like, but I think that there's an opportunity here for that.
Yeah, deeply agree. Again, extremely negative social justice legacy associated with urban renewal. We need to take a reparative lens to every property. We need to not have vacant property sitting around doing nothing for its communities. We need to have community-driven planning and community-driven participation in decision-making around what to do with public land. We need to use public land for public good. These are the things we're committed to. These are the reasons why we're here.
Yes, I know. I've heard all of those. I appreciate it. I respect it. I value it. I think we are at a very crucial moment here in the city of Boston where good buzzwords, right? I feel like I'm always going to go back to return on investment. I'm always going to go back to benchmarks. I'm always going to go back to accountability tools. What does that look like?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I want to say these are not buzzwords. These are the actual actions we are doing every day. We are ending urban renewal. We are moving the planning department to the city. We are disposing of public land through community. We're having community meetings every night in our community, talk about how we can take land and use it for public good. We're turning into affordable housing. We're turning into open space. We're turning into urban agriculture, working with all the councilors in this room. And we can always get better at it, but we're really committed to doing it. The agency hasn't been that way for most of its history, but that's what we're doing. And I want the results to speak for themselves.
So this will be my last question, and I do appreciate all the efforts because I have seen a shift, and I'm not negating that. Okay, so I want to be on. But for me, it would be helpful to have more of a dashboard and metrics and numbers and data and outcomes, because that's how I feel like we can hold ourselves accountable to the things that we're saying and that we can see it in real time. That is what I'm advocating for.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels like we're in a conversation that we're asking you to do something that we have power to do. Yes. And by going through these, and I do apologize, I had a couple of things that came up, so I had to step out. My apologies if I didn't catch up with the rest of the conversation. But it does feel like we're going through this, and our job technically is to go through this without you, through a working session. And I think that in fairness to Madam Chair, is that we are trying to accommodate the public as well to testify and stuff like that. So I appreciate our chair's grace. But now we're in a conversation where we're going through, parts by part of this ordinance with you. And really, we could just provide to you the alternate. We could say, this is what we think. This is an ordinance. And the amendment that we're proposing is this. And we'll probably get to that process. I think our chair is going to lead us in the right direction, and we'll probably get to that eventually. So I do appreciate you going through this arduous, long conversation. Again, that feels like we're asking you to answer on things that we have power to do. But I do want to ask you these questions and give me hypotheticals, because every time we've asked about how this ordinance is doing something, you've alluded to home rule petition, rezoning, or proposed Article 80 reform. Mm-hmm. And in those spaces, I think it's all a lot for the public to be able to say, what is the web, right? What is the synergy here, and how does all of it, how does the structure work? How does the machine function? And if I tried to explain to folks in terms of the process itself, all the way to permitting, if I tried to explain compliance with zoning, if I tried to explain home rule petition in terms of dismantling BPDA, but there is a hypothetical here. And what we are asking you is, could this ordinance look differently? What if the Article 80, what if the home rule petition, rather, does not pass? Then how does that impact BPDA, and how does that impact this office? How will it function? Are there clauses in chapter somewhere mm-hmm. that prevents the city from building residential? And I think you know the mm-hmm. answer.
Yeah.
Please.
So a lot there. I think one, I would say, I think we covered earlier, the city of Boston is is prevented from acquiring land for affordable housing. Affordable housing is not considered a municipal use. I guess to the extent that we wanted to acquire land to start a new ship repair business using the earlier example, we're prevented from doing that too, because it's not a municipal use. Acquire land for libraries and schools, the city's totally empowered to do that. But the city also has to follow Chapter 30B for real estate. And that means when you want to, if the city wants to buy something, it needs to put out an RFP. For anyone who's ever participated in the real estate market knows that's not really how the real estate market works. You don't, buyers don't say, please sell me something. Sellers say, please buy this, right? And so in order to act quickly, the BPDA is empowered to do that for reasons that we don't agree with and think should be abolished around blight, decadence, and substandard housing. And so to answer your question, if the home rule petition did not pass, then the BRA will remain the urban renewal, blight, decadence, and substandard housing agency for the city of Boston, and will be empowered to take those actions. We've become fairly good over time about shoehorning the blight definition into community development, because sometimes it works. But why not just say what we actually intend to do? We want to make our communities more affordable. We want to make our communities more equitable. We want to use all the tools at our disposal to prevent urban heat island effects and coastal flooding. That's what our home rule petition will do. It's different from you can pass this ordinance today or next week or a month from now. It really doesn't have any bearing on the impacts of the home rule petition. They're just totally separate subjects. The ordinance before you today is about whether or not planning should be something that the city controls, which we believe it should be, and that's why we're asking you to take this action.
Why should it be?
I think look at what's happened in the past. Look to the past, and I think we're all here because we don't think the results of our planning, having it in a quasi-governmental entity, have produced the growth, the equitable growth that we wanted to see over the broad arc of history, have had the most affordable housing outcomes, the best resilience outcomes. There's a very negative social justice legacy associated with the West End and takings in Roxbury, that we want to depart from that era, put planning under city council control and oversight, so that you can call us to task on the things you've been asking us about all day today. That's the power we'd like to give you. We think we'll be a more democratic society for having done it.
A department that will build trust based on those 11 emerging points that we're talking about, remodelizing Article 80, one that will build community trust, one that will do equity and increase affordability, resiliency, and all of those wonderful things.
And these are all different things, right? I suppose you could decide to not have a city planning department and that you'd like us to keep operating separately, in which case we will do it. In that case, we will continue with Article 80 reform because we still think it's important and we still think we can get better at the way we manage development. So these are separate things that will keep on continuing on their own paths, but taken together, I think they add up to a better way of doing planning and development in the city of Boston.
The thing is, I agree.
Thank you.
But I think that the conversation happens backwards. You say that you want to do all of these things with this new direction, with the department, with the rezoning, with Article 80 reform, with the home rule petition. So we take those premises, the ones which you've laid out, and we base our conversations on that. And then when we sit here and we say, show me how this ordinance does that, then you say, well, actually, this has nothing to do with those things. Those things happen with Article 80, or it happens to the home rule petition, or that's a zoning thing. And so this department is going to plan based on the criterias of all of those other things. Article 80, home rule petition, zoning laws, but yet we need to form this department based on those criterias prior to those things being officiated.
I guess.
Do you see how the community feels like that's not transparent and it's not going to build trust, or it's not building trust because we're doing it backwards?
I appreciate your comment, because I think it maybe, to summarize it, it's sort of like, well, who came up with the initial proposal, right? And to some extent, someone has to come up with an initial proposal, and there needs to be a process by which we react and change it. And I think each one of these things have their own genesis for their own original proposal. I would, start with Article 80 reform for a second. We don't have any. We've been at this for 6 months. We don't actually have any specific proposals to date. We would like to hear from the community and hear from all stakeholders around what proposals
For example,
like us to change.
you would like to hear from the community.
Yeah.
However, the community feels that that process thus far has been exclusive.
And I guess I'm sorry that people feel that way. I'd like to change their minds, but we're engaging honestly and openly and asking people, what would you like us to change? And if they tell us what they'd like us to change, we'll work with them to try and change it. We heard that people really do not like the Article 80 process, so we said, let's embark on an effort by which we change it.
How can they access you? How can they give their feedback?
We've had bus stop intercept surveys. We had 2 big community meetings last week, one in person, one virtual, where we've gone to almost every civic group to give a presentation. We've got a staff of 6 community engagement managers who are out there talking about it every day. There's a website we can get the information. You can contact us. I think we try to be as open and accessible as possible, and we're looking forward. And I don't want to suggest that there won't be any controversy in the ultimate decisions and the trade-offs that we'll have to make together onto how to go forward, but at this stage in the process, we'd really like to hear the specific recommendations from the community of what they want to change, and we're out there saying that. And some people are doing that, and it's great, and some people don't believe that we're being honest when we say that, and so choose not to participate or choose to reject the premise or the process, and I'm disappointed by that, but we can only do so much, and we're trying our best, and we love your help, but that is the process by which we are proceeding.
I'll table that, and I'll make my final question, Madam Chair. The hypothetical again, let's go back to that. If I was to create an office like this, could I possibly create a community advisory board to it? What would prevent me from doing so? Why couldn't I do it? And why haven't you suggested that in this ordinance?
Well, I mean,
if it's supposed to build trust and do all of that stuff.
Right. I mean, we started down this path with a very simple big ordinance to do one thing, which is that we heard from about 60 years of history that not having planning in the city of Boston is a problem that our communities would like us to fix. You may have heard about that very frequently and often.
Check. Understood.
Right. So we're here saying we'd like to have city council to be that community advisory body. That's what we're here for. That's the democratic process that we're in.
But all we can do is decrease your budget or increase it.
And that's the same as every other department, which is what we're trying to be.
It's not the same as every other department. We can make amendments in other departments.
I believe you can make amendments in this department.
Yeah, we talked earlier about
Did we correct that?
building in language to amend.
Although the funds come from outside,
Which is very similar to many other departments as well.
like BPHC, which we can't make amendments in.
Or Mayor's Office of Housing, which gets community development block grants. You have control over whether or not you want to accept the outside funds. That is
So
basic.
the chief finance officer said you can't, but you're saying you can.
And I think I'm saying the same thing she said. You are totally empowered to reduce. If we said to you,
That you can
we'd
only
like to
decrease or increase because the funds essentially comes from outside.
yeah, just like community development block grants, just like.
Oh, you're saying with those. I'm saying with other departments, we could actually go inside of the department itself and adjust just contractual or just personnel.
You can.
Oh, well, then she was wrong. She was saying that you cannot make amendments, you can only decrease, increase, that's it, overall but you cannot actually make amendments within.
I mean,
We're talking about
I'm
the
not an
financial
expert on the
transfers.
city council's budget authority, but that, I believe that is, I mean, that's why we want to do
As
this.
far as the city council budget authority, I'm well aware, you know I'm well aware.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what she said, and if there's been a miscommunication, that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's a miscommunication. I think what she was trying to articulate is that these are external funds, so they're subject to the same rules that other external fund departments have, but but the city council still enjoys
Say that I
total
agree
line
with
item.
you, the city council's oversight is the budget. I don't agree, but say I agree with you. Then what about the community? I asked you about advisory council, not some sort of like advisory board, not the council. Why doesn't this ordinance offer that, and does anything preclude you from doing that?
I'm not sure anything specifically precludes us. It just wasn't our intent when we set this up.
Why not?
Because our intent was to empower you.
And can we empower community too?
I think you do that every day quite well, actually.
But can we do that through this ordinance? Hypothetically, could we? Does anything prevent us?
Well, it depends. I guess the conversation. So
Why
we're
not?
here because we want to empower communities too. I feel like we're in a debate where I'm not quite sure what your end goal is. And
My angle is to say that if nothing prevents us from doing that, and the language here says that it's inclusive and transparent and empowering community and all that stuff, it says right here, all
Yeah.
in the beginning. So why didn't you do that? Why didn't inside the ordinance, why didn't it include community empowerment?
I guess our answer is that we believe that it did, and we believe wholeheartedly in that.
But it doesn't. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I do think, if I could just ask, which is related to your question, are there any other departments that have community advisory boards?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no, but I'm not.
Well, that's not my point. The point is if nothing prevents us, and you're saying that that's what it's supposed to do, and you're saying that the implicit oversight that council has is the power that we have, where is the power for community? How does the community, do they have to go through this process that's not working, the IAG and everything else? What process? Where is that? Why couldn't we do it here? Why is this so simple and vague and so simple? Why couldn't we just put it in here? That's what the community is asking you for over and over. Not you in particularly, but why couldn't the administration include that for this department?
I guess the specific recommendation might have a specific answer, right? There are duties and powers given to different functions and bodies that an ordinance couldn't necessarily usurp. But on the other hand, if you wanted to have more community participation and you want to write that in the ordinance, I'm not exactly sure there's anything stopping you from doing that.
Right.
But I'm not sure that was the overall intent of what we were trying to accomplish here. What we were trying to accomplish
Well, then it's
was a city
contradictory
department
to
like
what
other
you're saying you're
departments.
going to do.
But there's a macro picture, right? I think what we're trying to do is set up a city department that the city of Boston does not have, like all other city departments.
That accomplishes the points that you laid out.
Yeah.
Inclusivity, transparency, all of that.
Accountability, yeah, agree.
And so through this process, it only establishes an office and gives council oversight on the budget, but no community anything.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, are you ready to produce any language that we can look at that gets to your point of the Community Advisory Board at this moment in time?
You know that I'm ready because I've already contacted you about it. And I'm trying to make a point. If my style is what people are not comfortable with, that's another story. But right now, I wanted to get to the point that we're talking to you about something that we can do, right? And you know that because I told you that I had something already written up. I'm simply saying to you that if nothing prevents us from doing that, and if the city's saying that it needs to be inclusive and empowering community and transparent and all of these things, then why didn't we put it here to do exactly what you said you want to do with it? It's simple. It's not, I don't have an angle. I don't have some sort of hidden agenda.
Right.
I don't think you do either.
Yeah.
I just think that what you're saying you're trying to do is not doing it. So if we can include it, and you're saying I have the power to do that, and I made that point starting off, right? So there you go.
Yeah,
we have the power to do it. I will submit that, and hopefully it's accepted. I think it's a civil rights issue. And I'm happy to have that conversation later as well.
I think, look, I do think you have that power, and I think it is how to best use it, right? What are going to be the best impacts and outcomes that Councillor Mejia is fond of saying. I think if you're, on one hand, more community engagement is generally really, really good, right? And more transparency and accountability is great, right? On the other hand, we have a lot of it, and I don't want to dilute the voices that exist. So, I think it's a devil's in the details, and there are a lot.
But you mentioned the voices did not represent the demographics, and there was issues with it.
Yes, absolutely. But I don't think we're trying to solve that at the ordinance level. We're trying to solve that at the Article 80
But to your
level.
point just now about you don't want to dilute the voices.
Yeah.
We should somehow increase voices. That's what you're saying.
Right, and I think one of the things we've learned through our Article 80 process is the people that have time and participate in our processes to date are whiter, wealthier, and predominantly homeowners. And maybe the structured body approach is not the right approach in order to diversify and be more inclusive in our community engagement efforts. Maybe we just need to go meet people where they really are. And that's one of the things we've asked the community in our Article 80 effort.
Thank you for bearing with me.
As
It
always.
is helpful.
Yeah, happy
Thank
to.
you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. We're at the point now where we're past property transfers. Councilor Durkin?
Sorry, and I'm sorry I'm out of your line of sight. I just wanted to respond to some of my colleagues' ideas and statements. I think there's a couple different bodies that are enabled by this ordinance in particular, and that are currently sort of mandated to be part of the development process. And obviously us, the democratically elected city council, which do have more power than any given community member, given the fact that we're democratically elected by constituents. And then 2, the BPDA board, which is approved by the city council, and those hearings run through the development committee. And then 3, the ZBA board, which also the same as the BPDA board, are all residents of the city of Boston. Both the BPDA board and the ZBA board are appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council.
Yes.
And we have a robust process. Whether that process works or not is obviously always in question. Whether that process engages the right people and the amount of people and the right type of people and the diversity of those people that engage in the process is always in question. But city residents are engaged in the process, and I know a couple of these things that have been mentioned, from zoning reform to Article 80 reform, they've started that outreach and started that community process. Whether it's been perfect or whether we have, the city, and I would really say like the BPDA, but would be the city, does those processes, and whether every single process works out so that every voice is heard is always in question. But it's clear that given that some people have more resources, some people have more time, some people have various interests, we are going to engage a different subset of the population. And government is not perfect, but we seek to be operate in a way that is transparent, that meets the needs of our constituents. And I think what we're trying to get at in this ordinance is outline the offices, outline the divisions, outline the department, like it's done and like other departments are done. And so while this may seem boilerplate, while it might not engage and it might not create something through this ordinance, I think there really is a chance to have that conversation at the city council level about what people want to see. But I do disagree that this ordinance is the place where that conversation can take place or should take place, because this is a very complicated and this is a very complicated, and I know a lot of legal minds have probably poured themselves into this, but there's also, I think, other opportunities. I think about the Article 80 modernization, which I know there's been a lot of communication about like whether that should have been televised and who should have been on it and whether there should have been more than one community representative. And I just want to, there's been a lot of conversation, and obviously there is no one from my district in particular on that, so I wish there was. But there are opportunities and there are other chances to enable community process. And I don't believe this ordinance is the place for that to take place, but I do thank all of my colleagues for all the thought that they give to engaging community. What I find right now in our current process is we have certain people who step forward to engage in the process and certain people who don't, and we have to ask the question of why. But I don't think this ordinance is really going to be where this question is answered, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. I had a question about eminent domain, specifically as it relates to this section. And you can maybe answer it, maybe not answer it, but will any properties taken under eminent domain by the BRA be transferred to the Public Facilities Commission?
I would suspect probably eventually, but
okay.
Like when and how many is sort of an open question.
Okay. Only because I know that any properties that are taken under eminent domain, that were taken under eminent domain,
yeah.
Under, I think it's section 59, section 59, must go before the council for approval of the money for the project first. And so nothing in that process would change. And I guess how many do you know off the top of your head? I should have put it in the RFI, but I didn't think of this question until afterwards.
Yeah.
But how many properties do we have that we took under eminent domain?
We actually I don't think I would have that number because it's actually hard to know in some cases because a lot of property came to the VPDA through various means and requires specific title research on the property. And sometimes the answer might be yes, but it was someone else's eminent domain authority, right? There are properties that we own that were transferred to us by the Department of Transportation or Housing and Urban Development at the federal level that came through eminent domain. There's lots of property that we took, that we didn't take, that we actually purchased. It's a property by property, deed by deed answer. And I mean, all we can say is that we are very committed to following the law. So if there's a requirement to do something with a particular property, we will follow the law and proceed with whatever the local, state, or federal requirements require us to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm less concerned about the disposition given the Public Facilities Commission and the surplus property. We had that in the north end where Towson Street was surplused. It had to come here, we had to vote on it, so there is that oversight mechanism, at least for that. I know that some folks have had questions about the acquisition of property in particular. I wanted to allow now anybody who has additional, we have to get through the last section, which is the effective date, which I think is a huge question mark. We've heard from a lot of folks that instead of saying the provision of this ordinance shall take effect upon passage, what is your response to potentially adding in language that says, in the event that the home rule petition does not move forward within 1 year of the passage of this ordinance, the city council shall hold another session?
I mean, I think the city council is empowered to hold as many sessions as it wants. We can call a hearing at any time. I don't think you've taken or given anything away. I would just want to highlight that once you pass this and then you pass the budget that we intend to submit in April, you have created the planning department, and it would be very hard to undo that because you've moved a lot of people and we've taken 2 years of work to create it. So I don't think that is an action that is freely revocable, but I don't think we want it to be either.
Okay. And say if this ordinance didn't pass by then, I mean, then there's no creation of the planning department.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Any ideas on this section? Thoughts, comments? Go ahead, Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Wondering if you could read, or perhaps offering language again.
Yep.
I'm not sure how this, but the provisions of this ordinance shall take effect upon passage of the home rule petition. As simple as that, or is that? I'm sure folks might take some umbrage with it, but I sort of feel as if the home rule petition, which will dictate at least a lot of things for employees as well, we should see, because that may get amended. And this ordinance will have to reflect what the home rule petition amendments happen that have yet to occur. And so I almost feel that we shouldn't go through with the ordinance until the home rule petition is finalized. But I open it up to the rest of my colleagues.
Happy to consider that. I mean, is there, what is the expected timeline, understanding that the state legislature is unpredictable?
Yeah,
But what are we hearing up there, I guess, from your lobbyists and
I don't know if we have
or
lobbyists,
whoever?
but
I know we contract out for a lobbyist, so.
we have a very effective IGR team who is always communicating with our delegation. I would, look, the reason why we brought this ordinance at the time we brought it is so that you could make this decision prior to the beginning of the budget. We'd like to submit a budget to you in April that creates the planning department. If we don't, then we probably won't do that this year, because there isn't, you need to, in order to create this, there needs to be budgetary authority. I do not think that the home rule petition will pass between now and April. I think that's not going to happen. There's no chance of that.
Okay, and I mean, I would guess that would provide, I'm listening to BBDA employees and see the fear in their eyes and the uncertainty of things and decisions that are happening to them. And so if this ordinance doesn't pass and we're waiting on the home rule petition, in my mind, that furthers that uncertainty and fear of those employees.
Agreed.
Folks are more than welcome to disagree with me on that, but I feel like there's more stability with the passage of this ordinance for those employees.
I think
and I'm
many-
thinking of them, they're at the forefront of my mind.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be excited to get this behind them and move on with doing the work and there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of time and effort, as illustrated by this hearing, that goes into making these decisions. It'd be great to start the next chapter of Boston's history.
Any other questions or comments on this section 5? Councilor Durkin?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really important that as we have this conversation, there is a cadence and a timing in place by nature of the city budget, by nature of the fiscal year. And I think for me, I think if we are going to move forward with this ordinance, if we don't have a vote on it, obviously it takes effect. I imagine this will, Chair, be put to a vote prior to it taking effect. So that we can have that vision and craft the edits that we've been talking about today. But I think for that, for making it as efficient for the employees that are there, and to have those conversations that have been taking place over months be made, I just feel like a lot of work, a lot of time has been put into this, a lot of conversations with individual employees. So I think it's really important that this passes prior to the fiscal year, and I would be open to there being an amendment to the effective date saying, people move over at the start of the fiscal year if this passes before the fiscal year. But I think acknowledging that there's a lot of work and a lot of mechanisms that do need to start now through the budget process and otherwise to make that work. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Councilor Louisiane?
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Just a small point, the State House and the way they operate sometimes is a bit of a black box, but I also think that if you generally agree with the idea, even if there are concerns in terms of like how and language and amendments that need to occur, that there is something probably to be said about timing for the folks over at the State House. What it looks like, where we stand and where we support or don't support the idea of planning coming into the city. And so I think that it's important, I think, in my third year, to send signals to the State House about where the City Council stands on their issues. And so I think ignoring the budget thing, because I actually have problems with that. I think there's a lot of problems with us having something in budget that is not formally part, but in terms of timing and sending signals to the State House, I think that ordinance, then home rule petition is what makes most sense.
Thank you, Councilor Louisiane. Your opinion is registered and well taken on that point. Anybody else before we go to section 6? Okay, Councilor Fitzgerald?
No, I just have to be on record that I don't want this rushed. I know that there has been 2 years of this transformation, and so it doesn't feel rushed, but in enacting it, passing this ordinance, I still think there's a lot of questions that remain unanswered, and to take a step when we don't know some of the unanswered questions from this own body, as well as some unanswered questions or what it is to look like coming out of the State House, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we'd be getting a little over our skis by passing this too soon, but folks know where I stand on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald, and your point is also well taken, and it's fair. Councilor Fitzgerald, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, I need to eat some food. I'm faded.
I'm so sorry that you haven't eaten lunch or breakfast probably, I'm sorry. Councilor Fitzgerald makes an excellent point. I just wanted to go on record and say that I'm with you 100%. I agree with the department being established. We all agree on the points here, but it does feel rushed. I don't think there's anything wrong with postponing this and saying, not now. Like, let's just go through it a little bit more, or mayor or administration file again. Let's not pass this, but not because we disagree, but because we just need to iron out a few details.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. And just so folks know, this was filed on January, was it 24th or the 31st? I'm so sorry, it's in my notes. And so I'm thinking of March 27th as the deadline, which is the right before the 60-day order, when we can vote on it. So that is the date that's emblazoned in my mind, or ingrained in my mind. And so just throwing that out there for the public and for my colleagues. I do want to go to the parking lot is what I'm referring to. So any and all ideas of my council colleagues, things that we had discussed that we want to flesh out, I think even further, the idea of the community advisory board / council. I also, maybe I can model this for my colleagues, but I'm definitely interested in adding a section here that is related to reporting and requiring certain information to be given to the council in the same way that we do with the Black Men Commission, where they have to submit an annual report. It gets sent to us, it gets filed by the clerk, and then obviously what's in that report is to be determined, but I did hear from the community and from my colleagues, finances, yearly revenue from both the BPDA, the successor entity, expenses from the BPDA and successor entity, the expenses of this new department. I know that's going to be neutral, but I do think that it's useful for us to get, before we enter into our budget negotiations, to understand what we are even negotiating, right? To Councilor Braden's point earlier, if she wants a planning initiative in Alston-Brighton, even though she's getting it because Harvard is, that's a separate point. But if she wants a planning initiative in Alston-Brighton, and the budget that you provide us, the tax order, says, sorry, we don't have enough money, she should be empowered to understand exactly what is in the BPDA, black box is what I'm calling it, so that we can then pull money from there. And so I do think that the reporting structure is going to be key, and the timing of it is also going to be key, because that does provide us that transparency. So that's the finances, but then also having a document repository, which sounds like it already exists, but mandating that to be sent to the council for all of the Article 80 project documents. So community benefit agreements, what else did I have here? LOIs, CBAs, and potentially new LDAs, if that's a thing, or any and all LDAs. Is that something that would come up on a yearly basis, or no?
I don't know. We'll have to get back to you. I think that's, yeah. It's a good question. And so, I'm sorry, responding in the macro around your comment around reporting, I think we generally agree with you, and that's, again, in line with the intents of this ordinance. We don't want the planning department won't be a black box. We don't want the remaining BPDA, as it grows smaller, to be a black box. We want to enshrine the things that we're doing already to improve transparency and accountability. So happy to work through the details, but I think a lot of that sounds generally in line with our goals. I don't know the answer on the LDA.
So we only enter into LDAs when we sell property, so we aren't selling property right now, maybe in a butter parcel here or there, but there wouldn't be many over a year's time.
Okay, thank you. My colleagues, do they have any other thoughts and suggestions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Chair.
And just to be clear, point of clarification, is this more general questions as well? I have some overall
of
general,
course.
not necessarily. So, and again, just 4 quick ones. And it's kind of all over the place, so I said there's no rhyme or reason here. Right now, I'm thinking back to just our Wednesday council meeting, Councilor Louis-Jean put forth talking about IDP, right? And right now, the BPDA board votes on IDP increase, correct? If we were to
Not anymore. The council passed the inclusionary zoning, and the zoning is now in the zoning code. So I suppose it would really be the zoning commission that would be empowered to make changes to the inclusionary zoning, but I guess that would have to go through the BPDA. So the process has changed substantially, but it is still in the zoning code, or it's now in the zoning code.
I guess my question, so if it would not come before the council to set?
No, not
IDP,
again, yes.
Even in the transition?
Right,
I guess
it did the first time, but not again.
I know, how do we, because the definition of equity is not yet really defined, I believe, is how do we prove in this transition that we've achieved equity? When we're looking, we talk about being equitable a lot, but what is it that we look to say we were equitable?
Yeah, I think that probably has a lot to do with, what projects we're choosing, I guess, starting in the real estate area. What projects we choose to take on, what those outcomes are, the amount of affordable housing created, the amount of open space created, where community wealth generated, new entrepreneurship opportunities created, getting into the contracting space that minority and women-owned businesses were doing business with and empowering to be created, and private development metrics around wealth creation, open space, climate resilience, who is served. There's a lot of data and a lot of metrics in this space, and some things that are more amorphous, and I'm happy to work with the council to.
I guess in thinking about the home rule petition, where I know we're broadening the scope of the powers to include equity, I just trying to understand who is defining that and what is
We're happy to point you to the language in the ordinance that gives the specific definition. I'm sorry, not the ordinance, the home rule petition. The definition we're using is community development equity, because there's a lot of case law around community development, so we're trying to piggyback off of that.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you. Almost last question. For Mr. Hollinger earlier, who had a public testimony, he had referred to when I asked why, and his answer was because of climate change. I guess my question is, what does this transfer do to help climate change that it doesn't have the ability to do right now under the direction of the mayor?
Yeah, I think, so if we just stay within the world of the ordinance, I think there's other things we can answer, but just for the purpose today, the ordinance, it becomes the power of the council to suggest changes to our budget through the annual budget process, to reallocate funds, just like Councilor Breeden was saying, hey, maybe we should do more planning in Alston versus X, Y, or Z downtown or whatever. It becomes the power of the council to ask us about during the budget process, are you committing enough to your planning for climate resilience and your implementation thereof? And that's something we're excited to talk about. I think there's more to it than that, but staying within the ordinance, I'd say that's the ordinance answer.
Right. I guess my rebuttal to you, Ms. Hollinger, was just sort of, the mayor can direct the agency now to put more towards climate resilience as it exists today. So just trying to, as the why now, but just wanted to, I appreciate your question. Thank you. And then finally, could we put some language potentially that says, if at any point we need to revert back to the current way that the BPDA operates, we can do so immediately? Or is this a sort of like, once the horse has left the barn,
that's
if future mayors or anyone, if this does not work out for any reason, obviously I hope the best for the city, but if for whatever reason this thing turns out to be not what anyone intended it to be, and it's more harmful to the city, is there any language in place where we can revert back to a quasi-state agency and,
That's an excellent question, I think an important one. The process, we've been at this for 2 years to do this. right? This vote is an important vote to move it ahead. In order to undo it, if someone wanted to move in the opposite direction in the future, they would need to repeat the steps that we've taken over 2 years to get here. So yeah, they could do that, but that is going to be a lot of work.
It's a process.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to just have sort of some sort of line item in there, just boop, we can go right back. But
Yeah, I don't think there's an
keep
easy
it
button for
easy.
that one.
Yeah, no, I didn't think it would be that easy. Thank you, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Fitzgerald. I do just want to call out that, and get on record, quite frankly, I've had many conversations about what the advisory role of the community should or might be. And I think there is some merit based on the past harms that have been created by this entity. In my mind, if we have an advisory council that is able to work with the chief of planning, directly with the chief of planning, and or whatever successor agency, or successor board, to review the past harms, and then make recommendations to ensure that we are actually meeting the goals of affordability, resiliency, and equity. It would be strictly an advisory role, but they would be compelled to create reports, especially during the implementation of this department. It's in its infancy. It's a new department. And I know that, while we might not have specific language for Community Advisory Council, in 2019, this body passed the Good Food Purchasing Ordinance, and there's a section in there, there's a provision that talks about a Community Advisory Board. There is precedence. In the Office of Participatory Budgeting, we call it the fact that at some point in the future, the mayor and or the city council could establish an oversight board. And pulling from some of their language, just saying it out loud for folks, what I would want to see is an advisory council that advises on past harms inflicted by the BRA, EDIC, and recommendations to ensure affordability, resiliency, and equity during citywide planning and zoning initiatives under the BPDA and or a successor entity. The Community Advisory Council shall ensure the racial, social, and economic justice and the rights of protected classes during all decision-making processes during citywide planning and zoning initiatives. And that language is pulling directly from the Office of Participatory Budgeting. So that's not a new thing, that's precedence. These people should be community stakeholders across Boston. And what I'm calling for is professional experience, right? People who are experts in this field, in land use, urban planning, racial justice, or diversity, equity, inclusion, and or community engagement, right? So they would be helping to inform the discussion and move forward in a productive manner. And so I do think that there is some validity to that call. And Councilor Fernandez-Anderson's idea, it just gets down to who are they, how will they be appointed, nominated, who will approve them, and then also what are they charged to do? In my mind, they would be charged to produce an annual report that would be filed with the city clerk and then sent to all city councilors that will comment on all planning and zoning decisions and potential impacts to its residents, with recommendations to further public engagement and democratic involvement. And then because they might need help, because they're volunteers, we should put in a provision that says that the chief of planning may be able to appropriate funds to hire a consultant to help them with that. That's something that we do already. And so that is just my recommendation. What specific language looks like is obviously going to be something that, based on what I gather from counselors by Wednesday, we can come up with something that hopefully this administration will be okay with.
So I appreciate the chair's advocacy in this space. I appreciate Councilor Fernandez-Anderson's. It's very much, everything you're asking is very much in line with our intent. There's lots of pros and cons, and I think we'd be very happy to review any language that you have to suggest.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Louis-Jean.
You've stated several times Wednesday. Is it your intent for there to be a vote on Wednesday?
Oh, no.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So earlier I had mentioned that We will have additional working sessions.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And so I'm putting Wednesday as an arbitrary day for folks to send me whatever specific language suggestions that they have. And it would be sent to me, Megan, and my Chief of Staff, Ellie Sanchez.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to make sure. We already talked about time, like Wednesday. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Durkin?
I know you spoke a little bit to the precedent of maybe there being other oversight. Can you, I just didn't exactly hear where those were from.
Sure. So it's within the Good Purchasing Food Ordinance, for those that are interested, Section 4-9.4. There's a Community Advisory Council within Boston Municipal's Code, where it talks about the head of the respective department or agency shall convene a Community Advisory Council comprised of community stakeholders, including a minimum of one representative, and then it gets into the stipulations based on that particular ordinance, and these are experts in the good food purchasing field. And then its mission is outlined to support departments and agencies in the process of implementation as laid out in this ordinance and ongoing as requested by departments and agencies.
And, you know, I think my, I don't want to say opposition, but my worry is that we have had a lot of things that have been appointed, similar to the Article 80 commission that was put together to review Article 80, where people have said, oh, I wish I was on it, or I wish there was someone from this neighborhood, or I wish there was a representative who did X, Y, Z. And so I think if we are to think about what I already said, the city council, ZBA, the BPDA board, sort of like what is the role outside of like what would be officially there, and I understand crafting a report might be that, but also like really assessing through like the community engagement cabinet, because this will now be a city department, what deficits are actually within the city, because I do think the community engagement cabinet should take on a lot of the conversation with community. So it's just thinking about like what departments may already have, I don't want to say duplicative infrastructure, but just there are community engagement people who work underneath, currently underneath the BPDA, who would be moving underneath, who their job would be to engage community. So just thinking of like what structures may already exist to engage community within the BPDA, and knowing that we have, you know, I have a lot of actually advisory things that already exist in my district from previous counselors, and knowing that those lists and those may be, you know, not, you know, we haven't always struck the perfect balance of having the right people on or adding the right people. And so this being enshrined in the ordinance gives me pause with if we were to try to vote on this before the end of March. Just in like how we would pick them and I think as a city department, we would be able to have those conversations around what commissions or otherwise may exist. And I also want to, you know, I've talked a lot about landmarks because historic preservation is something that matters a lot to me in my district. We have a lot of infrastructure that exists that would coordinate within the BPDA on the specific things that they are charged with. So I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we're not creating any duplicative infrastructure that may already exist within the city. So thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your feedback on that. We'll certainly hope to walk through all of that with you. I do, just as a response though, I mean, this is a pretty significant change in the city of Boston. This is the first time in 60 years that we are moving from this quasi-governmental agency to a planning department. And so for me, this is unlike any other department in the city of Boston. And because there has been so much harm that has been inflicted by this former department's like legal entity, I feel like in order for us to truly assess whether or not we are realizing affordability, resiliency, and equity, we do need to have tough conversations and a group of independent people separate from the community engagement department saying, are we actually realizing these goals, especially in the infancy of this department? And that's why I feel like there needs to be some sort of advisory role. And it's not to handcuff this department. It really would be a partnership. It would be non-binding, but we need that lens, I think. And that's just my opinion. Councillor Fernandez-Anderson?
Thank you. Madam Chair, are you asking for us to postpone the conversation on this, or we could respond to this?
No, yeah.
Okay, thank you. To your point, Madam Chair, I think there's a difference between a community or a city ran department or component or mechanism that creates community engagement to a community-led, community-driven, community research, community advisory council or board. And so totally two different things, like completely two different things. And I think to Madam Chair's point, not only is it important to have that separate, and it is checks and balances, it's not handcuffed, it's not binding, but it is exactly what it is. It's about accountability. And so if we are saying that we are going to be truly intentional on racial equity, that we are going to be truly intentional on making sure that the demographics of those who advise or suggest or opine on things, everything development in our city, that those who have been historically disenfranchised should be represented on that body, on that board. And right now, as it stands, you heard the administration or, Mr. Quirk from BPDA state that it does not reflect the demographics, and then he stated why. And so more reasons why we have to be super intentional about who sits on that body, more reasons why we have to be super intentional on making sure that it's completely separate from the city. It cannot be the city. That's the point. It has to be separate from the city. And so something like this, I think, yeah, it poses the question of, okay, we have a bunch of IAGs, they don't get along or they don't work. Well, that's the problem, is that everything is happening in silos. There are a bunch of siloed efforts or IAGs, and they are not working because they don't, within each IAG, they're not representing the demographics of the city or of the neighborhood. And so how do we become intentional? Oh, the city is going to handle the community engagement piece. Well, the city has also admitted that they need to reform or improve. So without BPDA being a part of all of this, the city themselves have admitted that they can improve on community engagement. And then there's a conversation that Councilor Mejia brought up, that this has a lot to do with past harms, and to redress those harms, that we have to be more intentional in actually connecting the parcels, the land, to maybe lineage or, bloodlines of the families that were harmed. That is reparations. And so there's a lot of work to be done. Some of it has to connect to reparations task force. Some of it has to connect to community-led processes. And hopefully it's a collaboration with the Office of Neighborhood Services so that it is collaborative, it is a partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Do any of my colleagues have additional comments? Councilor Fitzgerald?
I apologize, because I hate to add to already
Please,
the
no, that's why we're
marathon
here.
hearing, but I think Councilor Fernandez, I would love to have an offline conversation about some of the hurdles that may come with a community advisory board, just having done my years of experience of holding community meetings with this agency. And there are, it becomes sort of a political nightmare of who do you put on the board, right? There'll be folks that feel that why him, why her, why not us, right? And it sort of starts infighting. There's also, they're beholden to the community. And is it just an advisory board? And if so, what happens sometimes is you say, thank you for advising us, but we are going in this direction and we are not taking your into account, your voice into account, and that only angers the community more, right? And so you have the potential to have this advisory board represent, but it could cause some other issues that are unintended, I think, from it. I don't think we have to get into it today, but I would love to get sort of talk to you about my experience, and we can figure out the right way that potentially to go forward.
Sorry, after a quick response.
You may respond.
Thank you so much. Not getting into it, I would love to have the conversation with you. I have looked it up, your experience with this, and there are people that remember your experience with this, so they brought it up in my district. Nothing bad. But here's the thing. So when we use reasons like that, we haven't used it while the demographics did not represent the most disenfranchised. And now that we are moving toward being intentional, we can't use those excuses now that the demographics are going to look different. And so this happens very often, that we have to communicate with each other and say, brother, this is where I'm coming from, and right here is where we don't stop progress because we thought that it didn't work out for the group before us. And there are a bunch of IAGs right now, and clearly everyone is communicating that it's flawed. So let's talk some more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilman here, and then after that, we'll wrap. Councilman here.
Thank you, Chair. Good job keeping everybody on task.
Trying.
Thank you. And thank you to the administration. Y'all are still here. Give it up. No. Yeah. I will never change, no matter how many times people would like me to. I am who I am. But just really quick, I feel like this is really loud. I remember my first interaction, it was in Dorchester. Not for Sale was there. Councilor Baker was then presiding over this meeting, and it was about development in his district. And I just remember how uncomfortable it was to sit there. And even though I wasn't on the council then, I was just a resident. And I just remember the tension and the level of discontent that was coming from community. And as we are thinking about this particular process, I reflect back on that moment and really thinking about, to Councilor Fitzgerald's point, it is very political, and I know we're not going to be able to make everyone happy, but I really do think if we're really serious about changing the way we do business, this particular ordinance provides us a roadmap to really make sure that we're not replicating harm. And that is really making sure that we are centering community voice in that planning process, whether it be through some oversight committee or some maybe adding additional hearings that happen between different steps so that there's some sort of formal process to hear people. I think that is what we can find a happy medium through that process. And I think that I really do appreciate the administration being super thoughtful about the fact that, community voice is important. And I still struggle with the fact that we went from, I'm going to abolish the BPDA, to then just changing the outfit in which it's operating under and bringing it up to the city. I still struggle with that because it's still under some sort of command of it still doesn't feel to me like we're there yet. And I think we're heading in that direction, but I don't think, given the fact that right now we fought for an elected school committee and it's still an appointed school committee, right? We have participatory budget and we still have to fight for every single little crumb that we fight for. Now you're gonna say that the council's gonna have more input now that this is gonna live in a different place. I just don't still think that in terms of the trust building exercise that we're there yet. And I feel like there's still some more work to do. And I would respectfully ask for a few more working sessions, Chair, because I don't think that this, for me, I'm ready to comfortably say we're good. There's still some things that are outstanding that I feel like, you know, if we're going to repair the harm, if we're going to restore the trust in this body, then we can't just push forward an ordinance just because that's what the administration wants. I think that we need to slow things down and do things in ways that really reflect the will of the people. And that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And we'll go to Councilor Weber. I don't want to forget about the folks that have been very patient for the second round of public testimony. We only have a couple of people signed up, but I do want to end with Councilor Weber and then go to them. Councilor Weber.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I think I think a little differently about the advisory council, but one of the reasons why I think it's worth looking at is, looking at BPDA and past harms and what we're doing here. I think the sort of metrics for figuring out whether the BPDA will be doing the things we want. It's not as simply a counting exercise, and so an advisory council could provide, I think, useful opinion to help us make the conclusion about whether it's meeting its goals, because there's so much nuance to all these, all the terms, everything in the home rule petition, what the goals are, sort of, amorphous concepts like, equity and density and all those things. So, I think it's worth considering an advisory council just to be able to issue an educated opinion about whether the, BPDA is meeting its goals. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. We are going to wrap with our council colleagues' testimonies. Thank you so much, and thank you to the administration. It's been 4 hours plus 2. It's been 6 hours. So I thank you for your thoughtfulness, for your work and service on behalf of the city. Really and truly, I appreciate it. You all may go. We're going to now go to public testimony in the order which folks had signed up. I don't see Mr. Brogna here, but we'll go to Rodney Singleton, Steve Hollinger, Diane Valley, I think, left as well, and then Eileen Boyle and Denise Williams-Harris. Please state your name, where you live, and any organization of affiliation.
Sure. Rod Singleton. I'm from Roxborough. I've lived there for 62 years with my wife. I'm here to testify on oversight. The last time that I was in this chamber, we had some discussions about what was oversight. The pushback we got from the BPDA was something to the effect that oversight was implied in the work that they do. And I'm here to really refute that, because given where they're coming from, where lack of trust and accountability are very common, I don't see how they can really make that assertion, right? Particularly given that, this did us a lot of harm. And so, between, having had that happen and the idea that, somehow we're going to change that culture, I have some really, really tough issues with that, because I don't think we have really come to the point where trusting folks, and given all the homes that were taken during that process, I know we have not accounted for that correctly. And so those are just my comments. And if you want to look for CACs, there's one for the airport that's been in existence for almost 45 years.
Thank you for calling that out, Mr. Singleton. Mr. Hollinger?
Hi, thank you for letting me testify again. First of all, from what I'm hearing, I just hope that we're not allowing the perfect to be the enemy of the good, and we end up doing nothing. So I am concerned that by pushing the ordinance too far, you then end up reducing the chances of passage. And I feel what's put forward is kind of a measure where it could be passed, or maybe it's on the border, and I'm afraid of that. And I just want to point out a few things. First of all, I want to address the equity question. When you look at the seaport, by my last calculation, 47% of the buildings in the seaport, over 60 large projects, were designed by 3 firms. 27% by one firm. And that's because we live in a culture of who you know driving access to variances. And we know that when people don't get what they want at BPDA, prior to this administration, they would run to the mayor's office. And the mayor would talk to the BPDA director, who would talk to the people at BPDA, and that's how you get things done. That has changed with this administration, but it could come back in a future administration. I hope that you're budgeting for new hires in addition to the existing staff. I can give you 2 examples. We need a Chapter 91 manager at BPDA and zoning attorneys, because under the current system, the developers are writing a lot of the zoning. And you end up where you have through the process where the community decides a shall, the attorneys are drafting a should. And you end up losing the stuff the community wanted because the attorneys are drafting the PDAs and other zoning. So I think you need to beef up the attorney department. Regarding the document center is it needs a lot of work. You have documents that aren't being posted intentionally. I have to file FOIA requests. Under this administration, I haven't had to do that. Under the prior administrations, I've had to file FOIAs even to get cooperation agreements, and you find out that stuff's lost through the cooperation agreement. The transparency of cooperation agreements remains a big problem. Those are only made available to the public in draft form to the IAG, and that's post-approval of the project. So you have no ability for anyone to see a cooperation agreement until about 6 months after a project's approved, at which only the IAG sees the draft, and they often don't circulate it. So that's a huge issue of transparency. Lastly, conflicts of interest has to be a big part of this transformation. On IAGs, you have people that are actually direct beneficiaries of a project seated on the IAG. So a nonprofit that is getting a direct benefit has representatives on the IAG.
That's been 2
Am I
minutes.
past 2 minutes? Can I make one last point?
Of course, yep.
The Boston Civic Design Commission, another area where you need conflict of interest policy, because you have commissioners on the Boston Design Commission sitting in, attending design review of their own projects. These are the kind of things that you lose faith in the community in when they see these kind of things. Appreciate your time again. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Eileen Boyle, and then Denise Williams-Harris.
Hello. Denise is actually declining to come up, just so you know. Denise and I are on the Residency Compliance Commission together, and I want to say we welcome Councilor Weber on that commission. I would like to actually, I'm here to address the residency piece of this ordinance.
Can I have you state your name?
It's Eileen Boyle.
Eileen Boyle, okay.
Yeah, I've been on the residency compliance for 30 years.
I'm Denise.
This is Denise.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, we
sorry.
figured it out. Thank you.
I haven't gone over this, but I want to review this section in detail. But I just want to remind the council that we've had employees in the past that have moved from one department to another, like Boston Water and Sewer to the police, and they have to start day one all over again in their 10-day rule. I want to figure out how many employees, I know there's 28 that are currently living out of the city under the BPDA, like what is their status? So if they're not getting a pension from the city under the BPDA, do they work 2 years and then get a pension for 30 years of employment? I want to see what this looks like, and maybe we do need some more employees with this transition, but hopefully we'll sit and talk, Councilor Weber, on that. All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no one else? Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
I only have, what I'm going to say is I agree that there should be an advisory board to get more community enactment. I think that there are projects going on and, people in communities don't know of it, that it was going on, especially communities where it's a majority of people of color. So we need to have more community. People should be on these boards more within the communities. That's all for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't have anybody else that signed up, but would anybody like to offer comments? Come down and state your name, although I'm pretty sure we all know you.
Hi, it's Ford Cavallari here again. I just wanted to I wanted to build on what Steve talked about, conflict of interest, because I think it's important that we actually think again about some of the financial transfer stuff that's going on in the current wording. I think it's really important that we seriously contemplate taking all of the revenue from the BPDA, every penny, and transferring it to the city, and then having the particular projects and property managers go through a process to get budget back to cover what they need. And they can keep some cash if there's an emergency needs, but I just don't think it's a great idea to have an authority which still has a planning board function, also keeping a ton of cash and being able to hire all the consultants they want. If you take a look at the last year's budget, the consultant contractor line item was $2 million higher than the entire payroll. So we have to think about power dynamics here. And with all due respect to the folks who came from the administration and particularly the BPDA, it has a malign history of abusing its power and having it have too much cash, too much control, too many revenue-generating mechanisms, not abridging revenue-generating mechanisms. I mean, hell, the Bar Foundation came and gave millions and millions of dollars, and the hotel project they didn't like mysteriously vanishes. So I just think that the way the BRA gets money and how it affects particularly the planning board function is something that we should step back, understand there at least is the appearance of problems before. Let's really try to make this right. Let's get it so that we don't have the appearance of conflict and impropriety anymore. And I think that would be one way to do it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that.
And thanks for the hearing. This was, for a 6-hour hearing, it was pretty good.
It was, except for my stomach. Okay, anybody else that would like to provide testimony? Okay, with that, I'm going to wrap. I just want to thank everybody so much for their thoughts, comments, and suggestions. This really was a great working session / hearing, and there will be future working sessions moving forward. So with that, this working session on this docket is now closed. Sorry if I didn't say that right.